2 minutes.
Welcome viewers to the Home International Regatta 2025. It is my great pleasure to be on the first commentary stint along with Liv Caesar. How are we doing this morning, Liv?
Pretty good. We're just working through looking at who we've got in this first race, the Junior Women's B Singles. So very excited to get racing underway and have a fantastic day here at Home Countries.
Yes, of course, it is a match between England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. And you can just see on the screen at the moment, this is the lane order. England will be in one.
Scotland.
Well, we say one. They've got 4 consecutive lanes. They're actually racing in the middle of the lake, but it'll be England,
Wales.
Scotland, Ireland and Wales in that
Attention.
order. And we are away on our first race of the day. So we can just see getting away quite cleanly all of our scullers and some really explosive starts here, Liv.
It sure is. Let's just give a little run through in that England strip. Out in lane 1 we've got Katie Proudlove. Next to her for Scotland, Isabel Kane. For Ireland in lane 3, Isabel Monaghan. And for Wales in lane 4, Naomi Williams. All these girls looking pretty comfortable off the start here. Nothing to separate them just yet. They'll just be making sure that they're still in the race as they come through the first 250 metres, get into their nice rhythm and then see what they can do through the middle of the course.
Yes, all these races today over 2,000 metres, so it's going to be really important to just settle into a good rhythm that you can sustain for this race. It's probably going to take, what, 9 minutes or so?
Lane 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a little tailwind there, so I mean, maybe take a couple of seconds off that, but absolutely, this is going to be some of the longer races of the day. We're going to get progressively faster as we head towards the 8s and the final races of the day.
So these athletes moving away from us. So lane 1, just from our perspective at the moment, is the furthest to the left, and then lane 2, 3 and 4, of course, will be across from there. Yeah, so we've just cut to our second view here. Looks like all the scullers are pretty tightly packed in this race. All these athletes would have come through some kind of trials system to get here. I was down at the England trials a couple of weekends ago, and it did involve basically doing time trials and finding who are the quickest athletes. So all of these athletes will have earned their way in. Now, Liv, you've actually raced this before, right? Give us a bit of insight into this event.
I sure did. Back in 2017, I believe, up in Strathclyde Park, we had a fantastic time. I did the Coxed 4 and the 8, having come through some sort of GB trials as a junior, and then making up an England crew for that, which was really fantastic. So yeah, as we'll see through the day, all of these guys representing obviously their home country, but will have come from different clubs across the countries, and it'll be fantastic to sort of give a run through of which clubs are sort of being represented across the day, because it really shows the strength and depth of British rowing as a whole.
And Liv, was this your taste of what is really like international racing here?
Absolutely, it was the first time that I didn't have my school or club called at the start of the race, so it's pretty exciting for these athletes. So their first experience of being called as England rather than Kingston or Newark, as is the case for some of the girls in this race.
Yeah, so because our camera is the other way around from the start now, that means the England sculler is to the very far right of the screen. It looks like quite a good race between the England sculler, the Irish sculler, who's just sort of middle left of our screen at the moment, and then we also have the Scottish sculler, but it's very close. And I'd say that England sculler on that far side is just striking a pretty high rate there at the moment, whereas the Irish sculler maybe a bit longer, maybe slightly more movement per stroke.
Certainly a classy race there from the English sculler. She's got maybe a length lead. Always funny angles on these rowing lakes. You can never quite tell, but she looks like she's moving really nicely and just keeping her bows ahead of the Irish sculler there, who is, gosh, just a second behind her. So keeping nice and close. Going to see what she can do as she comes through the second K.
Yeah, some really close racing. So after 1,000 metres, it is less than 2 seconds separating the first two athletes. They're just going to have each other in their peripheral vision, and they're just going to keep racing each other. There's no point making the big decisive move at the moment. Still got half the race to come, but looks like both of those scullers are setting themselves up very nicely. The Welsh sculler was just very slightly behind, but in singles you can actually change the speed so quickly, can't you?
Yeah, these small boats, it's much easier to take a big chunk in a small distance. So we'll be looking to see what the Scottish and the Welsh scullers can do. They'll definitely won't feel like they're out of it just yet. Certainly much easier to change your speed in a single or in a double than it is in some of those bigger boats like the 8s and the quads, which is more of a case of maintaining speed and hoping that others drop off more than you do.
Yeah, so just about in our screen we've got Katie Proudlove over in lane 1 and Isabella Monaghan in 3. They were 2 out in front, so it's a good race between these. But it's the way this works here, each person that finishes is scoring points for their team. So even that Scottish sculler is keeping contact with the Welsh sculler for a reason, because you're not really competing for yourself, you're competing for your nation and trying to score as many points as you can in each race.
Absolutely, this is going to work. First place will get 4 points, 3 for second, 2 for third, and 1 for fourth place. So all of these guys going for, obviously, wins in their own races, but they're looking for big points in order to get that team trophy at the end of the day. It's not just about any single race, so all of these guys working together to see what they can do for their team as a whole. Through that 1500 there, and it's still Katie Pradler for England in first place by 2 seconds. So she's moved out a little bit, but not broken the elastic by any stretch of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good racing for our first race of the day. Just looking out the tower now, we can see these athletes coming into that last 500 metres. And it is really close racing. So, these athletes have the honour of being the first race at home international Regatta 2025, and they are doing a stellar job in this first race. So it's still really close between our first two competitors, Katie Proudlove and Isabella Monaghan of England and Ireland respectively, and it's the Welsh sculler Naomi Williams currently in third, looking like trying to move up and challenge. She's about 5 seconds behind, and that's not insurmountable. And then we've got Isabel Kane of Scotland, you can sort of see just middle left of the screen, slightly behind at the moment, but we're still trying to be pushing through to the finish line.
Into those red boys now, and it looks like Isabella Monaghan from Ireland has mounted a pretty massive attack there on Katie Proudlove. She looks like she's maybe coming through. She's upped her rate. She's just taking every stroke that she can. She's shortening up. She's just moving really, really fast, and she has indeed, by the looks of things, just sent her nose in front of Katie Proudlove out there in the far lane. What a race from Isabella Monaghan in the centre of the lake there. Brilliant racing. And she's got five strokes before she crosses the line. Brilliantly in the lead. What a race there from Isabella Monaghan. Katie Proudlove coming through in second place for England, followed by Naomi Williams for Wales, and finally rounding out this race, Isabel Kane for Scotland. Cracking racing there, and Isabella Monaghan just showing us what you can do in the last 250 metres.
Final.
Yeah, massive sprint there. Fantastic sprint to win by 3 seconds, over 3 seconds in. So that's a 5-second turnaround in that last 500 metres. So a wonderful sprint, and that means first blood to Ireland at this championship.
Ireland, lane 3. Scotland, lane 4. 7 minutes.
The racing coming thick and fast here at Home International. We've already got this second race underway. This is the junior men's B singles. So in this race we have Wales in lane 1, Ireland in lane 2, Scotland in lane 3 and England in lane 4. So a little switch up of where the countries are across the lake. But it looks like everyone's off cleanly and already approaching the first 500 metres.
Yeah, so you can see on the screen that race reasonably underway. I reckon they're probably 600, probably further than that, 700 metres in. 2 minutes in now.
Minutes.
So for Wales we have Hayden McDonald, Ireland we have Sean Hart, Scotland Matthew Wilson, and for England Michael Janway. So these boys off to a great start. It looks like it is indeed England's Michael Janway across the early leader in the first kilometre. Nice long strokes. He's just making sure that he can control this rhythm through the middle of the race, build up what lead he can while he's comfortable in his rhythm before he has to wind it up for the finish.
4
And he has about a 5-second lead already over the sculler from Ireland, so pretty stonking rhythm through the early pace here.
Yeah, it was nice to have that 5-second lead, but we did see in the last race 5-second turnaround in the last 500 metres. So you want to build that lead when you can. And also there's a really close race between Ireland and Wales, separated by about half a second. So the Irish sculler Sean Hart and the Welsh sculler Hayden McDonald, who are in lanes 1 and 2 right next to each other. Their battle between each other might well be pushing them up towards the lead. So it's going to be Michael Janway's job to just keep pressing that lead off, pressing that lead out for England here. And you can see on that screen that really close battle on the right hand side of the screen there between Wales and Ireland, between Hayden McDonald and Sean Hart, just really battling. with each other. But it looks like it's Michael Janaway just continuing to walk out here for England
3
as they go through in this third 500, generally thought of as the hardest part of the race, when you've got to be really mentally tough and relying on your rhythm. And it looks like Michael Janaway is doing a really good job of continuing to press out his lead here in this third 500.
And the lead still with England through the 1500 metres. But the battle for second and third place is really where it is, over there in lane 1 and 2, just a second separating the Irish and Welsh scullers. So they're looking to see what they can do. How many points can they get? Remember, you want to finish as high up as possible to get the maximum number of points for your team. And obviously, as you know, I'm sure many of us athletes know, when you're in a battle for a minor placing, sometimes that can bring the lead back to you, and you can get in there, stuck in there for the first place finish as well. So those Irish and Welsh scullers will be looking to see what they can do to bring back Michael Janaway of England in the last 500 metres.
Yeah, so he pressed out his lead to 6 seconds, which is brilliant stuff. But we're going to watch these athletes through this last 250, 300 metres of their race. It is still Michael Janaway out in front for England, but there is still that tight battle between Wales and Ireland. Hayden McDonald and Sean Hart just battling really hard there. So in that first race of the day, Ireland took first and England took second. At the moment it looks like England could be in first place, and it'll be the Irish athlete that will want to take second place to maintain that joint top position in the standings. But the Welsh sculler is still blasting through, Liv.
Absolutely, both those guys over there in lane 1 and 2, seeing what they can do. They are going all out over there. Irish and Welsh scullers battling it out for stroke. It's coming back closer and closer each stroke. It's going to be on the surge, I think, by the time we get to the line. It is Michael Janaway who crosses the line first for England, but what's going to happen over there in lanes 1 and 2? I think we're going to have to wait for some confirmation there, because that was a mighty close finish.
Yeah, incredible finish, bow ball to bow ball, that one. The screens have the Welsh sculler by 0.3 of a second at the moment. We'll have to go to the official finish. So Wales may well have just pipped Ireland there, but it was really close. Like in rowing, these bows don't have consistent speed. They surge, and it's literally just going to come down to who got it on the surge. But it's phenomenally close at the finish line there. And then the Scottish athlete, of course, you actually do need to finish the race to score the point. So it's really important that they do cross the finish line, and that Scottish athlete there, Matthew Wilson, did indeed make sure he scored points. Liv, on to the next race. What we got here then?
We are moving now to the A entries of the junior women's singles. So in this race we have in lane 1 England's Olivia Jordeo, Wales' Susanna Youlton, Ireland's Tara Payne, and Scotland's Rosie Hendrick rounding out this field in lane 4. So these girls nicely off the start, nothing crazy, just making sure that they get up to speed cleanly, and they are stuck into this race through the first 250 metres.
Yeah, really difficult to tell at the moment, but to me it looks like the athlete in 4, Rosie Hendry, may well have just had a slightly better lead, but really close. And in the start part of the race, some people have just a really lightning start, but it's really going to come down to, especially in a single, because we've just seen how long these races do take. It's all about the race rhythm in the middle.
It sure is. The what's the famous saying? You can't always win it off the start, but you can most definitely lose it. So these girls, they'll just want to be keeping clean and getting up to speed as best they can. But those girls won't be panicked by the Scottish scullers' fast start. They'll just be trying to inch back through the middle of the race every stroke, a little bit more, a little bit closer, and seeing what they can do as they get into the finish. We've already had 2 pretty lightning finishes in these first 2 races of the day, so hopefully that continues throughout.
Yeah, and just for context, we have a slight tailwind on the course today, And so when there is a bit of a tailwind, it's really important just to let that tailwind carry you down, especially in crew boats. Now these are singles, but in crew boats, like that tailwind can kind of make the crew want to creep the rate up. So it's really important just to keep that rate where you want it to be. Let the boat run.
6 minutes.
Square up early as well. Just let that wind push you on. We cut to our halfway camera now, so some still close races. I think so far, okay, this is only the third race of the day, but every race so far has been really close. And for singles racing, that's really impressive.
It sure is, and that's what we all want here. We want to see close racing. We want to see the home countries giving each other what for, seeing what we can do. Everyone's so proud to be out here representing their nation, and it's really exciting when we can split down into England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales from that larger GB identity, and really see what we can all do and battle it out amongst each other. So brilliant racing, and really exciting to see how this keeps playing out across the day.
And these are junior athletes at the moment, but it wouldn't surprise me, having been selected for the single, that shows you a lot of talent. And then some of these are going to be competing together, maybe at like junior worlds in the future. So I think when you're competing with people and it's a real tight race, when you get into a boat with them, this is a person that I can really go fast with, because they've shown that they're just as quick as I am.
Absolutely. The home international history books are peppered with athletes who've gone from representing their home nation at HIR into junior worlds, under 23 worlds, into senior vests and Olympic teams. So really exciting to see what these junior athletes can do today, and also imagine what their futures will hold.
So just looking out there now, we're soon going to be at the 1K mark. We'll start getting some splits. On the screen at the moment you can see the Irish, Welsh and English athletes. That's Tara Payne, Susanna Yulton, who I remember racing at things like Brit Champs quite recently, maybe indoors as well, and Rosie Hendry as well. Just not on the screen at the moment, but looked like had a good start. So we're hoping that Scottish athlete comes onto screen at the moment. That's Olivia Jordal, you can see just out to the left. And with a pretty commanding lead through halfway here, it's the Irish athlete. This is Tara Payne. Now this is the A single, and about 7-second lead there, but really close between the other three, and so that's going to be really important on the medal standings. But that's a fantastic first 1,000, Leslie.
It certainly is. That's probably the most commanding lead that we've seen at the 1,000 metre mark so far today. It's full 7 seconds is pretty impressive there from our sculler from Ireland. And as you said, the battle really was back in the minor placings, with just a 1.5 seconds splitting second to fourth. So keep an eye out for this pretty domineering performance from Tara there for Ireland, but also keep an eye out for what could be a very exciting finish between the other scullers.
3 minutes.
Yeah, and just the way the scullers are arranged at the moment, even though we're using consecutive lanes, it just looks really spread out at the moment. It's just how it is, from the Irish athlete being so far out in front at this point in time. Obviously get a little bit of the camera perspective as well, but that sculler to the very left of the screen, Rosie Hendry, is right in the mix with those two scullers more towards the right in the red and the white. That's the Welsh and the English athletes, Susanna Yulton and Olivia Jordal. So once again, that really tight race between the lanes next to each other might move them up to the athlete at the front, but it was a really commanding lead by Tara Payne through that 1K, and just continues to sit out in front. I don't know if she's extended that lead at all, but looks really comfortable, really long and really smooth here. There's like good efficiency here. Blades going in, you can see the leg drive, you can see that boat accelerate in response to those legs going down. And I actually really like what's going on with the body here, not trying to do too much, just sitting up well at each end of the stroke. And it's really important at the front end to not collapse down so you can get your catching sharp, and she's sitting up really well at the front end and not leaning back too far as well, which helps you get the blade out clean. And that efficiency is what's allowed her to be so far ahead. Like you can see there, 6:07, and we're just going to wait for those scores coming through, Liv, for the other athletes in this race.
Yep, Tara Payne extended that lead to well over 10 seconds now, but it's still in that second, third battle there between Wales and England. Less than a second separating those two scullers over there in lanes 1 and 2. Looks like Rosie Hendry may have been unlucky being in that lane 4. She's just lost touch with that battle a little bit. Probably tricky when it's on the other side of the lake. Those two scullers have each other right next to each other. They're all up in each other's grills trying to take the lead, and Rosie Hendry unfortunately just a little far separated from that battle and has just dropped off by a second or two.
Yeah, you got the kind of two different things that can happen when you're in the outside. Either you can kind of sneak up, or the alternative is you kind of just lose the feel of the actual like intensity of racing because you're kind of out on an island on your own at the moment. Just slipped off a couple of seconds, but still close. She puts in a massive finish here. Rosie Hendry can definitely get up towards this race, but it looks like now the England sculler Olivia Jordow and the Welsh sculler Susanna Yulton are really battling to get that second place, and it might well be the Welsh sculler who might just have a half length, but it is of course that fantastic performance from Tara Payne that has her sitting pretty out in front with about 150 metres, but we keep eyes on that far side, and it always seems to be a race between lanes 1 and 2 at the moment.
Yeah, that has definitely been the case for, gosh, maybe the last 2, in fact possibly all 3 of the races, so maybe lucky lanes over there on the far side, but brilliant racing there from Tara Payne, who is just going to cross the line. Pretty much guided tour for the other 3 athletes. She's just shown them how it's done, coming across the line there in the lead. And there we go, the battle. It looks like the Welsh sculler Susanna Yulton has just taken half a length across Olivia Jordow over there for England in lane 1. Brilliant racing from them, just locked in battle all the way down the course, so fantastic sculling, and we're just going to round out this race with Rosie Hendry from Scotland.
That last one I think was like shit on Sunday night. Wakes everyone.
Women's under-23 single sculls final. Wales, lane 2. Scotland, lane 3. England, lane 4. Ireland, lane 1. 6 minutes.
So lunches will be delivered to finish tower. And there's a problem.
So we have the final junior singles race. It's the junior men's A final between Scotland, Ireland, Wales and England of course, but in terms of athletes it's Oliver Mayne for Scotland, Michael Dukes for Ireland, Alex Repton for Wales and Ethan Hunt for English. For England is the English sculler, and they're about coming up to 2 minutes into their race. They're probably around the 500 metre mark. So we've just cut to this shot here. Don't worry, this sculler on the near side is just warming up. They're not part of the race. They're not 300 metres ahead, but you can see the 4 athletes there. So the England kit this year is white with a red stripe around the middle. That's the athlete to the far left. The Welsh kit is sort of red on the top half, black on the bottom half. That's your second sculler there. The Irish kit is green top half, black on the bottom half, and then you can see it's kind of a navy blue for the Scottish kit. And these athletes really pushing each other hard here. I say 2.5 minutes in, looks like they're about 700 metres into this race. Got some really good racing again, so we're just getting the 3 athletes at the moment from Wales, Ireland and Scotland, but some really tight racing here, just 4 abreast of course. This is how it works here at Home International Regatta, and we've been treated to 3 fantastic races at the start of the day, and we're hoping for a 4th one, and it looks like it's shaping up to be yet another tight race between these single scullers this morning here at Dorney Lake. So this event is actually hosted by each nation in turn, and it's Wales' turn this year, but we are running this event at Dorney Lake, the Olympic venue from 2012, and we are being treated to some high caliber international sculling once again here on the water. So we've got a really nice shot of these athletes here. So one of the first races where all 4 are going to come through to the timing point on screen. So we just watch as this can be a little bit deceiving because the boy lines are so brilliant here, but we'll just wait as this camera turns. So just got shots up at the top, and it is less than 4 seconds separating all 4 athletes, and you can see there it is just the Scottish athlete out in front. Now I believe Scotland unfortunately have been 4th in the first 3 races, so they're going to want to turn that around. So the Scottish scholar out in front is going to be garnishing some really big cheers from the bank for Scotland. So that Scottish athlete just ahead of the English athlete, but it's really close at halfway. All 4 of these can be in this for the win, and I think at halfway is where a lot of athletes put a move in, and it looks to me like that England sculler is putting a massive effort in here at that halfway mark. Like visibly looks like it's putting a big move in. I think the Irish scullers maybe putting a bit of a move in as well, because both of these want to get on terms with that Scotland sculler who is out in front. But brilliant stuff. I think the Welsh sculler looking maybe just slightly more measured, conserving a little bit of energy through this third 500 metres, maybe saving something for a massive finish. So these athletes have been going for 4 minutes and 40 seconds at the moment. They're going to be looking for the next point now, their next marker, which is the 1500 metre mark. You can see that board in the background. It says 12:50 on it if you've not been here at Dorney. So the lane markers count upwards, so unlike Nottingham where it comes down to 0, here it goes up to 2000. So 12:50 means that they're sort of 12:50 in. Big boards. As an athlete here you can see, okay, that's how much I've done, and then we just do the quick maths. So when they see 1500 they know there's 500 metres to go. We've got a nice zoom in on our Scottish scholar who's leading at halfway by just about a second, and it's going to be really close again. Remember, we had 4 seconds separating all of our athletes at the 1k mark. As you can see, the Scottish athlete just in front. He said that England sculler was trying to make a big effort through the middle and may well have pushed into second place. So the Scottish athlete is out in front, 3-second lead now, but only half a second separating England and Ireland, with Wales just off the pace this time, about 6 seconds behind that. So we'll have to see. Like I say, that Welsh sculler looked a little bit more measured through the third 500, might be saving a little bit here, but really close racing at the front again. But it is indeed looking like Scotland trying to break their duck and get a first win of the day here, Lyd.
Yeah, brilliant racing there from Oliver Main in the lane 1 for Scotland. He wants to get Scotland under some winning ways. Over there, the English sculler on the lane 4 is his main competition at the moment, and they are very much on opposite sides of the lake, so they'll be looking to do everything that they can. They won't probably be able to see where each other are. They will just be battling it out individually in that hole, going deep into the last 250 metres to see what they can do. Ethan Hunt looking pretty strong. He's definitely mounted a charge and looks to be closing up on our Scottish sculler over there in lane 1. Brilliant race from him. He's high on the rate. He's putting everything into each stroke and just ragged through the last 250 metres. Different approach there on the far side. He's longer, bit lower, but just very long strokes, power through the water. Brilliant racing from these athletes. Looks at the moment like the Scottish sculler over there in lane 1 is just holding on, but what can our sculler Ethan Hunt do for England on this side? Brilliant racing there from the Scottish sculler. He did indeed keep his lead. Closed up there, England, then Ireland. Brilliant racing from all of these lads, and we're going to round this race out with our Welsh sculler.
Yeah, so Scotland break their duck. They get a win in the 4th race of the day. They had been 4th in the 3 previous races, but they come storming back with a first place. Oliver Main, fantastic, led from out the start, but that was brilliant. Right, we quickly go back up to the start. So it's onto the under 23 women's race, and so I think there's some really high caliber athletes here, Liv.
It certainly is. These athletes, little roll call here. Anna Brennan for Ireland in lane 1. We believe it's Natasha Phillip, although there was some question mark to whether or not she would be able to race. She wasn't feeling very well earlier. For Wales in lane 2. Scotland, Sarah Haps and Louise Brooks for England in lane 4. rapid off the start here for all of these scullers. It does indeed look like there was a switch for Wales. B. Hughes now racing this under 23 scull. So hopped in last minute, but she looks to have been pretty rapid off the start. She's definitely not been caught napping. She's brilliantly off the start, and the other three scullers just doing what they can to keep in touch with her at the moment by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think B. Hughes is from Bath Uni and was in the mixed 8 at Brit Champs last weekend. I think came second. I think they got the silver medal there. So has been racing, been keeping her training up post Henley Royal and Henley Women's, and so obviously is in shape to jump in the single here. So under 23.
6 minutes.
Yeah, we're just waiting now to see that camera switch. See when we get how they're doing as they've progressed through the race. It's a tough angle, but it looks like potentially the sculler from England, Louise Brooks, was out there to a pretty strong start, as well as B. Hughes from Wales. So again, tricky with these angles. These buoy lines are so well done that it makes the lines just crisscross the lake. But I think it does look like Louise Brooks there from England, who might be just nose in front at the moment. You got a read on that one, or not yet?
Nah, too close to call at the moment. Like, yeah, the Dorney buoy lines are just perfect. Like, if you ever ride along, you know, if you've got like a mathematical mind, it's wonderful. Like, you can just see so many different lines. It doesn't have to be straight across. You get diagonal lines and everything. Stark contrast to, bluntly, how the buoy lines are at Docklands, which are a little bit higgledy-piggledy. They are straight, but they're just not like this. So I think this is just like anyone who's got a geometric mind, it's just their dream. It's just, although I just see one buoy slightly out of line, outrageous. We'll have to tell them someone to move that. So we wait for this camera to swing round to the 1K mark. It is really close racing again here at the front of the race. Looks like this time the Scottish athlete may be slightly behind here, and the English athlete on this side really blasting away. So Louise Brooks looks like trying to push out in front, but there's good speed on the far side from Anna Brennan of Ireland, and then we've got the Welsh athlete in the middle, just riding long and strong. That's B. Hughes, just been parachuted into this race, but we're just gonna wait for these times as it swings through the 1K mark. Nice tailwind. These athletes can appreciate that as they push towards the finish. Looks to me like the England sculler does have a decent lead here. Louise Brooks, maybe just a bit of open water. We'll just see as we cut through this halfway mark. So as they swing around, you can see crossing first at the halfway mark is indeed the England sculler. About 6 seconds up on the Irish sculler, who's got about 2 seconds over the Welsh sculler, and then the Scottish sculler. So it's about 4 seconds.
Yeah, just really lovely sculling there from Louise Brooks. She's keeping it long, keeping it relaxed. She's nice and loose in her shoulders, just making the most of every inch of water that she can hook onto. And so far it's really been paying off. She's just nice there, comfortably in the lead, and she will just be looking to manage any moves. We've seen how fast these sculls can change direction, and seen people take the lead in the last 500 metres, so she'll just be looking to bat away any sort of moves, respond to any pushes from the other scullers before she mounts her own attack towards the finish line for a sprint in the last 500. Well, probably last 250 metres, but she'll certainly be looking to turn the screw as she comes through the last 500 metres.
Yeah, and we've seen in the last couple of races that sculler out in front has had enough of a cushion to just see off any attacks that have come from the athletes in second and third, who are often racing off against each other. So that is what Louise Brooks is aiming to maintain here as we approach the 1500 metre mark. So had about a 6-second lead over the Irish sculler Anna Brennan at that point. So we'll have to see what's happened in this most recent 500 metres. And we can see on the camera here, the athletes do swing through that 1500 metre mark. We wait for that board on the far side to come into view, and it will come into view just in a couple of strokes time. You see there's the 1500. So it will be the England sculler coming through that point in first. Good open water lead over the Irish sculler, who's got a decent lead now as well over the scullers from Wales and Scotland.
Yeah, brilliant racing from all of these scullers, and our sculler from England very much in control of this race now. As you said, Irish sculler just pushed out a little bit over the sculler from Wales. That substitution there, B. Hughes coming in. She's going again in both the double and the quad later, so potentially she's just looking to sort of conserve her energy, finish as high up as she can without blowing herself up for the other races. I'm sure she's got big hopes for both the double and the quad. I guess that's the beauty of this home international race, is that you get the chance to double up sometimes, and the eights later on will be made up of athletes from the pairs and both the four and the Coxless and Coxed fours. So lots of athletes getting lots of opportunity to race, and that's really what we're enjoying through the summer, is just maximum racing as athletes. We do those long winter miles and we suffer through that winter training block. To get to this point, we want to be racing in the summer, and we want to be racing well in the summer, and that is exactly what these scullers are doing today. These under 23 women, Louise Brooks still comfortable in the lead, but she does have to be aware of that sculler from Ireland on the other side, Anna Brennan. She's made a push, she's definitely closed up that gap. She's moved significantly now on B. Hughes from Wales and on Sarah Haps from Scotland. So she's looked to see if she can maximise her points, but I do think this race is going to stay with Louise Brooks from England. Brilliant race, classy performance from her, just getting up, getting out, and then just continuing to take distance. Crossing the line there in second, it was Anna Brennan, followed by B. Hughes. Brilliant race from her. I'm sure she'll be hopping into the double straight back down to the start. And Sarah Haps just rounding out this race for Scotland.
Women's Singles Sculls Final. Ireland, lane 1.
So, just my quick bit of maths here. After 5 races, we have a tie between England and Ireland on 16 points at the top. And then Wales are in third with 11 points, and
Wales,
Scotland fourth on 8
lane
points at the moment.
4.
There's a lot of racing to go.
Scotland,
there are 46
lane
races
2.
scheduled, and we've just had 5. But
England,
at the moment, the early leaders,
lane
having
3.
had the junior singles and the
7
women's
minutes.
under 23 single, it is Ireland and England just out in front at the moment. So we're just seeing a replay of the start of the men's under-23 singles that's just gone off about 2.5 minutes ago. So this is not live, this is a little cutback, and it looks to me like the athlete over there in 1 maybe had the slightly quicker start. That would be the England sculler in 1, but very close. So we're going to cut to the middle of the lake camera, and here we go. So this is what's happening now live out on the lake. If we just quickly roll call our athletes, we've got Ryan Robson of England in 1, Rhiannon Claffey of Ireland in 2, Matthew Hewson of Scotland in 3, and Will Stradling of Wales in 4. So just at the moment, it looks like to me like the Scottish sculler to the left of your screen, just ahead of the Irish sculler, and it might well be the England sculler just ahead of them, but very difficult to tell from this angle. Like we say, it's Ryan Robson of England, that's who's on your shot at the moment, just making his way towards that 1k mark. Might have a bit of a lead here, but we'll have to see how much of a lead, and obviously as the camera swings around, these athletes to the left will swing into view as well. So Rhiannon Claffey of Ireland, Matthew Hewson of Scotland. So you see it'll look like they're closing really quick. That's just the way these cameras, the camera angle works. And then Will Stradling of Wales we'll also hope to see come into shot. But it looks like the England sculler has about a 2-second lead over the Scottish sculler, who has about a 3-second lead over the Welsh sculler, who's just pipping the Irish sculler at the moment. So you can see Will Stradling at the moment just coming through shot, and I say the way it works for the angles, it looks like the Welsh sculler is pressing up through, but it's just kind of status quo as we go through this middle part of the race. But again, some good racing here, just a few seconds between each of our different athletes as we cut to the camera that's near the 1500.
And we had B. Hughes for Wales in the last race, who is a Bath University student, and we've got Will Stradling for Wales in this race, who's also a Bath University student. So a little link there. Clearly Bath is a popular destination for some of our Welsh scullers, and a fantastic programme, and they're doing brilliant things with their scullers, who are becoming very competitive here at Home International. But the race is still with Ryan Robson of England over there in lane 1. He's being chased by the sculler from Scotland. And as we approach 1500, what can they do in the last sort of 500 metres? This is where they're going to be winding up, thinking about building towards the finish line. No heats, no semis here at Home International, just straight finals, so they can put it all on the line early on.
There's a picture changing. Put a hand in there, there's a picture. Yeah. Brilliant, thanks very much.
2 minutes.
So we're going to come into the last 500 metres now, or sorry, last 250 metres now. They are rapidly taking out each red buoy of the last 250 metres of Dorney Lake. It's closed up a bit. I think our Scottish sculler has done everything that he can to close up, and Matthew Hewson has most definitely succeeded in his goal to get close to Ryan Robson. But I think Robson there, look, he's just upped his rate a little bit. He's just made a little squeeze, a little extra push as he comes through the last 100 metres or so. Buoyed on by those cheers from the crowds on the bank. And he's looking brilliant there. Moving away. He's going to finish this race with about a length, possibly some clear water, over Matthew Hewson, who really closed up this race in the closing stages. Brilliant finish from him, and we're going to have a really tight finish here on the surge between Wales and Ireland. Coming across the line, and we're going to wait for confirmation there. It does look like, I think those times might be incorrect there, but we have Scotland finishing just ahead of the Irish sculler. But brilliantly close racing, another bow ball to bow ball finish, and that is what we love here at Home International. So athletes, keep them coming. We want to see close racing to finish the rest of the singles, and as we move through the rest of the day. And we are coming into the senior women's singles now. Across the lake, we have in lane 1, Niamh Cleggannon. In lane 2, Isabel Maxwell for Scotland. In lane 3, Aoife Keane for England. And in lane 4, Georgie Robinson.
Final. England.
Off the start pretty comfortably. I got some big names in here.
Ireland.
Georgie Robinson Ranger, a stalwart of the sculling circuit.
Scotland.
And she's
Lane 1.
been all over the place this year, just
Wales.
taking it out the sculling competitors.
7 minutes.
I think she had a pretty domineering performance here at Met Regatta, or Wallingford Regatta even, and she's going to hope to do the same here at Home International.
Basically grand, aren't they? Disaster things. You just get the sense that all you need is click a wheel and you'll take out half the junior coaches.
Six minutes.
Two minutes into this women's senior singles race, and we're waiting on some times as they come through the first 500 metres. But on our screen, it's looking pretty close, potentially just opening out lane 4, lane 3, lane 2, lane 1, but really tight still. Gosh, less than 0.3 of a second separating Wales there. So brilliant racing, and then just 2 seconds between the Scottish and the Irish scullers in lane 1 and 2. So sort of separating out a little bit in the early stages into 2 sort of match races. But keep an eye out for that Welsh-English battle on the tower side of the lake, because that is mighty tight as we come through this first 500 metres.
Five minutes.
Just chatting up here in the commentary box, Georgie Robinson Ranger, not long back from hip surgery. Probably, maybe this time last year she had hip surgery after some labrum tears, and she's now back in the single, back racing. She's repping her UL cap. You can see her coming from a mile away. She's often got her purple streak. She battled it out at UL for the season, and then joined in a composite with Durham and Leander for the Bridge Challenge Trophy, the first edition of that at Henley Royal this year. And she is just taken a second over the English sculler, Aoife Keane, as they've come through the kilometre marker. She's just going to look to keep extending that lead. She's looking pretty calm, pretty chill there. And just opening up through the middle today.
Yeah, really seasoned veteran in this racing scene, GRR, of course. So, as really comfortable, I think, in this position, just sitting in front, doesn't need to explode out or anything. It's just, you know, keep half a length. That's fine. We can move towards the end. I'm not sure if she's racing in anything else, but it wouldn't surprise me if you've got a caliber athlete that Georgie is. Might use her in multiple
3
events,
minutes.
potentially in the 8, I'm not sure. But really good racing here. It was close between her and Aoife Keane up at the front there, but it was also, again, a close battle, like we've said numerous times. It's all about tallying up points for your team, and there was some good racing between the Scotland and Irish athletes. So that is Isabel Maxwell of Scotland and the Irish athlete Niamh Kilgannon. So those two are still slugging it out as well for third place. As we turn our attention up to the 1500 metre mark, looks like Georgie does have still a slight lead, but it's really close. There's been overlap for much of this race, and we'll just watch as the camera cuts around to the 1500 metre mark to see if we've still got overlap or if Georgie's maybe just pushed out to a slight bit of open water.
Just open water there from Georgie. I think her big strength is the middle K. She just doesn't slow down. She can just keep powering through and just take distance in the middle where other athletes maybe slow off a little bit, manage themselves and manage their effort as they come through the middle into the final stages. She's got just almost 3 seconds now over Aoife Keane of England, and the battle down to third and fourth has really opened up there, with a couple of lengths of clear water, but they're still, I mean, we've seen it already today. We've seen that the margins can close, they can come and go quickly. These single sculls, they change speed very, very fast, but what can they do? Aoife Keane, quick look over her shoulder there. She feels like she's still in contact with Georgie, but what's Georgie going to do? She's just going to hold her position. She's just going to move away and see what she can do. Maybe wrap it up a little bit, up the rate, just up that press through the foot plate as she comes through the last 250 metres, still looking really calm. Aoife Keane, she's tried to close up, and I think she has closed back some distance, but I think Georgie has just managed to keep a little bit of open water over Aoife Keane from England. Over there in lane 1, Niamh Kilgannon looking brilliant for Ireland, coming over the line, probably in third place, and our Scottish sculler Isabel Maxwell is going to round out what was a brilliant race and what was a very commanding performance and a very mature race there from Georgie Robinson Ranger, just managing all of the challenges that came her way.
Half the time.
Junior women's double sculls final. Wales, lane 4. England, lane 1. Ireland, lane 3. Scotland, lane 2.
Well, Dobbs and I have got one more race in the commentary box before the next shift starts, and it is the final race of this singles cluster, the men's singles sculls. You want to take us through a quick roll call and through the points of the regatta so far?
Yeah, so we don't have any points individually at the moment, or I have just written some down, but it looks like it is England just out in front of Ireland, and then Wales and Scotland very close together in terms of the points. What I saw a moment ago is that for Ireland, they're ahead in the junior women's event, England are ahead in the junior men's event, and England are slightly ahead in the women's events at the moment. So I say myself and Liv have one more race to commentate on. It's going to be the men's single. It's the last singles race of the day, I believe, other than I think there's a para single coming up a bit later on, but last singles race of this morning, and we just got a little replay of that start. You can see really explosive stuff as we go off here. It looks like the athletes in 2 and 1 trying to get a bit of a lead over the athletes in 3 and 4 off the start. So lanes 1 and 2, Scotland and England just trying to get out in front of Wales and Ireland. So we cut to the middle of the race. You can see now the rate is not what it was at the start, and that's just typical here. Really explosive starts. Liv, what kind of rate would you want to get up to in a single off the start?
Well, it's been an awfully long time since I last raced in a single, so for me it would be fairly low. But I'm sure these athletes are looking to get up sort of 38, maybe even 40 strokes in the single, and then probably settle onto 34, 35 through the middle of the race. So that's what's going to account for that pretty dramatic visual difference as we look at the stroke rate of these athletes coming down the course. But pretty good start. Looks like we've got the English sculler, the Irish sculler, probably just nose in front, bow balls out there. But the Scottish sculler and Welsh sculler not too far behind just yet. They're still very much in this race as we come through, probably 7:50 and approaching the K.
So it's going to do a little name drop and shout out to Stu Heap, who is the London head coach, because when he was at Birmingham as a lightweight, he could hit up towards rate 50 off the start. I'm not saying it was full slide necessarily, but he would be in the high 40s before settling in. But yeah, just wanted to shout out how high a rate can get if you want it to.
That's pretty impressive. I think I would be in the water well before I hit rate 50, but we've just come through the K. England out there in the lead by about 2 seconds over the Scottish sculler, by about a second over the Irish sculler, with 3 or 4 seconds then back to the Welsh sculler. So 1 to 3 is still pretty close, and our Welsh sculler is definitely not out of this race just yet. So we'll see how this race progresses over the next 500 metres. This is where it gets like pretty deep mentally. These athletes are really going to have to ask themselves questions. What can they do? How much have they got to give through this third 500?
Yeah, so we just had the name Edward Gardner for England, Ben Parsonage of Scotland, his name's on the screen there, Hugo Sanders of Wales, the Brooks beginner coach. He did a little bit of a diamond run this year, thought he'd challenge himself to go and try and get into the diamonds, so I saw him down at qualifiers. And then we've got Andrew O'Connor of Ireland. So good to see Hugo just continuing his comeback, or don't call it a comeback maybe. But we've got some good racing out in front here. So we had, what was it, just a couple of seconds separating the first 3 athletes on our last time check. So we look for the 1500 metre time check and see what's happened here. So that third 500, it's really important to just maintain speed, length and efficiency. It's really close racing out here. I think if I was in a single, I would like everyone just to cave in, but no one is doing that here. It looks like the Irish sculler on this side just pressing hard to try and get on terms with Edward Gardner. So it's Andrew O'Connor trying to get up onto where Edward Gardner is. He is just like 0.4 of a second here, and you can see that effort through the middle, really driving those legs through, picking up the rate again. It isn't just like, I'm going to do the third 500. It's really going early for the line here to try and make that half a second up. And then the Scottish athlete as well, Ben Parsonage, is right up in that as well. So really close racing at the front of the race here. Just a second separating these first athletes up at the front of the race, and it's still Hugo Sanders trying to push on, not out of this by any stretch, but it's the race up at the front that we're going to watch down to the line here, Liv.
Indeed, we've had a couple of two boat race battles, bow ball to bow ball through the last 250 and across the line, but here we've got three of them battling it out. It has been Edward Gardner of England who's been sort of just bow ball in front through this race, but Ben Parsonage and our sculler from Ireland, Andrew O'Connor, not letting him go. Who I can't tell across these buoy lines at the moment, but it's looking absolutely brilliant. I'm going to focus on the screen because I know we're a little delayed, but brilliant racing. It's Ben Parsonage from Scotland. He's just taken his race up. Is Edward Gardner done? It looks like he's just dropped the rate a little bit. He's looking across. He doesn't want those scullers to come through. I think he's spent it all in the first part of this race, but it is Ben Parsonage just continuing to up the rate, continuing to go away, and he's broken through Edward Gardner now. And Andrew O'Connor as well, he really put in a big effort through that third 500, and it looks as well like he is going to come through just across the line. Half a length, a canvas on the surge for Andrew O'Connor of Ireland in second place. An incredible performance there from England, who led the race the whole way, bravely went out, but just couldn't hold on through the last 250 metres. And finally, Hugo Sanders is going to close out the last singles race of this morning cluster.
Yeah, Ben Parsonage on the screen there. You can see the effort put in through that last part of the race on our coverage, and that was an unbelievable last 500 to take the win. So fantastic stuff, and that is Scotland's second win of the day. So there's Ben Parsonage on your screen, just getting that oxygen back into the lungs. Would have put himself into a massive deficit in that back end of the race, but all worth it when you cross the line first.
And this junior doubles race just off the line, but we are going to sign off. We'll be back with you later in the day, and we're going to hand over to Ben Pritchard and Ellen Buttrick, I believe.
Yeah, that's why I was like, are you alright? Give you a hug.
Yes, thank you very much, Liv and Alex, for this morning's commentary. You've just seen the start of the junior women's doubles head off. And we've got fourth over on the far side is Wales, Ireland, Scotland, and England closest to us here in the finish time.
Junior men's double sculls final. Wales, lane 3. Scotland, lane 4. England, lane 2. Ireland, lane 1. 7 minutes.
Ireland? They don't like it. I was doing it to Kayla and positive. She was not enjoying my Irish accent.
So was she new observing?
She was NTO.
And with me in the commentary box, I've been joined by Ellen Buttrick, MBE, a fellow gold medalist from the Paralympic squad here at British Rowing. Ellen, welcome to the commentary box. How is it going at Home Internationals this morning?
Thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited to be back in the rowing environment, and it's going really well. We've seen some good Welsh performances so far.
So on the screen, Ellen, we've got the junior women's double sculls, and would you like to take us away and just talk about some of the rowing in front of us?
Yeah, we've got the 4 women's double sculls coming down. It's looking good. It's looking a little bit choppy on the water, if I do say so. Just a tiny bit. I'm not sure I'd want to be out there, but each to their own.
Yeah, and Scotland have got the early lead coming through the first 500 in 1:46. Wales are in second place with a 1:47.1, and only 0.8 behind them is Ireland, and England are coming through fourth. So that's the leadership going through the first 500, and they're going to settle in now into their race rhythm. They probably come off their start. They're going to try and find their race rate around 33 to 36. I'm probably looking at the videos I've got in front of me. But it looks all fairly tidy in considering that slight tailwind's pushing them down the course. They'll bring the race in nice and tight together.
Yeah, it's looking like a good race to start. And yeah, so now we're going into like the middle aspect of the race. The start's kind of finished off, so you'll have pushed, sprinted through the start, and then you're going to kind of settle into your race rhythm. This is kind of where the aerobic training that we do throughout the season is going to kick in, and we're going to see who's been doing those ergos and who hasn't.
Yeah, this race looks really tight, so I think it's come together in that second 500. And you can see, I think, just that England boat is pushing through now. And it'll be interesting to see what's happening. That middle boat in the middle looks like Ireland are coming through that 1,000 metres in the first. Yes, I called it right. Ireland have come through in 3:40, and England are just so close behind. This race is really tightened up. It's going to be a really interesting second half of this race. What would you be thinking in that, if you're in that middle boat, the Scottish boat that, or the Welsh boat that's in that 4th place at the moment, but you think they're going to push through to the final 1,500?
I think at this point you're probably just going to have to believe in the training that you've been doing, stick to a consistent rhythm, and just push through it. To be honest, this is the point where it starts to really hurt. You need to kind of, as our coxswain in the mixed cox force says, put your hand in the fire and kind of hold it there whilst you get through this point, and then hope you've got a good sprint at the end.
Yeah, this third 500 is really the heartbeat of the race, isn't it? It's where you have to try and give everything you've got. You've got to try and pick it up and make sure that you're still in the race for that 500-metre sprint. You know, our coach used to say that anyone's got 2 minutes in the bank, which is kind of the last 500 of a race. So you just need to make sure you're in there, going through that 1,500-metre marker to try and give it all towards the line. This island double in front of us, Ellen, is looking really, really tidy. You can see their hands are moving in unison. And we've got this Welsh boat looking really comfortable, slightly at the back of the race at the moment, but they are looking tidy. I wonder whether they'll put a big sprint in on this last 500. But it looks like this race is kind of separated now, coming through that third 500 into the final part of the race. You've got that England double out there in the lead. Ireland are putting a push on here. Probably going to come through. Yeah, I think they're going to come through that English boat on the far side. At 1,500 metres, Ireland are coming through at 5:33. England in a 5:34, so that is all still to race for in that last 500. Scotland are slightly behind at 5:37, and then Wales rounding out this race at 5:38. Ireland's race plan was clearly to put a big push in that third 500 to try and get a bit of space on that English double on that far side. It's probably something they've been working on all in winter, so it'll be interesting to see how much they've got left as they start to approach these red boys coming to the final finish now.
Yeah, it's looking like they're definitely pushing back and coming back on the England double. And as they enter the red boys, now we've got England and Ireland kind of head to head, I'd say.
So both boats have entered the red boys now, and it looks like both England and Ireland are starting their sprint early in the 250 metres, coming up to the line. This is neck to neck. It looks bow ball across those two lanes. It'll be quite difficult for those competitors. You just saw a look around there from the bow girl and the junior women's double from Ireland, looking to see where that England boat are, because you know they're 2 lanes apart, so you're not going to feel them next to you, are you? You're going to have to rely on your guts and your race pace. And they're just coming across that window here, and it looks like Ireland have got the slight advantage, coming 3 boys to the line, and it looks like they're going to cross the line first with England in second. So it looks like that push in the third 500 really worked for Ireland. Scotland crossing the line there, and closely followed by Wales, rounding out the junior women's double event. Ellen will be going up the start next for the junior men's doubles. But have you ever raced a home international regatta?
Unfortunately, no, I haven't. I've never raced. I've raced at Dorney before, but not Home International. I went straight from Leeds Rowing Club to the GB team, where I was in the Power 4. So I'd like to have raced for England.
So we can see the next race here on the start line. And they're off. It looks like a fast start there from the boat in the lane 3 in the middle of our screen. They look to get away really cleanly. That first stroke got that boat up and moving pretty quickly, and you can see they've taken the race away, and it looks like they've got an early lead in that lane 3. So in this race you've got Scotland on the far side, on the bank side, you've got Wales in lane 3, England in lane 2, and Ireland closest to us in the finish tower on your right hand side of your screen.
Sculls, final. England, lane 2. Scotland, lane 3. Wales, lane 4. 7 minutes.
Ellen, I know you said you've raced here at Dorney before. What's it feel like to race at an Olympic legacy venue? For these young scullers, you know, the Olympics is the pinnacle of our sport. They come in to race at the home of rowing in the UK.
It's very exciting. We've got the Olympic rings up around the course, and for me personally, when I first raced here, like I was inspired by London to get into rowing and so being on the course, you've got like the warm-up lake, the looping that you know that the Olympians have raced on. You get to go up to the start, and it's great because there's people all along the course who are cheering you on.
Do you think that the juniors will get enthralled by that, or do you think they might get a bit overwhelmed by it on that start line, looking at those Olympic rings just before they take off coming through? Do you think they're going to be thinking about the history, or do you think they're just going to be enjoying the moment and thinking this is a cool point of our sport? And we've just got the 500 splits on the screen. You can see that England have overturned that early advantage from Wales. Wales are in second with a 137, Ireland at 140, and Scotland at 143. So again, this tailwind is bringing the racing closer together through that first 500, getting those boats up to speed quickly and moving. The junior Welsh team have been training here in Dorney all week, and they've been enjoying. So the names of the crews here, you've got Ireland, you've got Art Thornbury and Rory Keeley on this far side by the back. You've got Henry Pendred and Reuben Tinsley in the England boat, who are leading this race at the current moment. And Hamish Gamble and Adam Pritchard, my namesake in that Welsh boat, but no relation, I've been assured, but yeah, my namesake in that Welsh boat, who's been trained by Will King. And in the Scotland boat, you've got Harris Skirvin and Harris Fife rounding out this junior men's double. That English boat has got a nice flow off that back turn. Their hands are going away sharp, they're rising up to that catch, there's no dumping of that stern. It looks pretty nice there.
Yeah, they are looking good, and going through the 1,000 metre mark, they're in the lead now.
Yeah, they've pulled a 4-second advantage over that Welsh boat, which had the early lead from the start. But that Welsh boat is nothing to slouch through, is it? It's still moving nice and tidy, arms are moving away together, catches are sharp. Let's see what this third 500 has. In the last race, we watched the junior women's double. That third 500 had a deafening effort by the Irish boat, so it'll be interesting to see what this Welsh boat can do in a close race with this English double.
Yeah, and also to see how that wind's going to impact this race in the next 500 metres as well, because that's when the last race we were able to like push through and get a bit of an advantage. So that'll be interesting to have a look at. I think also in the lead they've got a bit of a higher rate going potentially. That might be what's keeping them up front.
The standard of junior sculling in this country is just going through the roof. It's ever since that men's quad got something like Tokyo sculling in this country has kind of regained the privilege or the prestige that it should probably have. We are a sweet dominant nation, so it's really good to see these junior men and junior women taking sculling.
Yeah, I think one of the good things with junior sculling as well is because you're allowed to start sculling before you can start sweep rowing. So, and most of us learn to row in the sculling boat. So we're all born scullers to start with, and then we're able to. When you've got like a few good clubs that are pushing through, it kind of brings the whole standard up of the entire country and nation.
3,
So just like that other boat in the junior women's double, the Irish crew have done a massive effort in that third 500 and have overtaken Wales to take that second position. So England are leading this race with a 5:02 through that 1500 metre. 3 seconds after those, you've got Ireland 5:05. Wales is sliding back down to third position with a 5:08, but there is only 5 seconds between first and third, so it's all to race for in this last 500 metres. So Ruben Tinsley and Henry Pendred have led this race from start to finish, and now they've got to find what they've been training for to try and keep off this attack from that Irish double on that far side. What a third 500 and fourth 500 from that Irish double. They have really closed the gap, and both boats are now entering the red buoys at the 250 mark, and you can see the English boat have reacted to that attack from the Irish boat and have lifted their racing and rating, and hopefully going to hold that to the finish. This is going to be an exciting sprint down to the line. They both look clean still in this last 250 metres, even though they're sprinting, they do all look clean. You can see slightly different approach. That English boat have got a higher rate, but the Irish boat is staying long and strong and trusting in the strokes per minute metres. And it does look like here that the English boat, with that higher rate, the higher rate of striking, are able just to keep the lactic acid out of their arms and keep the sprint going. And it looks like they're going to cross the line in first. And they've led this from the first 500 through to the end. What an attack by that Irish double though, to overtake Wales and put clear water into that Welsh double who took the early lead. There's Wales crossing the line there. And that's Scotland completing the junior men's doubles race. And you know, this home international regatta is a really important start in junior racing. You know, this because there are people in our squad, you know, in the British rowing squad that started their journey here. And yesterday, me and Becky Wild went and did the kit presentation at Welsh Rowing, the hotel for Welsh Rowing. And I said to them, there are people in this room that will go on to do great things. And I first raced for Wales at Home Internationals in 2017 in Strathclyde Park. You know, and it was the pinnacle of my career. We are not a Commonwealth sport, so you don't get that opportunity to race in your home nation's jersey. So it is a really important and cool part of our sport.
England, Scotland, Wales, attention.
So we are at the start again of the next race, which is the women's double. And on the far side you've got Wales, then into Scotland, Ireland, and on the closest bank here, and England in lane 2.
Negative, so if you can shout that cyclist. Thank you.
Cyclists may not cycle with the crews on the car side, only on the island.
Thank you. There's actually we've done our best and we've got an acknowledgement.
Men's double sculls.
This Welsh senior women's crew and
England,
the Welsh women's senior team have been coached by Morgan Bain Williams, who joined the Power squad for a cameo appearance in 2022 after Tokyo and came to me to Rachichi in the World Championships. And knowing Morgan, she'll be trying to make this squad have as much fun as possible. You know, she's all about enjoying the sport, enjoying rowing. And the vibe that with the team hotel yesterday was exactly that. It seemed like everyone was having a good time. They've enjoyed their training week together. So hopefully this will be a good result for that Welsh women's double. And obviously, I know I'm meant to be impartial, but I am Welsh first before anything.
Yeah, we all know Ben, don't we? Proud Welshman in the GB Power Squad.
Hi Kyle, race at 500 metres from start as a cyclist with a car side, he used our microphone. He acknowledged that he was not allowed to cycle there, so he put his hand on. And now he's continued to cycle with his crews. Whether someone could meet him and perhaps have a conversation would be lovely. Over.
So in that Irish double, we've got Amy Barrett and Sarah Walsh.
Hard to tell from the pit that he's cycling down.
In the Scottish double, we've got Ava Robertson and Polly Swally.
Scotland, take a look for the swim line, boys.
In the English double, we've got Ella Fullman and Shannon Wheelham. And in the Welsh double, we've got Bay Hughes and Erin Meredith at University of Birmingham / Llandaff.
Right.
So in this race 11, the women's senior doubles, we've got Scotland with a lead, then England at 148, Ireland 149 and Wales 150. So again, what we're seeing is kind of a 3-second split between first and fourth in that first 500. Now, we know that the start is where you get the speed, boat up to speed, and you try and hold your race rhythm after the first 500. But with that slight tail cross, that is really closing the gap, and you're not going to get that same advantage. So how would that change your racing going down the course, Alan?
I'd say it's about kind of keeping your head in the boat, not looking at where anybody else is, and kind of trusting the race plan that you've got in place. In the last 2 races, we've obviously seen people pushing through in that middle 1,000 and getting a bit more of a gap between like 3rd and 2nd place. And so I think it's just sticking with what you know and trying not to let the wind affect you. We are getting some quick racing here because of the wind, which is quite nice to see.
Yeah, so the crews have just come through that 1,000-metre marker now, and Scotland and England have kind of opened up clear water gap to the rest of the field, and it's going to be a tight battle between them for this third 500. But like you say, in the other races, that Ireland team clearly have been working on that third 500 and putting a big push on there to put them into the race. So it'll be really interesting to see what these 4 boats do going into that third 500. This Scottish boat seemed really cool and calm. They don't seem to be rushing up the slide. They seem to be taking their patience in that recovery and then placing the blade and then having a slight moment before getting activated and just picking up all the way to that double. It's really, really, really clean to see.
Yeah, they seem to be getting a lot of movement for when they put that blade in, and nice and smooth through the water.
There's a slight kind of style difference, and that's what I love about rowing, is there's so many ways that you can row a boat. And I know it's a simple sport and you put the blade in the water and you move past the boat, but whether you do that for power, less rate, more power length, or whether you do it with a rate, and you can see that in this English boat. This English boat have a slightly higher rate of striking compared to that Scottish boat, and just seem to have been a bit more repaid by the boat moving quickly. And we've just had the 1500 split, so England are going through at 5 minutes and 30. Scotland at 5:32, so that's still a really tight race for that first and second place. Wales are in 3rd place, yeah, and Ireland will be rounding it out in 4th place. So it seemed fairly comfy for this English double on that far side for most of this race, but it'll be really interesting to see whether Scotland have got a big sprint as they approach the red buoy markers. Alan, did you used to go from the first red buoy marker, or did you used to wait a little bit and then give all the beans from 150 metres out? What was your tactic in the past?
Yeah, I think I'd definitely go from the red buoy marker, but I'd go before that as well. When I was so I did a bit of club rowing last season, and we like to do 10-10-10, so we'll do like the last 30, 300 metres, which is a little bit more than the 250 where the red buoys come from.
So from the visuals here, it looks like that English boat are still sprinting through, even though the Scottish boat haven't reacted. So it does look like English rowing have got a good final 250 metres. So it'll be interesting to see whether Scotland are waiting 5 buoy lengths before they unleash their sprint, or whether that's all they've got in the tank.
Yeah, and I think you can kind of see in the rowing technique of this English boat, they're getting the blades in and they're applying that power very quickly and able to move that boat fast rather than having like that slight pause. They're really like getting the blades in and going for it, and that's kind of the technique that we tried to bring in the fore when I was rowing in it, which is...
Yeah, so that's Ella Fullman and Shanna Wheelahan coming through first for Team England, followed closely by Team Scotland. Then Wales in third, and Ireland in fourth. There you go, you can see the winners there. They seem actually quite composed given that they've just won 1 and 2,000 metre race here at Dorney. You can see the effort they've put in, but it doesn't seem to have been a completely, cardiovascular output. You can see they've worked, but they're not dying over their hull, they're not laying down, they're not putting their feet in their water. Off they go for a paddle. So here we got the start of the men's double. That was a quick start transition. It seems like that boat in the middle in lane 3 has taken that quick rate of striking. That's going to be up in the 40s for sure.
Yeah, we've got, yes, very quick rate, and all three of them seem to be going quite close together as they get through that first 250 metres of the race.
On the far side we've got Scotland, followed by Ireland, Wales in that middle lane, and then England on this closest bank to the finish tower. So from left to right we've got Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and then England.
Wales, lane 1.
I know that I train over 2,000 metres pretty much every single day, but whenever you look at it like that from the start to finish, it looks like a very, very long way. So, especially at Dorney here, when you paddle up and then you turn around to go on the start and you look down that course, it's quite daunting to look the full length of the 2,000 metres. So what I tried to say to the crews yesterday was just to trust in their race plan, trust in their training, and don't get overwhelmed by that.
Yeah, I know in some of my previous races I've got halfway through the 2,000 metres and I've been like, how is it not over yet? So yeah, the 2,000 metres does feel quite long, especially when you're in the middle of racing it. I think sometimes when I've started a race I'm like, oh, I've got this, and then the longer it goes the more I disbelieve.
So from that Welsh boat we've got Ethan Collier and Finlay Murray. In the English boat we have got Jack Bates and Harrison Green. In the Irish boat we have got Aaron Hurley and Daniel Butler, and in the Scottish boat we have got Robbie Waddell and Joshua Thompson from St Andrews.
6 minutes.
And from this angle, it's hard to tell with the lake, but it looks like that Irish boat have got an early lead out here in the senior men's double. And that's just been confirmed by the 500 split. So we've got Ireland with 136, Wales with 137, Scotland with 139, and England with 140. Again, only a 4 second difference over that first 500. So I wonder whether any crews will be listening or any team managers will be listening to that and knowing that the racing is really close over that first 500 metres and then gets bigger as the course goes down. This Irish boat looked like they've got a really good pickup on that drive and then a really good leg press to finish it out. You can see that boat kind of pick up and send there. We're just going through the 1,000 metre marker and it looks like Ireland with a 3:19, Scotland with a 3:21, then Wales with a 3:22 and England with a 3:23. So again, some very close racing here in the men's doubles.
Yeah, and it's looking like Scotland actually have just pulled up into second position after that marker. That was a very good push on from them.
It just shows that, you know, when you're racing off the start, you're not going to win the race in the first 10 strokes, but you can definitely put yourself there. So what Scotland have clearly got is a race plan where they know they're maybe not fast starters and maybe build throughout the course.
Yeah, and it looks like it's doing well for them, this plan.
Yeah, from this angle it looks like they've really pulled themselves back up to that Irish crew in the middle of the course. That's Robbie Waddell and Joshua Thompson, Glasgow and St Andrews. But I really like how this Irish boat picks up that leg drive and how it just kind of bounces through the water. It looks really, really good. So coming through those up to the 1500 metre marker now, it looks like we've got a 3-boat race here between Scotland, Ireland and England. And it looked pretty close. It looked like there was only half boat lengthing in between this Irish and Scottish double. So it's 5:04 for Scotland, 5:04 for Ireland, 5:05 for England and 5:09 for Wales. So it's all to play for here between that Scottish, Irish and English boats into the last 250 metres. I think we're going to have a very exciting race into the line. I'm going to look out the window here and see whether I can see what's going on.
Yeah, that middle 1,000 metres really paid off for that Scottish crew, and they've been able to really bring it back and be in the running now for that first or second position.
Looking out the window here, it looks like that Scottish boat have taken the lead, and I think England have also overruled Ireland as well, and it looks like Ireland are struggling with that fast start, and it looks like they have blown and they are paddling through, because it looks like Wales are also overtaking that Irish boat. So a well-timed race from the English and the Scottish, and it looks like England have powered through in that last 250 metres, but I wouldn't say the Scottish boat is out. They've reacted to that English boat and they've lifted up the race. This looks to be a very exciting last couple of strokes for this two boats, and I think England have just called that over Scotland, but what a close race there between the English and Scottish boat, and it's not all over for this Irish double, and this Welsh double may be able to sneak into third if they can put up a little push now. No, Ireland managed to hold on to third and followed by Wales in fourth, but that just shows that you can't win the race in the start. You know, you can have a fast start, but it is a 2,000 metre race and you've got to race until the finish line.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it was a very well planned race for that Scottish crew. If they could have started that push maybe a tiny little bit earlier, they might have been able to hit that first place, but second is always good as well. So, and we were able to hear a lot of the people out on the banks cheering. When we get these tight races, we get a lot of excitement from the banks, which is always nice to hear at Dorney.
And now we're going to be moving on to our specialty, which is the power racing of the day. For those that don't know, I'm the current PR1 single, and Ellen is the PR3 Mixed 4 rower. And
Wales, England, Ireland, attention, as you were. Ireland, get straight please.
And this is the PR3 Mixed Double. So you'll notice that these boats have got two people in them, and they will have impairments that remain ambient disabilities. So they could range from things like clubfoot through to CP, but they will be able to use a full slide on the boat. So they'll be rowing the more traditional style of rowing, but they do have disabilities that hinder or impair their ability to row a full stroke. On the far side we've got Ireland, England, and on this near side to us we've got Wales. So in the Welsh boat, we have got two people that I know very well. We've got Rebecca Knight and Miguel, and they train in Llandaff Rowing Club, where they're coached by Damien Hammond. Rebecca has a nerve disease which reduces strength and sensation below the knees and elbows, whilst Miguel has a vascular and lymphatic malformation of the right foot and ankle, which restricts his ability to fully flex the ankle.
Yeah, I think we've been told that both these are 20-pointers, so in the Paralympic events usually you have like a point system when it comes to classification, so we classify into 3 different categories: PR3, PR2 and PR1. That's just to make the racing a bit more fair, and there's different points that you'll get within classification, and 20 points is quite a high classification. That's what makes you able to row in this PR3 Mixed Double event, which has recently been brought into the Paralympics. So it was the first event was in Paris, and that was where the GB boat won silver.
That was Samuel Murray and Annie Caddick. So the difference between a PR3 double sculler and a PR3 in the mixed 4 is that they have to have 20 points over one limb, isn't it? They have to score 20 points over one limb. But what the great thing is about rowing is that we are the minimal disability in terms of classification. So we have people that can range from 15 points all the way through to 20 points, and me, obviously, that sit down in a fixed seat and can't use a slide. So it is really a sport that is open and inclusive to all.
Yeah, and we're also able to have these like VI categories. So I have a sight impairment. That's what classifies me for Paralympic rowing. In most sports, you'll either have just like there'll be sight impaired sports and there'll be non-sight impaired sports. But it's quite cool in rowing that you can have the mixture of both.
And I know that John T in the English boat, Miguel and Rebecca are all on the development programme for the Para squad here at British Rowing. And Amalia recently nailed it at the British Championships on Monday just gone. So all of those 4 athletes are trialling for the British squad here in the United Kingdom. So it'll be a really tight contest between that English and Welsh double. Obviously I don't have as much information on the Irish Para double, but it looks like they are in the mix there. It looks like a really close race here. You can see the 500 metre splits on top of the screen there. One of the interesting things about para rowing is how you have to manage disabilities alongside rowing strokes, because you have to try and get people that have different disabilities in a boat, and also in this boat we've got mixed genders as well. So you're trying to mix lots of different things to make a boat move well. And you can see here that 2 of the boats have got the females in the bow seat, and one has decided to have the female in the stern seat. That's probably just to help the boat run the way it needs to run. But what do you think here? The Welsh crew looks unformidable on that far side.
Yeah, they are looking good. Usually you would have that woman in the bow seat because you want ideally the lightest person in the bow seat to be able to make sure that boat's tipped up so that you can get across the water. But yeah, this Welsh crew's looking very good. I think if you compare them to the last 2 races, we had 2 men in a double, then we had 2 women in a double. It's interesting to see how the men and women's sculling styles combine to be able to get into this lead position. Yeah,
and you can see here that Welsh boat has got 3:48 through that 1,000 metres, England with a 3:53 and Ireland with a 3:57. Now part of the problem here will be that Miguel and Rebecca are a tight unit. They train together every day at Llandaff Rowing Club, whereas I know Jonty and Amalia are a scratch crew. They would have just formed this week and created that PR3 double. So it'll be really interesting to see how they progress through the season. You can see them there. This is the first time racing together as a PR3 double. But that Welsh crew, Rebecca Knight and Miguel, look clean. They look like a unified, you can tell they've been doing all those hours together on the River Taff down in Cardiff. Miguel was actually telling me that they boat from Channel View at the moment just to get a bit more mileage in because they can get up to 5k in one leg. So they are clearly a well-oiled machine over there on that far side.
Yeah, they are looking like a very good combination together, and they've got that rate up nice and high. Looks like they've been able to keep it up there. And when you're part of a scratch crew, sometimes it's a bit harder to keep that rate up and to be confident in each other's rowing styles. So, yeah, this Welsh crew is looking very good out in the lead right now.
What I will say about that English double is that Amalia is incredibly young. She's still only a young junior, so she's doing really well here in the senior race with Jaunty. But I am very impressed with how this PR3 Welsh double is moving. They have stepped on massively since I last saw them rowing together, so this is really impressive to see. Well done, Rebecca, and well done, Miguel. This is really, really tidy rowing. You can see that you're attacking it. And we're going to get some 1500 splits in a second. Yeah, so there's Wales with a 5:44.9. You've got England with 50. But you can see that Miguel sets a really nice rhythm for Rebecca to follow there. That Welsh boat is not relenting. You can see that they've started to take the rate of striking up as they approach the red boys. They've clearly got a time they want to go for down this course. You just saw a look over there from Amalia in that bow seat of that English boat. She's clearly looking to see where they are or where the finish line is. It's a long way to go, especially when you're a scratch crew. That Welsh PR3 double on that far side has been impeccable the whole way down. I know people are going to come at me because I'm a Welsh person saying that about that Welsh PR3 double, but I am really impressed with how tidy they are, how clean they're rowing. It is really impressive to see. Miguel, I like the rhythm he sets. Rebecca obviously sets the boat nice and stable for him to follow that rhythm and just keep tapping it down that course.
Women's PR2 single. We will start you with the flag. There will then be a 35.
Speaking to Miguel last night, he had a time he wanted to go for, and I will let you know whether he gets it when he crosses the line. They were just outside it, I think, with a 7:37, but that is a good, really good effort from that Welsh power double. Followed by Jaunty and Amalia at 7:44.5. And the Irish boat are just coming into screen on your left-hand side now. And there's Island Cross. Now you can see Miguel and Rebecca, they truffled to take the win there. I know Miguel will be tamping that he didn't get the time he set himself yesterday, but Miguel, I can assure you that that was a very well raced race. Congratulations, Rebecca and Miguel. Fiero de Lima. Next we'll be going up to an interesting race here at Home International Regatta. We have got the PR1 and PR2 combined male and female races. This is because there was a limited entry here at the Home International for PR1 and PR2 entries. So what we're going to have is we're going to have a race with a time gap system. So what you will see is you'll see the PR1 women's scullers start off, then there'll be a 25-second time gap to the PR2 sculler from England, Sophie Brown, and then you'll have a 35-second gap to Jake. So these are three athletes that I know very well. We can start with Jake in the Scottish PR1 boat, but he is my training partner, my understudy, if you will, and he's just going from strength to strength at the moment. He's training with Tom Young up in Strathclyde Park, and it's really impressive to see how he's going, and I know he's going for a certain time. Sophie in that English PR1 single, she is the stalwart of power rowing here in the UK. She's at every single regatta that offers power racing, and it's great to see her getting that English representation, especially after a very tough year that she's had today. And you can just see Mary there starting off on that far side for Wales. She's a PR1 rower, but she is also a Paralympian returning from Paris. She competed in equestrian out in Paris with me in the Paralympic Games this year. So Mary has represented Wales now on 2 occasions, I believe, and she has recently got back in a boat and trains out of Marlow under Bruce's programme.
Yeah, and I was I had the pleasure of racing and rowing with Marlow last season. A great club and a really good adaptive programme there. One of the leaders within the UK adaptive rowing community.
And you will see Sophie's gone off here, so you can see that she also has stanchions on the boat, but she's a PR2. So the difference between Wales PR1 and Sophie is that the balance in the boat. So Sophie will have the ability to apply some power through limited leg drive and power around the hip, whereas Mary won't be able to get any power through the hip drive and no leg drive. And you'll see Jake here on the far side, he's just going to go off. He's going to go off like a rocket, like he always does when he trials against me. Jake actually is a single leg amputee. So here, you'll have 3 very different disabilities all competing together in one race, which is pretty epic to see and is very different than other races, you know. And Jake will be chasing down those girls as quick as he can to try and give himself a race, you know. And it's great to see that despite no other entries, that the women allowed him to join them, because otherwise he'd have to be sent home.
Yeah, definitely good. It's always nice to get out on the water and to have a race. We actually had a similar experience in at the Paris Regatta in like 2023, where I was in a women's pair. We didn't have anybody to race, and so they put us against the mixed doubles, and it was a really exciting kind of experience, because in para rowing you don't normally have that much competition, especially within the UK, and so it's quite nice to have that racing feeling and to feel like you're behind and to be able to come through another crew. Yeah, I really enjoyed that race.
So in the previous race we watched the PR3 Mixed Double, which was for ambient disabilities. All of these disabilities in PR1 and PR2 are mostly for seated athletes, although here we have got 2 ambient athletes that also can walk. So that's the interesting thing with PR1 and PR2. So you'll see that this looks like the most different from normal rowing, because we generate our power through our upper body and our lower backs rather than the leg drive. So what you'll see these athletes do is they'll place the blade with their upper body, get locked on in the lats, and then anchor off their lats to come through with no limited leg drive. So you might see a higher rate of striking, but a lot shorter stroke.
Yeah, and you'll also be able to tell that they have their rate a lot higher than you'd have when you're in the able-bodied kind of moving seat boats. I've tried to do the rate of Ben Pritchard, and it is quite challenging.
Yeah, and you know, Mary is a very special athlete, because not only is she here representing her country for Wales in rowing, she is a bronze medalist in another sport at the Paralympic level, so she is clearly an elite level athlete. But what I love about Home International Regatta and having para races here is that domestically we don't have an opportunity to showcase what we do, you know, and Home International has always offered para racing, you know. So since I've been in the sport since 2017, I've always had an avenue to come and explore and come and race. And what is great is they're not afraid to do something different to the norm. You know, there's 3 different there's 2 different categories, 3 different races going on here, so it's really interesting to see. And with that time gap system, it does make sure that everyone has a race and will race into the line.
Yeah, I think it's great because we've seen this season a real development in the para rowing events within the UK. So Henley Women's especially, they had one of the largest entries they've had for a para event, and it's really exciting to see like the growth of adaptive rowing across the country, and how these events like Home International that have been consistently opening up their doors to adaptive events are able to showcase para rowing, and how other regattas are now kind of learning from that and like following the lead of Home International.
So you've got to remember, looking at these 500 splits, that's not the 500 metre splits of the race because of the time gap system, but Wales have taken 3 minutes and 6 seconds to get through that 500, then Scotland with 3:23, so he's closed that time gap down quite significantly. I think he has overtaken Murray on the water. Now I know that Jake is working on a couple of technical points, so we can have a look at it, speaking to his coach Tom Young and Will Stockton recently, and he's been working a lot on keeping those hands flat at the finish and giving himself a real good platform to rock over from that hip to get as much length as possible. And Jake, it looks like you're doing a good job of that, I will say that. I would like you to carry a bit more weight over the knee, but you know, I will tell you that privately as well.
Yeah, it's been good to see the development of Jake as well over the last couple of years since he's been rowing, and see how his technique has changed, and the speeds have definitely been coming down, which has been good to watch.
It's very difficult, isn't it, as a para sculler in the UK, because at championships British rowing can only take 1 athlete, you know, and Unfortunately, at the moment, Jake is racing myself, so that means that he can't go to races like the European Champs or the World Championships, but he is definitely of international medal standard, and it's great to see him still determined to race. And I know that at Strathclyde Park, Scottish Rowing are giving him every opportunity to race as possible, and I know that Jake is mixing it along with a lot of Masters racing and a lot of junior racing up in Strathclyde Park, but this time gap system really does allow us to get involved with the sport as a whole. But he is looking really tidy there. You can see he's long, he's powerful, and his hands are staying relatively flat off that back turn, which I know is what he's been working on with Will and Tom. Let's not forget, Ellen, that Jake had almost a minute down at the start line before he set off, and it looks like he has rode through and has ignored that and kind of still gone from strength to strength, which could be really hard for him to do. He could have just taken this race with no competitors and just kind of time trialled it and not really bothered, but he is looking to set down a marker and make sure that people know he's still there, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and I think, like you say, like the fact that it's only that one event and that one opportunity to race for GB, it's great that he's been able to come out here and represent Scotland, and that's one of the reasons why you'd put the amount of effort in that he probably is. You wouldn't come down here and time trial it, I don't think. You've made the drive, you've done the training, you want to show what you're made of and what you can do on this 2K course, and it's a historic course, so why would you not put the most in that you can?
And Jake is a pure racer. He loves to race. No matter where he is, he does love to race. So it's really good to see him get the payoff here. But let's not forget Marie and Sophie there as well. You know, they are stalwarts of power rowing. You know, like I said, Sophie goes to every single event that offers power rowing, and she is flying the flag for community power rowing. And without people like Sophie in the sport, here we are. She's just zooming in on it now. You know, we wouldn't get the opportunities because, you know, it's great for me to sit in my ivory tower and say that there should be more community racing. But without people like Sophie that turn up to those races and show that we can do it, you know, we wouldn't get the opportunities. And like you said earlier, Henley Women's are also one of the main races in the UK that allow power rowing. But it's great to see that here on the international stage. And let's not forget, these guys have now represented their country in power rowing. So Jake here is come center screen. You can see how he differs from a normal scout. He uses a fixed seat. They've got the pontoons on the side of the boat for the balance to stop us going in. And the boats are 12 metres long. So you can see that they weigh 24 kilos. So it's the heaviest boat per kilogram body weight to row in a rowing setup. Jake sets his life around inclusive design and inclusive, you know, making sure that every space that people go into is inclusive, and that's what he's studying at the moment, is inclusive architecture. So whenever I speak to Jake, I just feel that he is all about inclusion and making stuff known in every space that he walks in, and he's such a great guy to train with, and he really drives me to be the best I can be. So it's really nice that I get to sit here and commentate on his racing and watch him do really well. He's just entering the last 250 metres here in the red, boys, and I'd like to see him take up the rate a little bit and just really finish this race off.
Yeah, I think we can see him here picking up the rate just a little bit just to get that finish. And it must be quite difficult, don't you think, Ben, to to finish off a race when you're this far out in the lead?
Yeah, definitely, especially when you've got a 500 metre race to come later on in the day. Don't forget, these guys are also doing the sprints later on, so he's going to be thinking, well, do I want to use all my beans now in this last sprint coming through the line, or am I going to save it to do the 200 and 500 metres later on today? But it's been quite a dominant performance from Jake. You know, remember, he did start a minute down from the ladies, so let's just see what time gap he's managed to claw back and put into him. You know, he recently set a PB, so I'll be wondering whether he's beat his PB today, and I'll be able to tell you as soon as he crosses the line. I don't think conditions are a PB condition, but we'll work it out shortly. and that is Jake coming through the line there. And I believe that was a PB for Jake, so we'll get the time confirmed and I'll be able to let you know after the next break after racing. There he is. You can see that he was obviously working hard to try and reach a time, and I'm so glad that he managed to do it. Look at him. He's obviously spent all his beans, and he'll now go off and cool down. Jake is also a very incredible swimmer, by the way. That's where he started his athletic career, was in swimming, and then he moved across to triathlon and now rowing. And it looks like Marie is still ahead of Sophie Grant-Brown there. And you can see here that because of Marie's impairment, she doesn't feather the blade, so she rows square blade down the course. Now in today, with a slight cross tailwind, that's probably advantage because you get a bit of push into this 250 metre marker, but it's not efficient when it's a headwind. So when I was speaking to Marie, she says she really struggles when it comes to headwind conditions. But that community group out of Marlow, Ellen, it's something that we've been involved in before. We've gone and visited it and we've seen what goes on there. Bruce has really driven, a good community at Marlow to allow adaptive racing and adaptive rowing to continue there.
Yeah, and Bruce is one of the driving forces of the para rowing community, I'd say, within the UK. We've got Marlow as a great para club. We've got Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club, and then Maidenhead Rowing Club are some of the big drivers in adaptive rowing, and that you always see a Marlow adaptive boat out at a regatta, and it's great to watch.
Yeah. Sophie Grant-Brown trains by herself at City of Oxford and out there, so the fact that she makes the drives all the way to that community adaptive races is really impressive. Marlow Town Regatta offers some adaptive racing, Henley Women's, Monmouth Regatta, Llandaff Regatta, and there's Sudbury City, Stratford-upon-Avon. There's loads of para races out there, but it'd be great to get more opportunities for us to race in normal regattas. And Marie Grant here is just coming through and crossing the line. And when I was talking to Mari the other day, she was saying that she didn't know whether she wanted to come back to rowing, but what she's found is the rowing training really helps her equestrian, because it helps her balance and it helps her core for when she's riding the horse. And here we are, we've got Sophie on the boat there, rowing.
Come on, Sophie!
Looking for that line. She's clearly in plane. She's clearly giving it all for that 2,000 metre marker. She's struggling with that buoy line on her left-hand blade, but like I said, Sophie is a great person to be around, and if you ever see her at a regatta, go over and have a conversation. She's just got the biggest personality, and she is all about para rowing and how to make it better. So what a stalwart for our sport. And there's going to be a short break now in racing, so that will be the end of my commentary here this morning. Ellen, you will be staying on, I believe, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I will be. I'll be here over the next break, and then speaking later on today as well. But it's been great to see those para races going ahead, and I always enjoy seeing a para race in the sun at Dorney.
So we will be back at 11:24 for the next race. So there's going to be a holding screen now on the feed. Nothing's gone wrong, but we will be back at 11:24 for the next lot of racing. So thank you very much for listening to Ellen and I this morning, and hopefully you'll hear me later on today, and Ellen will carry on after the break. So just while we're in a break, we are going to have a quick question and answer with Ellen Butcher, a Tokyo gold medalist, while I've got you here locked in the commentary box. But Ellen, outside of rowing itself and being an athlete, you also sit on the board of Love Rowing.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to be on that board since 2020. Love Rowing is British Rowing's charitable foundation, and they started in 2019, and I joined them quite early on, so it's been going from strength to strength actually.
Yeah, and in terms of adaptive rowing, we've just watched the power racing here at Home International Regatta, but in terms of adaptive rowing, that is one of the key pillars of Love Rowing Charitable Trust, is that correct?
Yeah, so the aim of Love Rowing is to kind of make the sport of rowing accessible to everybody, so that each person in this country can, and all 4 countries, can have the opportunity to get the benefits of rowing that most of us that have probably watched this feed or at this regatta already know exist. And so the 3 pillars that we're looking at are increase in participation in community, in adaptive rowing, and then also in state school rowing or young people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds.
And just if people are out there thinking how can they make their club accessible and how can they make their club more inclusive to people with disabilities or impairments, what would be Love Rowing's key takeaways in that area? Like how would you advise a club to make themselves that little bit more inclusive or that little bit more accessible?
I think one of the big issues that a lot of clubs have is this perception of disability and what disabled people can or cannot do, and there's a fear around disability and adaptive rowing because we're not used to it, we don't see it day to day. In these clubs, the drivers like Marlow, Maidenhead, Stratford, they're able to overcome those issues. They're able to see a problem and try to fix it in a creative manner, and I think that's kind of what it is that people need to be able to think outside of the box to be able to do.
Yeah, and we just saw here how Home International Regatta have done that, right? There was an opportunity maybe to not let racing go ahead, but they thought, well, no, how can we make it work? And they just use a time gap system. So for any clubs out there that host their own regattas or their own, spring and summer fun, just think about a time gap. You don't have to race with people of a similar disability or a similar category. You can create a time gap and race. In Twickenham Rowing Club, where I first started rowing, they used to do something called the Sculling Ladder on a Saturday morning, which was a race down to Richmond and back. But basically, your time that week would set where you started the next week. So all I did is I started at the end of the list and then gradually worked my way forward. And I just thought that was such a simple way to make me feel included in the club. And I'm very grateful for that because without that, I wouldn't be where I am today.
Yeah, and it's those people in those clubs, the drivers and the creative thinkers, that are able to kind of make these changes for all the other athletes that are coming through. Which is, it's nice to hear that there's people like that in the sport that are wanting to make it more inclusive and more accessible to other people. And I think there's Ross Rowing Club next week have got a regatta on, and they've actually got some adaptive and mixed ability rowing races.
Yeah, and good old Jackie Bainham Williams, Morgan's mum, is a member of Ross, and I know that they are keen supporters of the adaptive racing there. And it would be a miss for Morgan's mum not to do that, considering Morgan has got a World Championship medal from a power event. So we are now going to go, but both you and I have got our medals on us today. So if there are any rowers out there watching the feed that want to come and have a conversation, please just stop us and say hello. We've got our medals on us. You can have a look at them. You can ask any questions you have about power rowing and or just rowing in general. We're very open. We are in and around the boat park and coffee shop probably. But please feel free to come along and ask any questions about power rowing or Home International Regatta. Thank you very much, and we'll see you later.
Yep. Okay, yeah. Yep. Oh. Okay, yeah. Okay, so the red and green is okay, and there seems to be a telephone here as well. Oh, right, so we go again. Yep. Yep, yep. Okay. Well, I wasn't going to test it all again. Yeah, she's right. Yeah. Okay, super. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. You can start sending the book out. Women's Coxed fours, Ireland, lane 2, Wales, lane 4, England, lane 3, Scotland, lane 4. 4 minutes.
I did the whole journey on electric motor.
3 minutes. Start receiving over. I can't see them on the screen that's showing for race 16, over. Okay, thank you. I'll check as soon as we start this race. We've got to 2 minutes. Over. Okay, thank you. 2 minutes. Start receiving, over.
And joining you now in the commentary box is myself, Piotr Kolawski, and Zoe Thomas. We will be covering the next set of races at the Home International Regatta 2025, organised by Welsh Rowing. Next up on the screen, we're going to have the Junior Women's Coxed final. That is race 16, and we've got a familiar lineup of Wales, England, Ireland, and Scotland. Zoe, welcome to the comms.
Yes, indeed. So we've got the, as you said, the Junior Women's Coxed Fours here, and they'll be starting in about 2 minutes now. You can just see them now getting attached to the stake boats for some lovely conditions we can see down the course here today. We will just give them a few minutes to get aligned and underway.
And we're just getting ready to start. You can see the athletes coming up to front stops, waiting for that announcement. And that will set this race underway. It's a very important moment to get the start right, get your alignment sorted. But these boats are coxed, so there is a person in the boat dealing with directly this, and we're seeing some corrections here from our competitors. All boats must be aligned perfectly before we get that race going.
And as you can see on the screen there, we'll just run through the lanes. In lane 1, Scotland, lane 2, Ireland, 3, England, and 4, Wales.
Scotland, Ireland, England, Wales, attention.
You can see the names of all the athletes just popping out on screen, and we've just gone underway with this Junior Women's Coxed Fours final. Looks like a nice, clean and composed start from all crews. And at the moment, it looks like Ireland with the early advantage, Zoe.
It does indeed. It looks like they had a really good clean start there out of the blocks, and they really look to be powering ahead along with England and possibly Wales as well. But it is really key here that the Coxes in these fours are keeping their crews nice and central in the buoys, and obviously away from that buoy line. They don't want any mistakes here to cost them any seats in this race. It does look like the crew from Ireland might have just sort of been playing with the buoys a bit off the start there, but we'll just wait to move further down the course and get some times in for you. And here we go, they're just moving down now.
You can also see some crews up here in the warm-up also. So we've got our 4 competitors in the background of the screen, and I know from this angle it is difficult to tell, but I believe England is giving Ireland a good run for their money here in the first 500 meters. They do not want to get there. They do not want to let them get too far ahead and close the door on them.
Exactly, and we're just seeing on the screen now, we're coming up to the first timing marker at the 500. We will be bringing you some times very shortly, both here at the lake and on screen. But yeah, as you said, Pete, it does look like the English and the Irish are going at it and in the middle together. We'll just wait for some different angles and some times to see who is ahead.
So from this angle it looks like England could also be in a slight lead over Ireland at the moment, so it looks like a very good stride call there from the English Cox, Alice gelling, and it'll be interesting to see exactly how the rest of this race will shape up, particularly in the middle 1,000 meter portion of this final. At the 500 meter mark, it was Ireland ahead of England, so the angle is slightly deceptive here, but it will be by a narrow margin. In third, currently we've got the home crew from Wales over in lane 4, and trailing behind them in fourth is Scotland, probably about a length behind the Welsh here. Sorry.
Yeah, and you can just see from this angle here, the Irish really are pushing out. Obviously we aren't dead level on the side view, but we can see from this angle that the Irish really are pushing ahead now. They've put a big shift in here in the second 500. You can just see them coming past the 750 marker there, so they'll just be charging towards the 1k now, really in their mid-pace rhythm. They look like they've got a really nice comfortable lead. Perhaps some clear water there.
Yeah, maybe just slightly overlapping or just about breaking away. We talked about the importance of start and how crucial it is to, execute your sequence cleanly and progress onto a good rhythm here. You can see it's just about still overlap between the two crews, but that gap is starting to widen here, and we've got the splits from the 1,000 meter mark. So how was the field shaping up, Zoe?
So as we come through the halfway mark, it is still the Irish who are leading, followed by the English, followed by Scotland, with Wales rounding out the field. And it's super close though. We can see here it's a 3:39 for Ireland and a 3:40 for England, so it's really, really close there, with Scotland and Wales who are 3 seconds apart from each other, but the Scots are about 13 seconds behind the crew from England, so it really is Ireland and England who are battling it out at the front of the field.
So just to run through the lineup here, for the leading crew from Ireland, in the bow seat we've got Annabelle O'Sullivan, in the 2 seat Isabel Neff, Katie Rice ahead of her, Bridget Mahon ahead of her as well, and the Cox Lux Fitzgerald. For the English crew is Georgina Joy, Mia Parladorio, Naomi Bell, Florence Gross and Alice Gelling. In the Scottish crew, Amber Wharton, Isla Griffith, Emily Johnston, Charlotte Meakins and the Cox Hugo McGeorge. And in the Welsh crew we've got Eve Tangre, Lucy Fontana, Lola Jones, Kyla Greaves and Misho Dragnev in the Cox seat here.
Yeah, we've got a great shot here on the screen for you of that Irish crew who are out in the lead at the moment. And there's their Cox Luke Fitzgerald, who looks like they were just having a little look around there to see if they've got the crew from England in their sights. They probably won't be able to see the crew from England yet, but hopefully someone in that crew will be feeding back to the Cox that as they come through the 1500, the crew from England, they're about 2 seconds off, but they look like they're putting in a bit of a charge now. They've still got overlap and they'll be looking to get their boat level as soon as possible, won't they, Pete?
Well, absolutely, that's exactly right. There's nothing to hold back for in the last 500 meters. Obviously, the winners will receive 4 points for this race, so it is important for the overall standings to get your position as high as possible here. And we just had a great shot of the Irish and English crews side by side. Zoe, what do you think is making the Irish be ahead now? Because it does look like both crews are absolutely sending those puddles down the track.
Definitely, but you can just see the crew from Ireland, they're super clean on their entry. They don't have much water going on around them, as opposed to the English crew who do have a little bit of backsplash going on. That Irish crew are super super sharp on their entry, in and on together, and from the commentary tower we can just see they are coming into much better view there. But yeah, they're just really, really clean, and you know, you can be the strongest crew in the world, but if you've not got the technique and the sharpness to back it up, then you're not going to go as far as you could. And they're just coming into the 250 red boys now. How's it looking, Pete?
Yeah, it looks really good. Ireland's just began their final sprint here, breaking even clearer away from England, who are sending everything they've got in those legs. They're firing on all cylinders. But like you said, the Irish are just a bit more cleaner technically. I really like that cohesive movement off the back. I really do believe that is accelerating that bow, and that's why they're in the lead. And it looks like about 2 lengths ahead now, with 1 full length of clear water as we head towards the finish line. Irish ahead of the English, and then we'll wait for the rest of the race. But it looks like Scotland very comfortably ahead of Wales, fighting it out in lane 4, Zoe.
Yeah, definitely it will be Scotland followed by Wales to round out this race. And as you said, Pete, yeah, super cohesive in that Irish crew. Their legs were just going down really nice and smoothly together. They really were moving that boat really nicely together, getting that off the back away together, and that just really, really helps them to get a good early lead. You know, it was only a few seconds they had ahead of the English. It was only sort of 1 to 2 seconds in the first sort of half of the race, so you know, they weren't miles and miles ahead, but it really did help them to just be really smooth, bouncing off the back together, getting the hands away. Really great work there from Ireland.
Yeah, like you said, they really had to grind for that. They weren't so far away at any stage in the race. They just had to inch away with each stroke, and over the course of about 240 strokes down a 2,000 metre track, that does add up to a pretty significant advantage here. And shortly we'll be swiftly moving on to the junior men's Coxed 4 final. And who's in the lineup, Zoe?
So we've got lane 1 will be England, lane 2 Scotland, lane 3 Wales, and lane 4 Ireland. And we will be moving back up to the start very soon to see them attaching to the state boats. And there we go, they are away. And this is the junior men's Coxed 4 finals. And it looks like the crew there from, I think that's Ireland over here, they just looked in lane 4 really, really sharp off that start line. They almost looked like they were rowing much shorter than the other crews in order to get more and more strokes in. Pete, what do you think's better to do off the start? Have lots of short, sharp strokes, or to slowly build up the length?
That's a very good question, Zoe. I believe the answer will come down to the rest of your race strategy, but if you're purely just trying to set yourself up for a good clean start and a good transition into your mid-pace rhythm, I would say go for the longer, more pressed out strokes and just start to build your rhythm. However, if you need to tactically scare your opponents or try and get a quick length up, it's always worth shortening that stroke just to get that extra bit of advantage. Obviously, the more surges your bow will perform, the further afield you will be.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think when you're moving a boat from stationary to really, really fast, those sort of rate 40s, etc., you need to have a platform, so you do need to have some long, smooth strokes in there, as well as the rate. And we can see here we're coming through the 500 metres. Sorry, through the 1,000 metres, and it is the crew from England who are charging out ahead in the lead at the moment. They've got about 5 seconds over the crew from Scotland, who are 2 seconds ahead of Ireland, who are 3 seconds ahead of Wales. So, halfway into this race, they've got quite a good lead, that crew from England. 5 seconds, pretty good. We'll see if they can maintain it.
That's exactly the position you want to be at the halfway point. I think that kind of advantage really grants you so much freedom and a sort of stress-free execution of the remainder of your race plan. Obviously, we're now in the third 500, which is arguably the toughest portion, of the race. That's where the lactate will be filling up those muscles. Your lungs will be burning, your legs will be screaming, but you have to move together as one unit. And what England done is really going to start to pay dividends as we head towards the final quarter of this race. I just want to run through the lineups quickly. So in the English crew, we've got Noah Bertrand in the bow seat, Kuzai Mazi in the 2 seat, Callum Grantham in the 3 seat, Charlie Bowker and Ben Loggy at the front of that boat. In Scotland, we've got
Nicole Martin, Sandy Bain, Luke Renwick, Robbie Lapping, coxed by Natalia Tinch.
In the Welsh crew, we've got Thomas Wheel, we've got Sebastian Buchatsky, we've got Archie Cowton, Barney Shaw and Francesca Tryon Green in a coxing seat. And for the Irish, we've
got Joseph Hedges, Dermot Murphy, Jack Mannion, Owen O'Connell and Luke Ferguson. And as we come through the 1500 metres, it is the crew from England who are still leading over the crew from Scotland. They've got about 6 seconds on them now, which is exactly where you want to be. They're just really chipping away, pushing out, taking more inches as they go on. Perfect position as they come into the last 500, just really pushing ahead, just taking more and more of a lead as they approach the line.
Yeah, it's a very mature way of rowing for them. I think they just really got after it right from the first stroke, and they decided that nothing is going to get in their way. And as we see them here charging towards that finish line here, we've probably got about 350 meters to go, which is about a minute left of rowing. They've got about 2-3 lengths of lead at the moment. I mean, that 6-second advantage is so significant here, so I don't think anything will stop them here, Zoe. And with the current spread on the field, I mean, I can see Welsh have started their sprint early. They're trying to come back on the Irish. There was maybe about 4 seconds between those two crews with 500 meters to go. Let's see how that difference is shaping up as we are now right in the middle of the business end of this race, Zoe.
Definitely, and we can just see out the window here at the finish tower, they're coming into view, and it is that crew from England. They're just looking super clean and together as they come through the red buoys now. They're just starting to wind those hands up a little more. They don't need to go too crazy on the wind because they've got a great lead anyway, so I'm sure they'll be confident that they will be taking the win here today. But yeah, they're just looking super smooth and together as they cross the line now to win this final.
That's a great finish time of 6 minutes and 37 seconds here. We've got really nice conditions, they're nice and flat, but we've got a little bit of tailwind going on, so that should speed the crews up a little bit as they go and show us their best performance.
Absolutely, and next we will be going back up to the start line very shortly to have the final of the women's Cox Fours, and that'll be in about a minute's time. We've got in lane 1 Scotland, lane 2 Wales, lane 3 Ireland and lane 4 England.
So in the English crew we've got Catherine Barnhill, Sarah Heelan, Jennifer Arthur and stroking that Elizabeth Cottrell. Cox is Cameron Moffat. In the Irish crew we've got Ian Gaffney, Ian Mahoney, Sibolni, I cannot pronounce that, I apologise, Emma Fagan and Rose O'Callaghan. In the Welsh crew we've got Aoife Wilson, Heloise Wormlington, we've got Catherine George, Imogen Wollstonecroft and Hermione Hill in the Cox seat. And for the Scottish crew it's Charlotte Glasby, Kirsty McRobb, Maisie Aspinall, Chloe Hunter and Amber Sims. And the race is underway, Zoe.
Yes, and we officially apologise for any terrible pronunciations here today, and yes, we are underway, and it looks great start there for the crew in lane 4 of England. That looks super sharp. I know some of these names, they were in the women's 8 for London at both Henley Women's and Henley Royal, so used to training together. Let's just see if we can find out the clubs for all of them.
At the moment it looks like lane 2 has got a great lead here. The Welsh crew, so fantastic start from them, but the angle could be slightly deceptive, so let's see as the camera pans to the next view how the field is shaping up. But really from that first initial look it looks like Wales probably about half a length advantage here. Lane 1 Scotland not too far behind them, and then the crews from Ireland and England trailing slightly.
Yeah, so as I was saying that, English they are all from London Rowing Club, so they will all be used to rowing together lots. They'll all be used to training and racing together, which is great for them here today, and it's given them a really nice, strong start there. And we'll just wait for some times to come through very shortly. About a minute and a half into this race now, and all the crews look like they've settled on nicely onto their stride here.
It does look like it's Wales up ahead of Ireland and Scotland at the minute here, Zoe, there.
Yes, potentially. It's difficult to tell from this angle. You've got a better eye than me, but we will just wait very shortly at the 500. We shall have some times in for you very soon.
So, to my eye, it looks like Wales ahead of Ireland, and now England ahead of Scotland, who, after a great start, looks like they've fallen slightly behind here and are now trailing in this race. But great to see Wales up in front during their home event here.
And as we come through the 500, it is the crew from Wales in lane 2 who are leading over Ireland, followed by England and followed by Scotland. We'll just hopefully have some times for you on that very shortly, but those are the standings at the moment as they come through into the second 500. And that crew there from Ireland in the middle, we can just see Wales going off the screen there as they push ahead, but we can see the crew from Ireland here now. They're looking super strong, but there is the Welsh crew who are charging out through the 750.
I am not surprised to see Wales doing so well. Obviously their coach Morgan Bainham-Williams has been very vocal and very good at motivating these athletes to produce the best possible performance here and get some real boat speed. Morgan is an absolute expert when it comes to preparing crews. She has led a number of crews to World Cup medals as well on the senior international scene, so you can really see the effects of that starting to shine through, as it does look to me that Wales have just broken clear here with about halfway to go.
Yeah, definitely, P. I couldn't agree more. They're looking really, really strong now. I mean, just look at that angle there of all the legs going down together. It looks really effortless. It doesn't look like they're really pulling too hard for it. They're just pushing the legs down really nice and smoothly. One smooth push off the foot plate, one smooth turn of the hands around the back. It's really, really nice to see, and we can see there they've got a 4-second lead over the crew from Ireland, who are about 4 seconds ahead of England, with Scotland rounding out the field.
That is a very, very healthy lead, and I like the way you phrased that, Zoe. You said effortless rowing, and I was trying to think about what is it that makes crews look effortless, and it's just that easy placement of the spoon around the front, and that blade just sinks in exactly as athletes reach the end of the slide and are prepared for the next stroke. So at that point, you don't have to do anything with your hands. You can just really start to push with the legs and start to really produce fruits of that lovely connection between the spoon and the handle at the catch.
Exactly. You know, when you've got a lead like you do now, you don't want to be exerting yourself too much. You want to just put enough effort in that you are keeping all of the crews ahead of you in your field of vision, so that when they push, you know that they're going to go. But you don't want to exert yourself too much that if they do start to push and come back on you, that you don't have enough to go back on them. And we can see the crew from Ireland there. They are just trying to close that gap as much as possible, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough at this point. This crew from Wales are a force to be reckoned with, and again, a great shot there. It just looks like they're not, you know, obviously they're working hard, but as they come through the 1500 now, it just looks like they're just having a nice paddle. Like they're working hard, but it doesn't look like they're working hard.
I know exactly what you mean, Zoe. When you compare their rate to the rate of the English crew, that's really starting to become evident here. Wales looks like they're rating probably between 30 to 33 strokes a minute here for me. So if they were to be challenged by the Irish or the English crew in a crazy turn of events here, they could really go through and wind up through some gears in order to really pick up that boat speed should they need to. But at the moment they're just enjoying it, and they should, because they've rowed so well throughout this whole race. I believe they'll be feeling great heading towards the red boys here, Zoe.
Definitely, and they've got, you know, about 7 seconds on the crew from on the crew from Ireland there, so it's quite a substantial lead, and something crazy would have to happen, as you said, for them to take over in this last 250. Now they're just coming up to the red boys. We can see from the finish tower they're coming into view now. It does look as though the Welsh are just starting to take that rate up a bit, spin the hands. Perhaps that is a reaction to seeing the rest of the field also starting to bring that rating up. So they are just rating slightly higher, but still looking super smooth and cohesive, not putting down too much extra power. They can tell that they don't need to, but they are just spinning those hands up ever so slightly just to make sure that the rest of the field, including the crew from Ireland, don't get any closer to them as they come up to the line.
Yeah, the crew from Ireland needs to be really wary of the sprint now being executed by the English. What a great charge here, and then led by Cox Cameron Moffat here. And as we head now here towards the finish line, Wales is first across the line, so well done to that crew, and also well done to the Cox Hermione Hill for executing a beautiful, beautiful race plan.
Yeah, couldn't said it better myself, Pete. And next up, we will be moving back to the start line. In about a minute's time, we will have the final of the men's Coxed 4. In lane 1 is Wales, lane 2 England, lane 3 Ireland, and lane 4 Scotland.
So I might be slightly biased for this race, but the crew in lane 1, the Welsh crew, is coached by my very good friend Tom Clark, so we'll be wishing best of luck to the Welsh crew. And the lineup looks as follows: Tom Powell, George Fraser, Henry Fraser and Taryn Burkett. For England,
it's Ethan Leonard, Kieran Rushworth, Benjamin Ferris, Joseph Hoyland, coxed by Oliver Joyner.
For the Irish crew, it's Adam Grace, Cathal Monaghan, James Murphy, Rory Buckley and Noah Gilliton.
And for Scotland, Ben Nussey, Josh Matthews, Murray Bone, Henry Blackwell, coxed by Georgia Duncan. And we are away. We're about 10 or so strokes into this now. Looks pretty clean from all crews. How's it looking with your really sharp eye, Pete? Who do you think's ahead at this stage?
Unbelievably quick start here from Scotland. Look at those spoons, they're just sinking, they're just going for it, like rating so much higher than the rest of the crew, and it does look like they're out in front. However, it is the battle of the outside lanes as Wales isn't having any of it, and they're also going for it. I know they're really up for this race. I know they're very prepared. They want to make their country proud here, particularly at the home event here, and I can't wait to see how the field is looking once the camera spins, Zoe.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't agree more. It does look like from this angle that it is the two outside lanes, but it does look like Scotland, as we can see coming into shot now, do look like they've slightly got the edge over the rest of the field.
And I'm looking at England as well, because it looks like they maybe had a little bit of a slower start than the rest of the field. Maybe perhaps they played it safe, because they know the real speed for this crew does come in the 3 next 500s. So maybe they're just trying to suss out the field and see how much exertion they will need to leave behind in order to get the ultimate success here in this race. But at the moment, neck and neck between Wales and England. Scotland has dropped their rating. I believe they're now really starting to press out that rhythm a little bit more, and we're preparing themselves for a massive workload in the next middle K of this race.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll be getting a slightly different camera angle very shortly, so we can really see what's happening, and we will also have some times for you shortly. But we're just 2 minutes into this race now, and it does look from this angle that that crew from Scotland is really pushing out, with Wales hot on their tail. And we come through the 500 metres now, times very soon.
Yeah, what I like from this Scottish crew, they're just running really flat, really horizontally. There's not too many wasted motions. That boat is moving exactly the way it's supposed to. It's set, it's not wobbling too much. The athletes have really worked themselves a lovely platform to work upon. And it looks also great charge from England here in the second 500 of this race. Now have taken a lead over Wales by about a half a length here, Zoe.
Yeah, definitely. It does look like they are really coming back on them now, which will wake up the Welsh a bit, I think. They'll have to find something to come back on. But yeah, that crew from Scotland now, as we can see at the bottom of the screen, really charging ahead now. But you know, they don't have a big enough lead from this angle by the looks of things to settle down, and it does not look like they are settled down too much yet. They're still keeping those hands spinning as we come through the K. These deceptive camera angles, because look at that, they've got about 6 seconds, on the crew from England, who are 3 seconds up on Wales, who are 1 second up on Ireland. So it's all to play for still at this point, Pete. We're halfway through, and you know, that is 11 seconds between Scotland and Wales, but there's still time for this all to change.
There's still time. Maybe Scotland has gone off too hard. It doesn't look like it. Their coach, Colin Williamson, the head coach of the Scottish Federation, has been doing a great job both with Edinburgh University but also taking the Scottish athletes up through the ranks. England is fancying themselves coming back on the Scottish here, and Welsh, I just saw a couple of looks there from the bowman. They're trying to really measure their speed against the English and not let them go. I know they would like to finish in the top 2 for this race for sure.
I'm sure they would, as would everyone. But at the moment, it is still that crew from Scotland who are storming ahead over the crew from England, followed by Wales, with Ireland rounding out the field.
Yeah, and the gaps are starting to widen here a little bit. It looks like almost a length, perhaps even some clear water between England and Wales. So great work from the English here. And Scots are powering on. There's no stopping this crew. And look at them, such nice, loose, relaxed rhythm, but it's so punchy, it's so effective. And it looks like miles and buckets of clear water here, Zoe.
Yep, definitely. And we're just coming into the 1500 now, and it is the crew from Scotland who are still leading the field. They've got about 7 seconds over the crew from England, with Wales 6 seconds behind, followed by the crew from Ireland just 1 second behind. So it really is that battle now between third and fourth for those all-important points.
I mean, going through the 1500 metre mark, Wales was slightly ahead, but the camera angle did just give away the fact that Ireland have taken the lead over the Welsh, and they are now in the 3rd position here as we are charging through to the line. We'll start to see the red boys soon here, but we are in the business end of this race, so let's see who gets however many points. Can the Welsh pick that raid back up and fight off any advances from the Irish here, Zoe, or is it too late?
It's too hard to call. I don't want to call it, but I'm looking out the window now at the finish tower, and I can see the crew from Scotland there. They are just really charging on now. They've got such a substantial lead over the rest of the field, but they're not letting up still. They want to cross that line as far ahead as they can from the rest of the field. And here they are charging up to the line now. They will be taking top points and the win here in this men's Coxed 4 final today, and it will be England to follow. And I can't quite see from this angle, but it's super close between the crews from Ireland and Wales, but it does look as though it will be the crew from Ireland who will just pip the Welsh to the line here today.
Yeah, great work from the Irish. They've really consolidated their rowing. They've really worked on that race strategy here, and that's paid off as they are now 2/3 of a length crossing the line ahead of the Welsh here. What a dramatic turn of events here, from a great start from the Welsh crew to now finish 16 seconds behind the Scots. What do you think that difference comes down to, Zoe?
Gosh, I'm not sure. You know, I think it's all about how they strategize their race, really, and how the Cox, when the Cox gives them the calls, they've really got to work together here to listen to their Cox. Some people might decide to put their biggest push in earlier on in the race to get themselves ahead of the field. Some people might save it for the finish and hope that it's enough. Who knows? But next we are bringing you the junior women's Coxless 4s, and in lane 1 it's Ireland, lane 2 Scotland, lane 3 England, and lane 4 Wales. And for the Irish we've got Meath Kelly, Amy Roberts, Emily McEntee and Juliet Ferte.
For Scotland it's Zoe Cochran, Iris Barr, Katie McKendrick and Sophie Swanson.
And for England, Livy Frampton, Francesca Wilson, Rebecca Purps and Georgie Wells.
And finishing off with the Welsh crew, Lucy Thornton, Francesca Ferrara, Hannah Schlotman and Anastasia Greenway-Robbins here. And we are underway here in the junior women's Coxless Force final. And I'm looking at crew from lane 3, the English crew are now off to a blisteringly fast start, Zoe.
They really are. They are hot out of the blocks here, as they all are. They're racing not just for the win here, but those all-important points to get them higher up in the standings as possible. But it is that crew from England who really look like they have put in a great shift in this first part of the race.
At the moment, also a great scrap here between Ireland and Scotland here in the lanes 1 and 2. And Wales currently, it looks like they're in 4th place, but this is just the start of the race, and perhaps they've got something hidden up their sleeve that they can show us as we power on through the 2,000 metre course.
Yeah, time will tell, and as I was saying before, some crews will put everything into the first half of the race in a bid to get an early lead and hopefully maintain that lead. Some crews will sort of save something for sort of the third 500 or towards the end, so everyone's going to have a different strategy here.
And I think it's really important to highlight that whilst the crews may be aware of each other's speeds, it's largely unknown until you're really in the middle of the race course, Zoe. So as a Cox, if you were to take the crew through a race strategy like this, when you're not quite aware of how fast the crews around you are, do you row your race or do you try to control it from the start? What's your go-to in this situation?
A bit of both, really. You've obviously got to row your own race and not let the outside noise get to you too much. You've got to back yourself and go for your strategy. But as a Cox in a Cox 4, you are relying on your crew to react to what's going on around you and feed that back to you. So for the start, absolutely row your own race, do what you do best and what you know works for you, and then as you get through, once you've sort of started to settle onto your rhythm, have a look around, see what everyone else is doing, perhaps adapt the pushes as you go through. If what you've got planned isn't working for you and you're dropping back or you're about to lose a battle with another crew, then you obviously need to react on the spot and make some changes to. But yeah, you'll let the crew know, say, right, okay, change of plan, we're going to do this push now instead of in 250 because we need to go now. So yeah, it's all about thinking on your toes, but doing what you do best as well.
Sometimes you just have to throw your race plan out the window, particularly when the speeds of other crews are a mystery here. And that's what's so exciting about the Home International Regatta, because none of these crews will have been rowing in this combination for that long of a time. Obviously, most of these athletes will either been coming off the trial system or racing at Henley Women's, Henley Royal, Club Championships here. But on the screen here, we can see a great charge from the English team. They are just so explosive, aren't they, Zoe?
They really are. They're putting a great shift in now. They're moving really nicely together, and they're really pushing through the field now to get. Not quite sure if they've broken the chain yet at this point, but I think they are about to very shortly. Yeah, it looks like they have that, and we can see the times here. They are leading by about 3 seconds over the crew from Scotland, followed by Ireland and followed by Wales, and that's a really great gap there between first and fourth, Pete. They've got a really good lead there over the rest of the field.
Yeah, I don't think the position of England is in danger for the rest of this race. Obviously, a 12-second gap will be so difficult just purely in terms of physical speeds, and the laws of mathematics will be almost impossible to overcome unless something really drastic happens. But I think Scotland hasn't had their final say in this race yet, Zoe. They're only 2 seconds behind the English, and it's still all to play for. Despite that seal of open water being broken, the Scots definitely know how to fight from behind.
They do indeed, and we know we've still got half of the race to go, so it is all to play for still. There's still time for the crew from Scotland to to put in a big shift, and if they catch that crew from England napping, then it could be theirs for the taking. They just have to. Their Cox, as you said, might have to throw the race plan out the window. Might have to make some changes at this point, and we need to take that win. So yeah, time will tell.
At the moment, the crew from England isn't taking any risks. They've actually increased their length to about nearly 2 lengths of clear water here, and they are still charging. That rate isn't coming down. The bodies are still swinging and firing, and just look at how nicely that bow is rising out of the water. They really know how to move a boat well together, though, Zoe.
They do. It's really, really nice to watch, and we can see that as they come into the final 500. The crew from England are leading over Scotland by about 5 seconds, and the remainder of the field are just coming through the timing marker now. It's Ireland with 4 seconds ahead of Wales. But yeah, lovely shot there of the whole of the field, and is that crew from England who they do look like they are just taking their rate up a bit more now, Pete. Perhaps this is a reaction to a push that they can see from Scotland. Perhaps the Scots are closing that gap, and this is their response.
Well, this also won't be their final race of the season, as they will be participating in the 500-metre sprints later on. But we spoke about how nice the conditions are here. You're on the iconic Dorney Lake track here, and if you're really far ahead, why not take the rate up and see how far you can push it? How much of an advantage can you win by? I think that's a great question to ask yourself. And also, if the crew's feeling as good as it looks on the screen in the boat, that would be a wasted opportunity, Zoe, if you didn't take that.
It would, but you've also got to ask yourself, can you maintain that? If you're taking the rate up to see how much you can win by, can you maintain it all the way? You don't want to blow too soon and then give another crew the opportunity to come up on you. So yes, push yourself, but make sure you've got something left if that other crew comes up. But I do think, looking out the window now, it is going to be England taking the win here today quite comfortably. There's no chance now at this stage of the crew from Scotland taking that from them as they come to cross the line now in this Junior Women's Coxless 4 final.
And you can see the celebrations from the English crew, just athletes giving each other congratulations. All that effort well spent. They've gotten 4 points for Team England here, and it looks like they're really starting to shoot so far ahead of everyone else in that ranking, Zoe.
Yeah, definitely. They've had some real success here today, so it'll be interesting to see what the scores are at the moment with those all-important points. Hopefully we'll be able to get an update on that soon.
And that is nearly a 30-second advantage between England and Wales in 4th place. That is just astonishing difference in speed, really. But
yeah,
they worked hard for that.
Indeed, they did work hard for it, as they all did. And next we are on the start line. Race is underway for the Junior Men's Coxless 4 final.
We've got lane 1, Ireland, Arthur Shoda, Donaka Donnelly, Harry Murphy and Fionn Moulds. In lane 2 we've got England, Benjamin Hughes, Ben van Broekhoven, Felix Sitter and Nicholas Elton.
In lane 3, Wales, Archie Jones, Oliver Coombs, Rob Sagar and Yehar Selev. And in lane 4 for Scotland, Cameron Khan, Owen Coots, Sam Roxburgh and Tom Morrison. And how's it looking as we come off the start, Pete?
At the moment it looks like a little bit of steering difficulty between lanes 1 and 2. They seem to be converging towards each other. At the moment I think, when 2 people are fighting, I think the third one gets the advantage. I think exactly that's what Welsh are doing here. I hope to see a slight turn of events compared to what we've been seeing in the past few races. Their Welsh coach Will King has been doing fantastic work with the juniors all around the season, organising many training camps and just really developing these athletes for future success. And we can now see on the screen the team points here. So England leading with 59 points, behind them is Ireland with 46, Scotland with 40, and currently in 4th place is Wales with 36. So a little bit of work to do, but I believe if they have a good clean race here, they can start to chip away at that advantage that everyone else has.
Definitely, it's certainly not over yet, and as we move down the course, as you said, it did look like the crew from Wales had really taken advantage of the little sort of scrap there between England and Ireland, and we will wait to get some time shortly. But here we have the crews moving down the course, and even from here it does look like the crew from England and Wales look to be ahead of the rest of the field.
Certainly a great start from the Welsh and the English. English are putting up a fight with the Welsh, but I really love the aggression that I see here around the front end and the back end from the Welsh crew. I think they want to really turn those events around and show that there is still a bit of a fight left in the country of the Dragon here. And if you're looking at the screen, you might look at the weather and think, wow, that is getting quite dark and cloudy. It might be slightly deceptive on the screen. The conditions look a little bit better in person, so hopefully we can avoid the rain and have some nice clean racing. Wow, what is England doing, Zoe? It looks like they've just pushed themselves ahead of the Wales.
It does, but it does look like the umpire is warning someone. I'm not sure if that's the Irish there. It might be the Irish that they're warning here. They look like they're getting cosy with the buoy line there and encroaching into England's water. But yeah, definitely from this angle it really looks like England have put a great shift in here, really pushing ahead. Even from this angle you can tell that they are really pushed out ahead of the rest of the field. I wonder if that was something that they pre-planned, or whether they thought, okay, now's a good time for us to go and to walk away from the rest of the field. And as we come through 3 minutes into this race now, look at that great shot there. We've got side on of them. You can just see all the legs going down really nice and smoothly together. And they're just coming through the next timing marker there. There we go, 1,000 metres. Confirmation they are in the lead there over the crew from Wales by about 6 seconds, followed by the Irish, who are hot on the tails of the Welsh, about 1 second behind, with Scotland about 4 seconds behind them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. An unbelievable sprint from the English here. What a way to sort of set your dominance over the rest of the field here, because now everyone else has to be focused on chasing you, whilst you just get to row your rhythm and control the race from afar in front. And obviously we talked about what is it that is making this English crew row so well. Well, 3 of these athletes are actually club mates, so they will have been rowing together year round, so they know exactly the training they've gone through, the preparation. They know how fit they are, how strong they are, exactly how to row that boat, and I think that's really showing its dividends here, Zoe.
Yeah, exactly. So as you said, Pete, these 3, Felix, Ben and Benjamin, all from King's College School Boat Club, with Nicholas from Dulwich College Boat Club. So exactly that, them rowing on the same programme all year with the same coach, probably in boats together a lot. They'll really know how to row together as a trio, and then obviously just slotting in one person, it's easier for one person to sort of slot in and pick up how you row than 4 people who've never rowed together. And you can see here today, I mean, look at that. Who knows, they might have done composites together in the past as well at other races, but they just look like a really tight unit there as they come into the final 500.
They really do, Zoe, and like you said, it's easier to slot one person into a crew of 3. That was actually the story of when I competed at Home International Regatta here in 2016. We had one guy from Broxbourne Rowing Club, and together in Cardiff Bay in 2016 we managed to also come away with a win. So there is something to be said about that strategy for success. And we've got times with 500 metres to go. England some 12 seconds ahead of Ireland, who have now edged themselves 0.7 of a second ahead of Wales. But I think the Welsh haven't had their final say here yet, and look at them starting to wind that rate up. They're really going for it, aren't they, Zoe?
They definitely are, and they'll be able to have them in their sights. They'll see that overlap that they've got with them, and they'll think, right, okay, this is where we go for it now. This is where we make our move. It's now or never. And I just think, if you're not going to go for it now when they're that close to you to see if you can get that second, then when are you going to? You've got to just decide to make that move, and that's exactly what the Welsh are attempting to do right now. And we look out the window of the finish tower here, and that crew from England, Pete, just look at them. They are storming ahead. It just looks so relaxed, though. They don't look like they're really yanking at the handle or anything. It looks really smooth and cohesive. And look at the boat speed they've got as they come through the red buoys. It's incredible to see.
Despite being so far ahead and rating slightly lower, they are still the fastest moving boat on the course. And I'm looking over at the sprint for Ireland here for second place. Wales have taken it up but Ireland are responding, and I still think they're ahead ever so slightly. They're rating about 2 or 3 strokes a minute higher, and I think with about 50 to 100 meters to go, that's going to be the key component of who comes out ahead here, with about 2/3 of a length lead ahead of Wales. Ireland about to cross the line, maybe half a length now. The Welsh have closed it down, and the Scots coming through now as well. You can see the confirmation, 1.3 seconds between the Irish and the Welsh, and England with a 15-second clearance, Zoe.
Yeah, and you can see we're just looking out the window low. Lots of these athletes in the crews are sort of keeled over, lying down. It just goes to show they really gave it their all there in the final sprint there. They did not let up till the final stroke, which is great to see. They were all really going for it. And next up, we will be back at the start line for the final of the women's Coxless fours. In lane 1, Scotland, Penny Irvine, Olivia Burns, Amy Newton and Grace Dawson.
In lane 2 we've got Wales, Lucy Edmonds, Millie Harrell, Imogen Bantic and Violet Holbrook-Brooksbank.
In lane 3 from England, Helena Barton, Emily Strange, Tara Grimsley-Moore and Francesca Lido.
Over in lane 4 you've got Ireland, Louise Forrester, Ela O'Neill, Amelia McLear and Alyssa Mannix.
And here they are on the start line now. Just see some slight adjustments. They're just making some taps to get themselves straight, and the race has started. Oh gosh, unfortunately it looked like the crew there from Wales just had a slight, someone was napping on the start line there. They weren't quite off together, but it looks like they've recovered it really, really nicely. And it looks like that crew from Ireland and England have perhaps just got a jump on the rest of the field.
I'm looking at Scotland in lane 1. I think they're really using their outside lane advantage here in order to catch their opposition sleeping. It looks like half a length advantage at this point, Zoe.
Well, as I said, you've got a better eye for these things than me from this angle, but yeah, it definitely looks like the two outside lanes 1 and 4 of Scotland and Ireland have got a jump on the rest of the fields. For me it looks like the Irish are ahead, but as I said, your eye is also always better than mine, so we will wait for a different camera angle and for some times to come in, but a pretty clean start by all.
I'm looking at a little bit of steering difficulty over from Scotland. They're now looking to go into the other outside lane here, which I think they will need to correct quite soon if they don't want to cover too much of a distance here. And I think that mishap perhaps will be taken advantage. England will take advantage of that.
Absolutely, you always need to be paying attention. Not paying too much attention to what's going on around you, because you need to race your own race, but you also need to see what your opposition are doing to make sure that you can react to them. So if somebody else is having an issue with the steering or something, then you can play that to your advantage, as they are doing here today. And we can just see the crews now moving ahead as we come through the 500. The times are, it is the crew from Ireland who are leading
well, look
over.
At that, Zoe.
Sorry?
Look at that, Zoe. You were right.
I was right. I was right for once. My eye didn't fail me this time. It is the crew from Ireland who are leading over England by just 0.7 of a second. Super, super close. With the crew from Scotland who are 1 second ahead of the crew from Ireland, with Wales about 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds behind. So it's a really, really tight field still at this point, which is really exciting.
That's exactly what we want to see. Let's see where the point division will go in this race. I don't think we've got such a clear leader as in those junior events here. Obviously the standard for the seniors will be a little bit more mashed up. These athletes will have had to go through trialling system as well in order to get those. And yeah, great scrap between England and Ireland, and Scotland just not too far behind. Can the Welsh stay with the rest of the pack here, Zoe?
I definitely think they can. At this stage the field is so tight, those margins are so narrow. You look at the times of the English and Irish and you think, okay, it's these two who are going to be battling it out to the line, but actually everyone has got an opportunity to come out on top in this race at the moment with these times. And we're just looking at this side on now, and there is the crew from England who are moving along with the crew there from in the middle, and look at that.
Look at that Scotland ahead, though.
It's all to play for. That's what I said. It can always change, and Scotland have jumped ahead, just 1.4 second ahead of the crew from Ireland, and England dropped back to third with Wales rounding out the field. But it's only 4 seconds between third and fourth, so there's still time, and between first and fourth, 6 seconds. So not a massive gap. Still time to make it up.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes of rowing left, second portion of this race. I believe we've got a great race on our hands here, and like you said, the field is still tight enough so all the crews can have a go at getting those points. And yeah, I'm looking at that great speed from the Scottish crew. It looks like they've maybe sorted out those steering difficulties that they had earlier on, and that allowed them to just reach that higher level of speed here with the great advantage they had at the halfway point. It was 1.4 seconds, which is about half a length here, perhaps a little bit more. And then English still in the fight just behind the Irish, so the English and the Irish crews can sort of use each other to measure up that speed and then potentially make a joint charge at Scotland, as we'll be heading towards the final 500 soon.
Definitely, they've all just got to be really clever now with their race plan and decide who's going to go first. They're probably sort of sat there biding their time, thinking, I don't want to go too soon and spend all my energy, but I don't want to be left behind. So when do they decide to go? And it's that crew from Scotland who are still in the lead, but England, as you can see here, they are super hot on their tails now as they come into the last 500. They are going to be pushing them for that coveted first place. We can see there they have pushed out to a 3-second lead, Scotland over England, with Ireland 3 seconds behind and Wales a further 3 seconds. So that gap is closing. They are still really bunched together. Anything can happen now in this final 500 as we look out the window and we can see them coming towards the finish.
I think looking at the style of rowing of all the crews across the field, I think the Scots do look the best, and that's why they are so far ahead. With 3 seconds, that lead must not be discounted, because mathematically to even make that up in the space of 500 metres, where you're looking at about a minute and a half of rowing, it's going to be so difficult. So the Scots can now enjoy sort of getting into this red boy territory here and try and wind that rate up to fend off the English. But look at what Wales is doing, Zoe. I think they're coming after Ireland.
They definitely are. They're not giving up. They're feisty, those Welsh in the back there. They're not going to let the rest of the field get away with this. They're going to want to see if they can claw some seats back, get that third place, get those extra points, and start moving up the standings as they come into view here into the final 250 in the red boys. How's it looking, Pete?
Oh my god, fantastic charge from the English. That rate has gone right up to well over 40 strokes a minute. They're now really closing that gap on the Scottish. I think they might run out of water, but that is a great attempt. And the Welsh have come through the Irish. Is now bow to bow. Welsh with a slight advantage here. So what a great turn of events from them being 3 seconds down with 500 to go to now being about 2 seconds ahead, potentially even clear water for Wales here over Ireland. Wow, that is incredible.
That was an amazing shift put in there by Wales, and as we said, maybe they were biding their time, maybe they knew they had something in the tank, but they were just waiting to bring it out, and because that's when you least expect it. The Irish probably thought, we've got this now. Then they've been behind for quite some time. They're not going to take any seats back now. They've been in fourth the whole time. That's where they're going to stay, and they probably did catch them napping to push Ireland back down to fourth, for those all-important points for the Welsh.
I do think that a crew from Ireland might have just gone slightly too hard off the start, because they were leading at the first 500 and they finished in fourth. So that's a great lesson of pacing as we head into the next set of races. Now we've got the men's Coxless for final here. We've got Wales in lane 1, Kai Schlottman from the Brooks template, George Cowley, Henley Royal Regatta winner with Thames Rowing Club. We've got Gwilym Johnson from Newcastle and Robbie Prosser from Cal Berkeley. So unbelievably stacked Welsh crew here. Also coached by Tom Clark. So thumbs up for the Welsh. Who's in lane 2?
We've got Scotland in lane 2. It's Neil Paul, Drew McKinnon, Jack Bagley and Jan Swedlow.
In England, we've got Edward Davis, Callum Jenkins, Edward Thomas and Charles Gosling, cousin of Ryan, perhaps.
and all representing London Rowing Club, and the Ed Davis and Charlie Gosling. They actually did a composite at Henley Wall in the pair, and they did pretty well. I think they got knocked out by was it the Spanish that knocked them out? I think it was the Spanish international pair that knocked them out. So those two, obviously these guys all from London Rowing Club over the last few years, so they've all probably been used to rowing together, but more recently Ed Davis and Charlie Gosling in that pair together, it's been a bit of a project for them this season, and here we are on the start line.
So final moments ahead of the last buzzer, just last touch-ups of direction here, and now crews are coming to the front stops, so we should be underway soon, and off we go. Race 23 on the track now, and what an explosive start from the English here, Zoe.
Yeah, the fantastic start by the English. I'm just looking at that crew from Ireland who've got a bit of a, they're having a bit of a battle with the boys there. Unfortunately, that's
a rendezvous there with the boys.
Yeah, that's going to cost them a bit, and unfortunately they are oversteering now, heading massively in the other direction. So I really hope that they can correct that very soon to get them back in this race. But as you said, Pete, it is that crew from England who had a really super strong start there. Great. And it looks from this angle that they're really pushing it out ahead. Perhaps they've even broken the chain at this point, who knows?
Well, I'm looking at that also, but I'm also looking at the crew from Lane 1, Wales, because I believe they will be the fastest crew in this race. I could be wrong, this could be the commentator's curse, but it looks to me that Welsh are ahead of the English at this point.
Yeah, don't jinx it for them, Pete. They'll never let you forget that. And we are just coming up to the first timing marker very soon, so we will hopefully see the official scores on the doors, and we will be getting another camera angle very shortly, just over a minute into this race now. But yeah, from this angle it really does look like you can see the white spoons of the England crew. Really looks like they are storming ahead at this stage.
Here we go, very tight field here across all boats. Looks like England with the lead, Wales behind them, Scotland in third and Ireland in fourth after their steering difficulties by the Scottish and the Irish. And we have the confirmation of those results. England 1:31.2 at the 500, Wales 1.4 seconds behind them, then Scotland in fourth, just some 1.5 seconds behind the Welsh, and Ireland currently in fourth, catching up to England by about 5 seconds. So Wales really still in this race here. Can they fend off the English? I mean, the English do look really good, really well consolidated, composed, lively, punchy, flat, horizontal. That's enough adjectives, but they are just moving that boat so well, Zoe.
They really are, and as I said before, these guys have rowed together before many times, and that really does make all the difference if you're rowing with people that you've got the same style of rowing, you know how they work moving down a course, you know what gets them moving, you know what calls you need to make, you know how they can pace themselves, and they just look really together here. You know, they're moving really nicely, hips moving over together really well, and they look like they've got a really nice mid-pace rhythm at the moment. But hopefully it's going to be enough to keep them ahead, because Wales really are hot on their tails now. And I really can't tell from this angle, but it looks like Wales might just be pushing ahead. Pete's getting very excited.
I believe so, yes. I'm definitely cheering for the Welsh in this race. Apologies for the bias here, but it is the home event of the Welsh here at Dorney. I think England neck and neck with Scotland here, just a little bit ahead. However, the Welsh will be powering through now. There's so much depth and experience in those four athletes that I do believe that third 500 is going to come out so strong. They'll be firing into that last quarter here, and can they get any sort of advantage over England, Zoe?
Who knows, you know, half a second now, that's absolutely nothing. There's still so much time. We've got half of the race to go, so it just really depends on how they strategize now. Are they going to hold a push? What do you think? Will they hold a push, or do you think they're going to go now and hopefully be able to get a good distance on them?
Well, judging based on the looks from the Welsh crew looking over at the English, I think they fancy that win. They really think they will boost up morale for the rest of the team. And you can see the bowman here also looking, Kai Schlottman here from the Welsh looking at the English. Welsh now ahead, they are powering through. I do believe the crews will need to move up their final sprint, because if you leave it to the line, it might just be too late. English have gone. The rate is starting to come up. The Welsh slightly lower, a bit more composed still, but English want that lead heading into the final quarter. Will they get it, or will the power of those Welsh legs really move them ahead?
It does certainly look like the Welsh are ahead at this point. They will be really, really wanting to take this win here today over the English, and it's going to be interesting to see if the crew from England have got anything left in the tank to battle them. It's going to be really exciting. Look at that, 1.2 seconds. They've got a lead now, and I imagine they are not going to want to slow down from here. They're going to want to keep taking more and more seconds on them as they come through the final 500, and it's probably going to be a real battle now between England and Wales as they approach the 250. I wonder if England have got anything left to fight back at this stage.
I think certainly the experience and the power will carry them through. I think they have a lot to give still in that last 500, but the Welsh are now starting to wind that rate up, and they really don't want to let that advantage go to waste. I believe we're going to have a great fight on our hands here, and at this point in the race it's too close to call. I do think Wales maybe 2/3 of a length ahead of England here, and they should be able to carry that through. But let's take a look. Obviously there is no Cox in this race, so one of the athletes will both be steering and making a call, so it really is athlete driven, that men's Coxless 4.
Absolutely, and we can see now from the finish tower coming into view, that crew from Wales, they have not stopped. Since they got that lead of 1.2 seconds over England, they have not stopped pushing, and they are really charging up to the line now, completely dominating this race. The crew from England in second, they've got quite a substantial clear water gap over them now, the Welsh, but they're still spinning those hands together and they're not giving up. They're still looking super cohesive in that England crew, but unfortunately it was not enough to beat the Welsh today, and they look at that, super happy celebrations as they cross the line there. Commiserations to England. They had a really great race there. They were leading up until the K, but unfortunately their second K was nothing on the Welsh.
With 500 metres to go, Wales was 1.2 seconds ahead of England. They finished 7.2 seconds ahead of them. I don't know where that last 500 came from, but that was just unbelievable racing.
Yeah, that was incredible push there by the Welsh. That's exactly what they would have wanted to get them higher up in the standings.
And that will be the last race that we're covering for now, and taking over will be Liv, Caesar and Alex Darby, a very trusted pair of commentators here, and we'll leave you in their hands.
Well, another excellent set of races, and that's Piotr said we are back, Alex and I, with the junior women's pairs. We have in lane 1 Wales with Lucia Paletti and Eleanor Williams. Lane 2 England, Annabelle Thornton and Maddie McGregor. Lane 3 Scotland, Isabella Corkman and Lucy Edwards. And lane 4 Ireland with Ava Buckley and Roisin Manning. They are well underway. We're almost 90 seconds into this race now. We can't quite get a clear visual of the boats, but it looks like no one's particularly taken off. They've all just got comfortably underway and are going to see what they can do through the middle of this race.
Yeah, and I think pairs are such a wicked boat class, to be fair. Like, when you get your pair going, it is just synergy in motion. So it looks like England in the white kit just to the right of the screen are pressing hard. Ireland, I just noticed they had to do a bit of a steering correction, but they're right up at the front of this race as well. I'd say at the moment, 2 minutes in, looks like we're still up on the rate at the moment. I think that some of these crews still trying to find their kind of rowing rhythm, finding their length, but they should be finding it about now, because in this middle K, this is where it makes all the difference. Like moving that boat effectively in the middle K is what's going to set you up for a good finish.
Absolutely, and as they came through that first 500 metres, it was the England pair just about 4 seconds ahead of the Irish pair in second, who were barely split from Wales and Scotland just behind them. So still pretty close racing across here, and as you say, they're looking to get into their rhythm now. Looks like that England pair still quite high, but they know what they're able to do. The water's a little bouncy now, so they're just making sure to clear all the bubbles and stretch out onto a comfortable rhythm for the middle of the race.
So crew's just approaching the 1,000 metre mark, and it is England that we're looking at on our cameras just to the right hand side of the shot, who had the lead at the 500 by about 4 seconds. They're going to look to stretch out their lead. I remember this crew from the trials process a couple of weeks at the Docklands looked really good in that that time trial they ran there, and they've just obviously carried that through here. So you can see them just going through to the 1,000 metre mark with a strong lead there, over 6 seconds now. So they've just really walked out well in that last 500 metres. So Ireland in second, Wales in third, about 4 seconds behind Ireland, and then Scotland about 6 seconds behind that. So this, me and Liv just coming back onto commentary now. This race a little bit more strung out than some of the races we saw this morning.
Yeah, we got lucky with some pretty epic tight racing this morning. This a little different from that, but all of these races, the way they play out, you know, you get different things going on in different boats, and I think sometimes in the pairs you see those slightly bigger margins when you get experience levels. They're just varied slightly. Pair, pretty difficult boat to race, particularly for these junior women. Very impressive to see them looking confident and commanding in these junior women's pairs. So brilliant racing still from that English pair, who are just out there dominating and controlling this race.
3 minutes.
Yeah, and during my break between commentary stints, I've been outside with some of the team managers and coaches from different teams, and first time I've been at this event, but they're really bought into like the points. It's like, oh, I think this country's ahead in this. Now, I didn't realise there isn't an overall trophy. I mean, I'm thinking I'm going to sort that out for next year. But yeah, so it was like, oh, we think these are going to win the junior women's, these are going to win the junior men's, and so on. At the moment, it was looking like maybe one trophy going to each of the 4 nations here. But at the moment, just looking at this, it's England streaking out through the 1,500 metre mark. They go through ahead of it looks like the Irish crew, who were second through the 500 and the K, and they're second again here. So England lead is now about 10 seconds. So really stepped out over that Irish crew. So you know, you only have to just get your nose in front, but they've just pushed out the lead. Like, the points are not, you don't get any bonus points for winning by a lot. It's just literally 4, 3, 2, 1. So England on pace for 4 more points in their tally. Ireland second, Wales third, and Scotland fourth at the moment, and each crew about 10 seconds apart from each other. So this is our camera that is on top of the finish tower, so you can see the English pair of Annabelle Thornton and Maddie McGregor just streaking ahead here. So these athletes just took control of the race in the first 500. They were a couple of seconds ahead there, about 3 or 4 seconds ahead, and they've just continued to extend their lead very impressively through here. So pairs, once you get them going, and you're really in sync with the other person, they can really fly. And it looks like this pair is the pair that's just been able to get on the same page the best.
Absolutely, but this Irish pair, they're mounting a charge. They want to see what they can do, how close they can get. While you were chatting to all of the team managers, I was wandering around on the other side of the bank amongst all the supporters. There's a very strong Irish contingent over there. They're loud and they're getting behind every athlete that comes down the course. So it's really lovely to see all of the support. I know all the athletes will be really appreciating it. As we can see, there's that English pair. The Irish pair was just crossing the line. Really dominant performance there from Annabelle Thornton and Maddie McGregor. 14 seconds clear of the Irish crew in second place, so brilliant race from them. Welsh pair not far behind them, and we're going to round this one out with the Scots.
England, lane 3. Ireland, lane 2. Scotland, lane 1. Wales, lane 4.
So just going off the start, that should be the junior men's pair. So you can kind of see there's a pattern to the racing. It goes the women's event, and then the men's equivalent event, or junior women's event, junior men's equivalent event. So that was our start. Those crews punching off the start were Ireland in 1, Killian Kinsella, Matej Van Tuniak. In 2, Scotland's Finlay Morrison and Max Brown. In 3, Wales is James Wardle and Edward Smith. And in 4, England's Jake Hefferman and Charlie Howells. Now these crews aren't quite at the 500 metre mark. We're just waiting for them to get there, and just based on the time, they should be getting there pretty soon. But this looks like a pretty close race as we approach the 500 metre mark.
Oh, there's 2, yes, 2 more.
So we've just had some times for the first 500 metres pop up on our screen. It looks like it was that English pair of Jake Hefferman and Charlie Howells who crossed the line just about a second clear of Ireland, who were then again only a second clear of Wales, who were only a second clear of Scotland. So as Alex was saying, it's a pretty tight race. You could throw a blanket over these crews. And we have been enjoying some close racing, so we hope that that continues through the rest of the race. What do you think these crews are thinking? If it's close, how are they going to adjust their race plan? Are they going to stick to what they're going to do, what they planned originally, or will they adapt and sort of respond to the other crews?
Like, I think you should always, regardless of what's going on, just do your first 500, maybe your first K. Just a strategy. Maybe you might reflect at 750 if you're like 7 lengths up at 750. That's probably a bit different, but always race the first K as you expect, and then just go from there. Like, I've trained crews in the past where we've had like a plan A, plan B, plan C. Plan A is like you're right out in front. Right, we just continue just effectively. Plan B is the close race, and then plan C is when you're behind. So in this case, there'd be a lot of plan B, I think, close race, and that just means focus on yourself. I think, like, it's sometimes you can get wrapped up racing someone else, but actually this is a very individual sport, really. Like, if you can't make your own boat go quick, then you don't really have a chance. And if you look here, really close between the first 2 crews, separated by less than a second. Those 2 crews have separated themselves a little bit by a sort of 6-second gap, but really close between Scotland and Wales. So we've got 2 races within the race happening at the moment. Of course, points for all the crews on the course at the moment.
4 minutes.
Absolutely, I think that's what makes Home International quite exciting, is that it's not just about finishing your own boat in the medal positions, you actually you're going to get points for your team depending on where you finish. So the battle doesn't end if you're out of the medal contentions or the first place finishes. So this Scottish-Welsh battle will be just as ferocious as the today.
And with it being 4 separate competitions, these are putting points towards the junior men's competition. I just wonder if they're aware of like what the team situation is coming into the race, and whether the coaches want the athletes to be aware or not aware. Like, you don't want to add pressure unnecessarily, but sometimes that little bit of pressure gets the adrenaline going and just pushes you to perform just at a slightly higher level.
Absolutely, I'm sure each of the coaches will have the measure of their athletes. They'll know who needs to hear that it's close. They'll know who wants to just go in without any knowledge at all. But I expect some of these guys are fully aware of the job that they have to do to keep their team on the top spot.
And it continues to be unbelievably close at the front of this race. Still a second separating these two crews in terms of the boat. That's probably a quarter of a length, maybe half a length. But as I say, these boats don't go at constant speed. They kind of surge, they kick. And the thing with a pair, if I'm at bow, I can't just go, all right, I need to find a second, I'm going to kick it myself. That's just going to make the boat go off course. It's got to be a measured call, and it's like we both have to make the decision that we want to make a move. So, England did have a 1 second lead, but that is basically nothing in rowing. So Ireland, I'm sure, are kicking really hard down this last 500 metres as we look out the window and these crews very rapidly approaching the finish line.
Absolutely, last 250 metres, and we've seen leads bigger than this overturned today. So they'll be pushing on. As you say, they'll need to go together. You can't do anything if one of you goes on your own. It's going to continue to be really close as they approach the finish line. It looks like that Irish pair have just taken it up. The English have responded. They've knocked their rate up as well. They're just stroke for stroke and separated by so much water between the two lanes that it's tricky to get a read on it, but it's so tight coming up towards the line here. You can hear the cheers from the bank. It's everyone's willing their crew to the line. What can they do? Irish getting ragged now. They've put in their sprint. It's on the surge between these two crews. England have been in the lead all the way down the course. Can they hold on? It looks like they can. About half a length to the English pair over the Irish crew. And they seriously separated themselves out from that Scottish and Welsh pairs in this race.
Yeah, and as we watch that race at the back end, it looks like the Scottish crew are just out in front of the Welsh crew at the moment. We're just watching them cross the line, and I would say it looks like the lead they have pretty similar to the gap we saw at the start. So yeah, just about a second, just over a second separating those two crews. But it will be the win for England, that pair of Jake Heffman and Charlie Howells taking the race in what was a fantastically close race the whole way down. I think there was never a point in that race where there was an overlap between those crews in first and second.
Scotland, Ireland, England, Wales. Attention.
So our next race underway is the women's pairs. So this is Scotland in lane 1, Madeline Fatani and Isla McCallum. In 2 from Ireland, Orla Gaffney and Tara Long. In 3, the English pair of Anna Faye Cowell and Catherine Burton. And in 4, the Welsh pair of Sophia Stilling and Emily Downing. Now, we think the English pair are both at different American unis. Now, Liv was at an American uni and did rowing. What's it like just getting two people from different programs and trying to yam them together?
It's not always easy. I'm sure these girls will, they've probably had a couple of weeks to get together. Obviously, we know that the English trials, you have to come through that sort of trial process. So they do have a race together under their belts. But yeah, it's not always easy when you come from different programs and you have to try and blend together to make it work in the pair. But it looks like these girls have managed it so far. They're nothing disastrous off the start yet, and so they're just looking to continue that gelling process as they go down the course, and really bed in what they're doing. Now, I do have an English bias, I can't pretend, but I have to put that aside for my Wargrave boatmate and Leander teammate Emily Downing there in Wales. She's put on the Welsh strip for this race, so cheering her on down the course. But it looks like so far they're probably just approaching the 500 metre marker, and at the moment pretty tough to call it.
Yeah, hopefully we got a race that's as close as we just saw in the men's pairs, and it's pretty close between the first three crews. The Welsh crew is just a little bit behind, but the England, Scotland and Ireland crews in first, second and third were all separated by just over 2 seconds between the three crews, so really close racing between those crews. I'm just going to give you a quick update on the VL team points that has just been pointed my way. So in the junior women's, it is Ireland just ahead of England. Ireland on 21 points, England on 19, and then Scotland and Wales on 10, so slightly further behind. In the junior men's, it's England out in front with 23, and then a bit of a gap back to Ireland on 15, Scotland on 12, Wales on 10. In the women's, so like the senior women's, Wales are just half a point behind England, so England on 18, Wales 17.5. And then half a point separate Ireland and Scotland on 10.5 for Ireland and 10 for Scotland. And then in the men's, it is Scotland with 18, England with 17, then Ireland with 10.5, and then Wales with 9.5. So just to give you a quick overview then, so Ireland are ahead in the junior women at this point, England are ahead in the junior men, and in the senior women, and then Scotland are ahead in the senior men.
Well, these women's pairs through the 1K marker now, and it is that pair of those two university US university attendees for England out in the lead, just ahead of the Scottish pair, who have got a little bit of a gap back to the Irish and then the Welsh crews. But it still looks like that English pair, clearly not a problem having to blend those two rhythms, because they're looking really comfortable out there in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, and I believe those two were at Sir William Perkins before that, but then obviously you go row somewhere else for a little while. Coaches have different emphases on, like, this is how we're going to row here, this is what we're looking for, and it's not always easy to slide back into like what you used to do. We just got a shot now of the Scotland pair, Madeline Fatani and Isla McCallum. So they were really close at the front of this race, just less than a second behind England at the 1K, and we'll see if they've made a move in the third 500 to see if they can push their nose out in front. Because like we said, 1 second isn't really very much, especially in a pair. Like anyone who's been on an erg, in a 500 metre block, it's literally one on the split different is that second. So to find that second is usually quite achievable. If you're asking for 10 seconds, that's quite a big change of speed, but you can normally find one just by being slightly bit more efficient, maybe thinking about a bit more on together at the catch. But as we come through this last time point before the finish, looks to me like it's still really, really close, but that Scottish crew have gone out into the lead, and they now have the lead by about a second, so they've turned it around over the England crew, but it's still really close as we enter this last 500 metres. And just coming onto the screen, we had the crew from Ireland who are third, and it is still Wales in fourth.
Two minutes.
So Scotland made just a little bit more speed through that third 500 compared to the English double. They just found something to find that 2 seconds to go from 1 second behind to 1 second ahead. But now we're at the point where the sprint is going to begin. Just looking out the window, these crews are hitting the 250 metre mark. It is still crazy close between them. They're quite separate on the lake. They're separated by a couple of lanes. But in terms of bow ball to bow ball, it's been close the whole time. We've had really good overlap between these two boats, and it looks like it is the England crew on the left mounting a charge at the moment, but the Scottish crew had that 1 second lead coming into the 500. So they'll take us through this last 100 metres here.
My pleasure. It does look like, as they come into this red buoyed section, that the Scottish pair have still got maybe half a length lead. But the English pair don't want to let them go. Catherine Burton there in the bow seat, she's just taking a look across. She's going to communicate that they're in touching distance, that they can still get this. It's going to come down to the last stroke, but I think Scotland look like they have just taken a little bit extra in this last 100 metres or so, and they come through with just over half a length lead, just over a second over the English crew. But brilliant racing there, and they really just progressed through that race really nicely, and ultimately were the crew that just didn't slow down as much as everybody else.
Yeah, brilliant work through that second K of that race. But it's not like they were down and out. They were within touching distance, but they just managed their speed just right and won by nearly a length in the end, just when we watched them cross the line. So it'll be 4 points to Scotland, 3 to England, 2 to Ireland and 1 to Wales.
And I believe this is our last race before we take another little break. This is the men's pair, and we have in lane 1 Scotland with Oscar Forbes and Nathan Field, Wales in lane 2 with Edward Press and Fraser Morgan, Ethan O'Neill and Sean Morris for Ireland in lane 3, and England have Oscar Mitchell and Luca Hallison-Bailey in lane 4. A little bit of funky steering. We've been saying the important thing in these pairs is to just really match that pressure, the timing, the sort of intent through the footplate so that they can keep straight, and sometimes that's tricky off the start when you're going all guns blazing to see if you can get a little bit of a lead and just sort of be out there in front controlling the race. But as they come onto a bit of a straighter course, as they get more comfortably into their rhythm, they'll settle, they'll stretch out into a really long stroke and just start chunking it away.
Yeah, I've rode a pair a few times, but I've never actually raced a pair. I've steered a Coxless 4 a lot, but just the way you're at front stops and that first kick, if anyone's a split second early, it's going to move the boat a lot of degrees round to the side, and there's going to have to be a lot of correction on it. So getting that pair off in a straight line is so essential. But obviously here we don't have things like booms, but you see somewhere at Henley, you definitely don't want to be going off the start at an angle. But we've got a little bit of leeway each side, but you don't want to use it. You want to just stay up the middle of the lane the best you can. Purely from a distance perspective, the straight line from the start to the finish is the best one. But every time you use the rudder, or if one of you has to work harder than the other, that just means that the boat isn't going to be going quite as quick. We watch at the moment, it looks like lane 4, Oscar Mitchell, Luca Bailey, the England pair on the far left of the screen might be in front, but it's pretty close between them and Ireland. Ethan O'Neill, Sean Morris in lane 3. It looks again like maybe this Welsh pair is slightly behind, but battling hard against the Scottish pair, Oscar Forbes and Nathan Field in that Scottish pair to the far right of the shot, and it's Edward Press and Fraser Morgan in the Welsh pair that is just in the middle of the screen at the moment. But it looks like the race really is out here in lanes 4 and 3 between England and Ireland.
You called that absolutely right. It's really tight here in lanes 4 and 3, just half a second splitting England from Ireland. There's a little bit of a gap back then, about 5 seconds to the Scottish crews, who is just a little ahead of the Welsh crew at the moment. But really, as you said, the race is with these two English and Irish crews here. And I think it looks like the English crew just going to try and work a little more to see if they can break that elastic, get a little bit more than that half a second, which won't be a comfortable lead at all. They'll have to keep watching out for that Irish crew. And as we come through the kilometre marker, we've got some splits here, and it does indeed look like they've just made it up to about 2 seconds. So they're just going to continue to try and control this race and just keep moving away from the Irish pair in the lane next to them. The Irish pair, though, that's not broken the elastic by any means, so they'll still feel like they're very much there and very much capable of turning this around, like we saw the Scottish pair do in the last race.
Yeah, we had a nice shot a moment ago kind of alongside where it was pretty much like we take a stroke, you take a stroke, we take a stroke, you take a stroke, and it was like matched up on rates. They weren't in sync with each other, the two crews, but like I say, it was almost a bit like a tug of war. We'll pull, you pull, and it looked like the English crew just found a little bit to move out to like a 1.5 second lead. It was just half a second at the start, but again, just 1 second difference between that first 500 metre marker and the 1k mark, and these two crews absolutely slugging it out there just between them, and it's good that they're in the lane next to each other because you can feel that intensity between the two crews. Neither of them are going to want to back down in this last half of this race.
No, and they're through the bulk of this race now, so they won't want to let go of the lead that they've built up. They just want to keep hold of that and see what they can do as they come into the last 500 metres.
Yeah, and that is a magnificent 500 from the England pair there of Oscar Mitchell and Luca Bailey. They have punched out to about a 3 second lead over the Irish pair of Ethan O'Neill and Sean Morris. They did some heavy lifting in that third 500 metres to break this race open. It looked like they didn't want to save it all for a final sprint, but those two crews have really distanced themselves from the Scottish crew who's crossed in third, and then the Welsh crew who have crossed fourth. So some really good races still up the front, but that was a massive move in that last 500 metres from England to set themselves up in a really good position with 500 metres to go.
Well, we were just looking at the pictures on the screen, and it certainly looks like it's starting to pick up a bit of a bobble on the water. There's still a comfortable tailwind pushing those athletes towards the line, but it's not at all flat out there. And we just heard from Ben that some of the athletes have been saying that middle 750 in particular is really bouncy now and really challenging. So kudos to all of these crews who are just dealing with these conditions really well. And in this race, it's that English pair of Oscar Mitchell and Luca Halazon-Bailey who have dealt with that bobble and that wind a little better than everybody else, and they've now got, looks like, a full length of clear water over that Irish crew as they move towards the finish line. Final few strokes to take this race really brilliantly. They just got out, they dominated, they kept taking a little bit every stroke over that Irish pair who hung on for so long. They did really brilliantly there. Scotland on the far side, they're going to come across the line in third place, and this race will be rounded out by the Welsh pair.
Yeah, so monster truck, third 500 from Oscar Mitchell and Luca Bailey. I can see their coach Poppy cycling down with it, so I assume these athletes are somehow linked to Bath, but fantastic work from them. Especially with it being sweep, I think a lot of the PDA athletes are more so like sculling focused, but these two have just done a magnificent job in the second half of that race to win by about 5 seconds in the end. So we now have a break in racing of just over half an hour. Our next race is going to be the junior women's quads at 1:30. On the screen you can see the team points here. So these have just been updated quite recently. The overall doesn't mean too much at the moment because we don't provide an overall trophy yet. But just it looks like it's a well-timed break as well because there's a bit of rain coming down outside. But looking at it for the senior men, Scotland currently in the lead just by 1 point over England. In the senior women, it is Wales in second place, just a couple of points behind England. In the junior men, it's also England out in front. And then in the junior women, it is Ireland out in front. But still a lot of races across all categories to come. We have had 27 races so far today out of 46. So just over halfway through the racing. These standings can definitely change, but we've had some great racing this morning and early this afternoon.
Yes. Put a cover on whilst I go and get the proper cover. I don't think it lasts very long.
minutes. Race 28, Junior Women's Coxless Quads.
Joining you back in the commentary box for the next set of races here. We've got the Junior Women's Quadruple Sculls currently on the starting blocks. All crews are just adjusting their bows, making sure they point exactly in the middle of their lane, as that should guarantee them the fastest possible start. And joining me in the commentary booth is Ellen Buttrick, our golden Paralympian from Paris in a PR3 Mixed 4. I'm Piotr Kulawski, and let's take a look at how this race will start to pan out. But before we do, hello Ellen, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. Excited to be joining the commentary again today in sunny/rainy Dorney.
Perfect conditions to test our athletes' preparation here, and you know, we've got tailwinds, so a little bit of rain, I guess, is just going to balance things out a little bit. And off we go, the start of the Junior Women's Quadruple Sculls here. At the moment, looks like it's the crew from lane 3 with a very lovely starting advantage. That is the Scottish crew, comprised of Rosie Hendry, Isabel Kane, Stevie Gildert and Isabel Soinka. In lane 1 we've got Wales, Megan Davis, Naomi Williams, Susanna Yulton and Grace James. In lane 2 we've got Ireland, Isabella Monaghan, Rachel Fuller, Gaby Nagel and Tara Payne. And over in lane 4 we've got England, Julia Riley, Ella McDougall, Katie Proudlove and Olivia Jordeo. And as the camera starts to pan out, we switch to the next view. We will be letting you know who's in the lead, but at the moment looks like a little bit of steering difficulty maybe from lane 3, just a little bit close to the boys there. Irish are looking to capitalise on that. That is the crew from Scotland having a little bit of a rendezvous with the boys, and Ireland are charging, Ellen.
Yeah, Ireland look like they're having a very good start to this race. I think that Scotland crew's warming down, who are in the lane closest to us. But yeah, it looks like a very good start to this junior women's quad race.
What a great technical boat category to be rowing, and obviously every athlete, as you will well know, has both oars in each hand. That's why it's called a sculls event. And that means these boats tend to produce quite fast times here on the 2,000 metre track, Helen.
Yeah, and I think today we've already had quite a few PBs from some of the athletes racing this morning, so I think we're going to have some fast times this afternoon. We had a bit of a tail/headwind, no, a tail/side wind, but now I think it's gone into a straight tail, so I think a lot of the athletes are excited to see how fast they can get down this course today.
So we're going to see some exciting interval times here. At the moment, just still looking at the field, looks like Scotland still ahead of Ireland. England currently in 3rd and Wales just closely behind. Still all to play for. We're not even through the halfway mark, but we are nearing the 750 metre down mark, Ellen.
Yeah, it's looking like a good first 1,000 metres for these crews. And yeah, Scotland are looking like they're in a good position here, going through towards the K.
And the times are telling us a slightly different story. 0.9 of a second difference between Ireland and Scotland. Currently, Irish are leading this race. but it's very, very close. Only 3 seconds to separate the whole of the field, so at this point the race is wide open. Great move from the Irish to consolidate that start and translate that into a great mid-race pace rhythm here. That boat is looking really nicely off the back, and look at that, England are fancying themselves the number 2 spot here, now overtaking Scotland in this race, Ellen.
Yeah, that's a really good push from that English squad. They look like they've got a good solid race plan that they're sticking to, and they're able to get up now, it looks like, towards Ireland.
And that gap between Ireland and England is narrowing. Scotland slightly dropped behind slightly, but now 0.6 of a second separating the Irish and the English as we are through the second half of the race. So just to go over the results as we are at the moment, Wales in lane 1, 3:34, just some 4 seconds behind the crew from Scotland, currently in third in lane 3. In lane 2, Ireland, our leaders, 0.6 of a second ahead of England. But the English have been picking up some really good speed here, and we've seen some strong performances from them in the few past set of races, so I would expect them to put in a really big push in that third 500, although the Irish have been doing quite well in this portion of the race too. It is the toughest portion of the race, the third 500. Ellen, do you mind telling us why?
Yeah, I think it's because you've got through that start phase where you've got the sprint, you've got the adrenaline, and then you go into that second 500, you need to settle down to a rhythm. You think you're kind of getting through there, and then you get to that third 500 and you're a bit like, where's the end of the race? Well, personally, that's where I am. I'm thinking this is the longest 500 metres of this entire race.
Definitely, and the English are capitalising on that now, edging their bows ahead of Ireland, and you can see that here, actually going through the 500 metres to go. They were 0.3 of a second behind, but now they are in the lead, the English. And I think that as they are gaining speed, they will be looking to come away with a win in this junior women's quadruple sculls event here at Home International Regatta, organised by Welsh Rowing.
England, lane 4. 5 minutes.
Very clean, cohesive style of rowing by the English. That boat is moving together as one unit. If we had a camera angle that could just sit directly behind the bow person here, you'd almost see just one movement of one body and one set of oars going into the water. Just that's how clean they are in terms of their technique. The England rowing team, but Ireland are up for a good fight here. They've started to wind the rate up higher than the English. English focusing on the long, powerful strokes, but the Irish are starting their final sprint. And it's a good time as we're entering the red buoy territory. We can see them from our commentator's tower here. And at the moment, potentially Ireland back in the lead here. About 100 metres to go in Ireland. That sprint, that early sprint from them really starting to pay off as they look to be about a length ahead of the English here. So great work from them. 0.7 to separate them with 500 to go. And now that lead looks like it's about 3 or 4 seconds here, Ellen.
Yeah, and that was a really good final second half of that race for the English squad.
Coming over the line now, we've got Scotland and Wales not too far behind, just over 2 lengths. And the action never stops here. The next set of racing is already underway. Now we've got the junior men's quadruple sculls final. Lane 1, we've got England, Henry Pendrett, Ruben Tinsley, Michael Janeway and Ethan Hunt. In lane 2 we have Scotland, Harris Skirving, Matthew Wilson, Oliver Main and Harris Fife. In lane 3, Wales, Hamish Gamble, Adam Pritchard, Hayden MacDonald and Alex Repton, coached by Will King. And in lane 4 we got Ireland, Sean Hart, Michael Dukes, Art Thornbury and Rory Keeley here. And at the moment, Ireland with a very slight lead ahead of England here. We're looking at 0.8 of a second. Wales currently in third and Scotland in fourth, some 2 seconds behind the Welsh. And this event, Ellen, is quite close to my heart, as when I competed at Home International Regatta as an athlete, I did compete in the junior men's quad, and so that I will hold that always in very fond place in my heart.
And which country were you competing for, can I ask?
It was for England.
England, okay. And how did you get on?
We ended up winning.
Oh, congratulations. I can see why you'd hold it close to your heart then. I'd be interested to watch this boys quad that's going through, the Irish quad, because we watched some of these doubles races early this morning, and the Irish scullers seem to be able to have quite a quick third 1500, like their 1500 time is very fast. They seem to make a lot of moves there in the double sculls, so it'll be interesting to look at them in this quad and see how they do it together. And I think we've got quite a few people might be doubling up for this race.
Absolutely, most of the bigger boats will be comprised of a composite of the smaller boats, and these teams will also be doubling up for the 500-meter sprints later on. But at the moment, great move from Ireland here. They've got a full length advantage over England. Can that race be overturned, Ellen? Apparently Wales in third, some half a length ahead of Scotland.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it can be. We'll have to see how this England quad does, but Ireland has got a very strong lead now, and they are sculling very well.
Yeah, the England have started to go for it. As you mentioned, Ireland's got a very strong third 500, but has that cost them too much? That English crew will be testing and will be trying and will be asking a lot of questions of the Irish. Have they spent too much? Have they gone off too hard? Or will they be able to fight back against the English sprint here, Ellen?
We'll have to find out as we enter these red buoys, which show the last 250 metres of the race, usually the hardest try to find. Personally, I'm a sprinter, so I quite enjoy it when I get to this point because I know it's nearly over. But this is the part where you kind of have to throw everything you've got at it, but also try to remain technical so as not to kind of lose the race for yourself.
There's nothing to hold back for as we are in the final minute of racing here. It's time to wind our rate up well over 40 strokes a minute and fire on all cylinders, just sending those puddles behind you. Ireland still in a very narrow lead, but I believe England has closed that gap on them slightly.
Yeah, and outside we can hear the sound of the cheers, and hopefully that's going to be cheering on those athletes and kind of pushing them to go as hard as they can up to that finish line.
And we got a great also battle here for the third place between the Scottish and the Welsh. Both crews absolutely taking the rate up. So at the moment, Scotland maybe with a campus ahead of the Welsh, but we've still got about 5 strokes to go. Can the Welsh get it on the surge? Let's take a look. Oh, that's so close, but I think Scotland have just about taken it, marking themselves third in this junior men's quad sculls event. Here we go, confirmation of the winners here from Ireland with a rapid time of 6 minutes 13.7 seconds. We definitely have a tailwind conditions out here on the course, but the action doesn't stop, and we'll be swiftly moving over to the senior women's quadruple scull event here, and the racing's in progress. At the moment, we are in the second 500 meters of this race, just nearing the 750 gone mark, Ellen, and it probably looks like, and again, the battle between Scotland and England here. So the outside lane's going for it, neck and neck. Over in lane 1 we have Scotland, Ava Robertson, Sarah Haps, Polly Swale and Isabel Maxwell. Lane 2, Wales, Erin Meredith, Millie Harrell, Imogen Bantic and B. Hughes. In lane 3, Ireland, Amy Barrett, Sarah Walsh, Neve Kilgannon and Anna Brennan. And in lane 4 we got Ella Foreman, Sophie Brown, Louise Brooks and Eva Keane.
2 minutes.
At the moment, Scotland ever so slightly ahead of the English here. maybe about a canvas, although that could have been a deceptive angle because from this side it looks like actually England with a full length of advantage. Apologies for that.
Yeah, these angles could be a bit deceiving, can't they, whilst we're watching this racing? I keep thinking that the furthest lane is in the lead and then it changes.
Certainly, and we're still waiting for confirmation of times from the halfway point. I believe they will be appearing on the screen very, very shortly, and they should show England ahead of Scotland, ahead of Wales, who are ahead of the Irish, trailing in this race here. But as we know, the Irish are very strong in that third 500 metres, so it will be interesting to see whether we have any shuffle-ups here as this race continues on. Great close-up here of the English crew. You can see exactly just how much power is being loaded with each stroke. You can see that lovely backsplash as those spoons drop into the water and legs start pressing. This crew really knows how to move a quad. It is such a difficult boat to get moving technically. You have to row it slightly different than a double, slightly different than a single, and completely differently from a sweep boat. But these young athletes are making a great spectacle of their performance.
Scotland, lane 1. Wales, lane 2. Ireland, lane 3. England, lane 4.
Ella Foreman, Sophie Brown, Louise Brooks and Eva Keane now in the final quarter of the race. Quite a big margin up ahead of Scotland. We're looking at 7 seconds here.
Into your lane, and can Wales come down ahead of Ireland, please?
So the Irish have done their homework like we suspected in that third 500, and they are now just 1.9 seconds ahead of Wales here. But the Welsh have a strong sprint finish, so they still haven't had their final say in this race. Ellen, how do you expect them to move here?
Well, I'm hoping that when we get into these red boys, they're going to be going as for that sprint finish, and we'll be able to see the Welsh kind of pull through into that third position. But we'll see. They've got a lot of Welsh people around cheering them on today, because obviously we've got Wales hosting this event, so I'm hoping that might be able to spur them on a little bit more. But that England boat is looking very good. Very nice sculling going on from that quad.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And as we know, the race isn't just for the winner here, because every position that you can get in this event will be guaranteeing you a certain number of points, and obviously the higher up you finish, the more points you get, and that will be counted towards the final ranking order here, which currently England is leading, but other countries are starting to close that gap, Helen.
Yeah, I was speaking to some of the senior women from the Wales team, and they felt quite confident in their ability to be able to pull back some more points over the afternoon, so I'm excited to watch that later on.
Fantastic stuff, and we see that big margin from England, who have crossed the line now. Scotland about 2 strokes away from the finish, and that great charge from Ireland in the third 500 secured them in that third place spot here, who are just about 2 lengths ahead of the Welsh. So very tight field to start with, but it winding up as we went on.
Yeah, and it was quite a nice spread of racing, and yeah, it looks like the girls are a bit... Oh, and we're on to the next race, it looks like.
The fun doesn't stop here at the Home International Regatta. It looks like we've got the men's quadruple scull final in progress. At the 500 metre mark, it was England ahead of Ireland, ahead of Scotland, ahead of Wales. At the 1000 metre mark, the order has changed slightly. England still in the lead, some 1.5 seconds ahead of Scotland here. Behind them, the Irish, and Wales currently in 4th, waiting for their times. In lane 1, Wales, Finlay Murray, Ethan Collier, Hugo Sanders and William Stradling. In lane 2, England, Ryan Robson, Edward Gardiner, Harrison Green and Jack Bates. In lane 3, Aaron Hurley, Andrew O'Connor, Daniel Butler and Ryan Claffey from Ireland. And in lane 4, Scotland, Ben Parsonage, Robbie Waddell, Joshua Thompson and Matthew Hewson here. another early charge here from England. We're 1.5 seconds ahead of Scotland, but I do believe that gap is starting to widen here. There's some really, really nice sculling from the English. That boat is bouncing though, a little bit up and down here. You can just see that these athletes are really up for that race, and the adrenaline is certainly showing through in the way that they're accelerating that boat down the track, Ellen.
Yeah, we can see this Scottish crew's got a very nice strong finish there in the pod, and maybe that's one of the things that's helping them drive this boat through the water and coming up into second position, I think. Maintaining that second position as we go through the 1500s.
Yes, they are, and England have really put in some work here in that last 500 metres. They are now 4 seconds ahead of Scotland. So they're widening that gap by just about 3 seconds here, and they look pretty unstoppable as we are now in the business end of this race. The final quarter, about 400 metres to go here down at Dorney Lake. Scotland still in a very good scrap with Ireland, who are trying to come back on them, and from the outside in lane 1, Wales is charging through also. You can see the huge power and acceleration in that Welsh crew. Hugo Sanders in the 3-seat is absolutely sending it. Still a bit of ground to make up here. Scotland ahead of Ireland, but the Irish are really going for it in the sprint. That looks like well over 44 strokes a minute here. Scotland's also responding. Irish just moving slightly quicker. England so far in front, but looks like great fight here for the second place. And let's take a look as these athletes take their final 5 strokes of this race. And that's England ahead of Scotland, ahead of Irish, and some 3 lengths behind we have the Welsh team, just waiting for the white flag from the umpire. And we'll be moving on with the action
Junior men's 8.
to the junior women's 8 here. There's the white flag from the umpire. That was a clean race here. Well done to the English winners of men's quads at the Home International Regatta.
Crews to start, 4 minutes.
And like we said, next up we have the junior women's 8th final in progress. Lane 1 Scotland, lane 2 Wales, lane 3 Ireland, and lane 4 England. Ellen, how do you expect this race to pan out? I mean, we've only just begun, but junior women's 8 are so exciting to watch.
Yeah, and I think the development of these junior women's 8s has really pushed on since that introduction of the girls' 8s race at Henley Royal. I think we've seen a massive increase in the performance and in the speeds of these programmes across the country and across the four nations. So it's going to be very interesting now to see how these junior women's 8s are going to get on across the 2,000 metres. So in lane 1 we've got Scotland, lane 2 Wales, lane 3 we've got Ireland, and then lane 4 in the red and white we've got England.
A really good scrap going on here in this final at the moment. England and Ireland charging out in front here. England probably with about a canvas over Ireland here, but these angles can be quite deceptive, Ellen, as we've already established here. And I don't expect this race to actually close up anytime soon. I believe it will stay open right until the very end. This is such a competitive boat to race, and obviously all these athletes will be younger than 18 years of age. So in terms of their physical and psychological capabilities and their rowing skill also, they will have a similar platform to work off of. But it looks like England now extending that lead over Ireland, some 3 seconds. So we're looking at about a length. Only 1 second behind Ireland is Wales, and 0.7 of a seconds behind them is Scotland. So like we said, wide and open, and all these crews will be very aware of each other. It's so loud down the track when you're racing in an 8. You can hear the the blade splash. You can hear the water. You can see the coxswains. You can hear sometimes the athletes even screaming and shouting, motivating each other on.
Yeah, and I actually raced the women's 8 here last year for the Metropolitan Regatta for Marlow, and it is quite exciting to race down this course with the multiple 8s next to you, and just to hear the loud noises and to kind of be pushed on from each other, to hear their cocks calling, saying that they might be overtaking you, to take that in and be like, no, you're not going to be doing that. But this England crew is looking really, really strong and very put together.
And going through the halfway, the English have extended that lead to 6 seconds ahead of Ireland, who are now 2 seconds ahead of Scotland. Scotland's overtaken Wales, who are now trailing by 2 seconds behind them. And it looks like those gaps are really starting to widen. But like we said, the race plan is controlled by the Cox, so they will keep all the athletes honest. And as we know, now it's time to put down the work in that third 500. Just a quick reminder of the lineups in Scotland crew. We've got Isla Griffiths, Amber Wharton, Lucy Edwards, Isabella Kalkman, Katie McKendrick, Iris Barr, Zoe Cochran, Sophie Swanson, Cox, Hugo McGeorge. In the Welsh team, we've got Anastasia Greenaway Robbins, Hannah Schlotman, Lucia Paletti, Eleanor Williams, Francesca Ferrara, Lucy Thornton, Lucy Fontana, Keela Greaves, and Misho Dragnev as the Cox. In the Irish crew, Isabel Neff, Annabelle O'Sullivan, Meave Kelly, Amy Roberts, Katie Rice, Bridget Mahon, Ava Buckley, and Rosin Manning. Cox by Luke Fitzgerald. And in lane 4 England, we've got Maddie McGregor, that leading crew, Annabelle Thornton, Georgina Joy, Mia Parladorio, Naomi Bell, Florence Gross, Libby Frampton, Francesca Wilson, and Alice Jelling in the coxing seat here. And the English are through to the last 500 metres first, with a time of just 5 minutes and 2 seconds. It's quite a gap.
That is a gap for the English, but it's going to be quite exciting to watch the Scotland, Wales and Ireland team going for the second position, because they look very close at the moment.
That's exactly right. Ireland were 3.2 seconds ahead of the Scots with 500 metres to go. That's about a length in an 8. And about 5 seconds behind them was Wales. So we're looking at about a length and a half between Scotland and Wales here. So actually the race does look like it's closed up quite a lot here. We've got our clear favourite, but as we know, it's not over until your bow ball has crossed that finish line, Ellen.
Yeah, and as long as you've got contact with an 8, it feels like you have got the ability to overtake it. And it looks like this crew in the far lane, the 2 far lanes, are going to be catching up with one another. So I think England need to be careful.
They certainly do, and we can now see them approaching our 250 metres to go mark. They're in a red boy territory, and that rate has gone right up. That power is also gone up. You can see great amount of speed being generated here by the English. Those battles are enormously large as they charge towards the finish here.
Ireland, lane 1. Wales, lane 2. Scotland, lane 3.
And England's crossed the line. Ireland now taking their final stroke. 1 length ahead of Scotland, so really great stuff from the Irish to widen that gap. And now coming in last, in 4th place, we've got Wales. Not too many big celebrations going on in the English boat. I think these athletes are aware of the fact that they will have to race once again for the sprints later on.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting when you've got multiple races in one day, how you approach each race and how the coaches have told them to focus their energies. Like, is one of their races more important to them, or are they happy to go all out for each one? I know that whenever I've done like multi-day racing, you always have to kind of temper your performance.
That's absolutely right, and you know, the way that you do divide that sort of power output in between all those races, the strategy, some countries will be preferring certain boats over the others, so again, we could see so much shuffling going on. We spoke about it with Zoe a little bit before the break, about how the speed of each cruise that you're racing with is a mystery here, really, because you're not quite aware of where you will end up before that race begins, Ellen.
Yeah, and I suppose because we're not racing in our countries throughout the rest of the racing season, we've not had the ability to compare ourselves. Whereas when you're doing club racing, you've obviously have different events throughout the season. You see how you develop. You have those people that you know that you're going to have to go against, and you know that you might be quicker or slower than. But in this, it's all new because these crews have just come together over the last few weeks and been able to train together for Home International. But that's kind of what makes it exciting and an exciting event to watch.
That's exactly right, and you can still enjoy it whether you're tuning in from England, whether you're tuning in from Ireland, Germany or Croatia. This is a great set of racing here ahead of us, and at the moment the English have broken the 3-minute barrier by just 0.1 of a second at the halfway point. Some 3 seconds behind them is Ireland, so that's about a length. Behind them is Wales, 2.2 seconds behind, some about 2/3 of a length, and then Scotland currently in last place. And as we know, the toughest portion is just ahead of us, Ellen.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see if these boys are going to be able to maintain this level of sweep and be able to keep in the lead. But at the moment, it's looking like a very good race. From this angle, it's looking like we've got 2 races going on. But we'll see how it's going to develop over the next 1,000 metres.
Yes, and as we are approaching the 500 metre to go mark, England still with that really, really strong lead. That crew is just looking so nice and relaxed in terms of their technique. It looks almost like effortless rowing. Look at that check on the stern. It's basically no existence, but that bow is staying out of the water all the time. England 4:31.7. 6 seconds ahead of Ireland, who are 2 seconds ahead of Wales, who are a good few seconds ahead of Scotland as well. That's about 6, so 2 lengths with 500 metres to go. I believe we know who will take the crown in this race, but we must wait, as you can never predict what will happen. I would still not discount Wales here. I don't think they've had their final say. That rate is starting to come up. Irish know that's coming, but they've put in a big push in the third 500, so have Wales got more in the tank here to show us? It's only 2 seconds. We've seen bigger margins be overturned by crews here, and it's really quite exciting as we now start to get a view of these athletes over from the finish tower, Ellen.
Yeah, and this Welsh crew is looking like it's really picking up the rate and is coming back towards England.
Really great display of performance here. Those English athletes should be really proud of themselves. That's Noah Bertrand, Kuzi Mazzi, Callum Grantham, Charlie Bowker, Benjamin Hughes, Felix Sitter, Jake Heffernan, Charlie Howells, Coxed by Ben Loggy as they head towards the line. Great performance. What a note to finish off their summer racing season here. Obviously there will be racing in the sprints, but they're 2,000 metre racing season. So Ireland coming in second now, and just behind them Wales. After a great sprint, didn't quite make it here through to second place, but still great to see. Great performance and a fight for each point. 6:02.2, that's a really quick time.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of senior clubs that would be quite happy with that speed. And next up I think we've got the Women's 8, Senior Women's 8 event, which is going to be a good one.
That's exactly right. I believe this will be the replay of the start, as this race might perhaps be already underway. We see in lane 1 we've got Ireland, lane 2 Wales, lane 3 Scotland, lane 4 England. We have not begun yet. We will be beginning shortly. So let's go through the lineups. We've got Aine Gaffney, Aine Mahoney, Shibol, Emma Fagan, Louise Forrester, Isla O'Neill, Amelia McAleer, Alyssa Mannix and Rosie O'Callaghan for the Irish team. In lane 2 we got Wales, Lucy Edmonds, Violet Holbrook, Brooksbank, Aoife Wilson, Emily Downing, Catherine George, Heloise Wormlington, Georgie Robinson-Ranger, Imogen Wollstonecraft and Hermione Hill. Lane 3, Scotland, Penny Irvine, Olivia Burns, Amy Newton, Grace Dawson, Charlotte Glasby, Kirsty McRobb, Maisie Aspinall, Chloe Hunter, Coxed by Amber Sims, and that English 8. In the bow seat we've got Anna Faye Cowell, Catherine Burton, Catherine Barnhill, Sarah Heelan, Jennifer Arthur, Elizabeth Cottrell, Helena Barton, Francesca Lidlow, Coxed by Cameron Moffat. And as these athletes will be preparing to take their first stroke, Ellen, what is your top pre-race tip?
Oh, I think it just to be as calm as possible. That's what I tried the best to do. During my rowing career, I was like, maybe I'll try elements of hyping myself up for a race, but then I'd realised I was too hyped up for the warm-up. So it's to be as calm as possible, get to the start line, and just be trust in the race plan and in the training and in what your coach has told you that you need to do during that race. And usually it'll go well.
Also, tighten your gates. Empty the water bottle, change yourself into the right kit, make sure your backstays are nice and tight, make sure those foot plates aren't moving, and just get yourself prepared to rock and roll with some actions, and certainly 8s always deliver on that.
Yeah. Also look into the camera of the photographer who's normally at the start line to get a good picture for Instagram later on.
You can say that again. Photos here provided free of charge by Allmark One for personal and commercial use. Rory Cruikshank leading that team from Allmark One. It's great to see the partnerships between Allmark One and Home International Rowing here. We can see also the standings here for each country. Ireland leading junior women, England leading junior men, England leading women and men's squads, but only by 2 points on the men's side. Scotland is coming for them. That team led by Colin Williamson will want to stamp their mark and fight for that ultimate victory here.
And I've seen that there's half points on that scoreboard. How do the half points work?
We'll talk about that once this race is finished, but as we have now begun racing, this will be a really tight one, I believe, Ellen. I think we're going to have a lot of great performances just ahead of us, and just beautiful, clean, clinical start from all crews, which is exactly what we want to see at the start of the race.
Race 35, men's 8, final. Wales, lane 1. Scotland, lane 2. England, lane 3. Ireland, lane 4.
Looks like quite a tight, close matchup between lanes 2 and 3 here. That's Wales and Scotland. England out with the early lead, and Irish currently trailing behind, but we know their race strategy isn't necessarily to be first at the 500 metre gun point, Ellen.
Yeah, we've been consistent with the Irish that they seem to have a very good middle of the race, and they've been able to overtake quite a few countries in that third 500. So it'll be interesting to see if that's similar on the sweep side for the women. In these 4 crews, we've got some very well-established rowers that I've seen rowing at Henley over the last few seasons, so it'll be nice to see them match up here and finish off their seasons, I assume, at Henley International.
And look at that, the camera angle is quite deceptive here. At the 500 metre mark, it's Wales with the great lead, with 1 second ahead of England, who are 1.5 seconds ahead of Scotland, who's just 0.7 of a seconds ahead of Ireland here. So that Welsh 8, led by Morgan Bainham Williams, is really showing us that you must never discount the Welsh Red Dragon. That crew is Coxed by Hermione Hill, and she will be very, very well in tune with the race plan set out by Morgan for these athletes to have the ultimate victory here in this race and bring back some points in the ranking. Really like what I'm seeing here. It's just nice, clean, direct to the catch, very clinical. Little off backsplash, but that's what you want. It shows aggression, shows early preparation. And that's really starting to pay off now, Ellen.
Yeah, this Welsh women's 8 crew is really looking good at the lead of this race. I spoke to some of the athletes earlier today and they were saying they were looking forward to the race. They'd had a few sessions together, so they weren't sure how it would go, but they were excited to see what was going to happen because I think the sessions they'd had been very strong.
Well, I think the English aren't wanting to let them go. I can see their Cox, Cameron Moffat, looking over at them. He's a very experienced Cox. He used to coach for Oxford Brooks. So he knows exactly how to chase down an 8 and stay in contact where it matters the most. And also they will be looking to make great use of the absolute powerhouse in the 5 seat here, Elizabeth Cottrell from London Rowing Club. Great performance here all season. And they're just about keeping that overlap with the Welsh at the moment, Ellen.
Yeah, it's very important to keep that because as soon as you lose the other boat, then it's kind of, as a rower, you can't see what's going on. The coxswain obviously can, but you're having to look ahead and you worry about how far ahead they are. So a lot of people then start turning and then it can slow the boat down even further. So it's always good to have that overlap and be able to hear their blades and be able to keep in contact with them and push off them.
It's quite a satisfying place to be mentally when you can still just kind of from the corner of your eye see that overlap. Like you're saying, you feel like you're still in the race, it's still all to play for, and you can still come back from that. But as soon as that clear water starts to open up and widen, it's becoming increasingly more difficult because another thing that's really useful to note is that a length in an 8 is about 3.5 seconds. So as soon as you start to widen that and you run out of water, you might just not have enough strokes left in the race to overturn that result. And I think that's exactly what the Welsh are looking to do here. Great close-up shot here from our producers. Look at that crew charging, very clinical. Those legs are really firing down, moving together in unison. Those arms are nice and loose around the front end. And look at that, 3 seconds between England and Wales at this point with 500 meters to go. Unless England have got a serious rabbit to pull out of a bag at the moment, the red Welsh Dragon will take the victory here. But not making any predictions too soon, we know how the curse works.
Yeah, I think Wales have been able to extend that lead from the 500 to the 1,000, from 1 second up to 3. England have maintained that 3 second gap though with Wales. So we'll have to see if they've got more in them in the tank than Wales to be able to extend that lead even further into the finish.
They certainly will, but Wales are aware of that. I believe Morgan Bainham-Williams will have prepared them for that before they even boated. And it looks like they're executing on that strategy so well because they're not waiting for the English to make a move. They've made a move. They've gone early. They don't want to take any chances here. And as we approach 250 meters to go, the red boy territory here, Wales with a very commanding lead ahead of England, looking so strong. They had a great performance in the Coxed 4 earlier. And now look at that, almost unstoppable. But England are coming. You can see here just about 5 strokes for the Welsh before they cross the line. England not quite managing to close that gap. Still a bit of open water between them, maybe just slight overlap at the end. And Scotland about a length ahead of Ireland, so really great stuff from Welsh here. Well done. That was a great race, beautifully executed, and I believe that's going to instill some confidence and hopefully lift the wings of that red dragon, as we'll be racing in the sprints later on. So still all to play for. Look at those celebrations, just how much you can see just how much that victory means to them, Ellen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can see quite a lot of the volunteers in their Wales tops celebrating as well outside of the commentary box. So it's nice to see the Wales women taking the win there.
Fantastic. And the action, the show must go on. The action is with us. The next race is already in progress. The men's 8 final. Lane 1, we've got Wales. Lane 2, Scotland. Lane 3, England. Lane 4, Ireland, as you can see on the screen. And soon we'll be getting confirmation of the 500 meter times. Quite a stacked field across all of these crews because we've seen a victory from Wales in a Coxless 4. We've seen a victory from England and Scotland in other sweep boat categories here. And now all those athletes came together to form that 8. It's a bit of a composite crew here. And it's going to be difficult to measure your speed against your opposition here in this position, Ellen.
Yeah, definitely. I think some of these athletes will have probably been racing against each other during the season, so it's going to be interesting to see how they can combine their rowing techniques and race plans to be able to execute something here at Dorney.
And we know just how much that race means to the Scottish team as well, led by Colin Williamson. There were 2 points in the ranking behind England in the senior men's category. So if Scottish manage to take away the win here, they will really challenge England for that overall final win. At the moment, Scotland, great lead, half a length ahead of England, perhaps maybe less. English are moving on them, and Wales still in the race, just keeping that overlap. We know they've got some seriously strong guys in that crew. Yeah, you can see the confirmation of times at the 1,000 metre mark. Scotland 0.7 of a second ahead of England, who are less than 3 seconds ahead of Wales. How important is it to move us one unit in a boat like 8, Ellen?
I think it's extremely important, to be honest, but the good thing about the 8 is that you've got so many different places to sit and everybody has their own job role within an 8. So the person in the stroke seat is the one who's setting that rhythm, and the person just trying them 7, they have to kind of send it back, and everyone else kind of needs to follow along. But if one person's out of time, it can really disrupt the boat. But fortunately, looking at these 8s, they're looking very together, good catches, and yeah, a very close race.
Yeah, certainly representing their country in a proud fashion here. England now taking the lead ahead of Scotland with just 500 metres to go. What can the Scots do about it? Can they put in their sprint early? Can they still challenge for that win? Or is Wales, rightly so, going to catch up to them? That gap is now 2.5 seconds between Wales and Scotland, and with 500 metres to go, we've seen bigger shuffles than that. Can England keep charging, or is Scotland going to give them a run for their money too? They do want to be the leader of that points ranking. Let's see how the rest of this race pans out. Just looking at the crews from the commentators tower here, Welsh have gone for it. English are starting to dispatch the Scottish, and Welsh are looking to come at least second in this race. We've got 250 metres to go. And it looks like lane 3 ahead of 2, ahead of 1 at the moment, but there's still a few metres to go. Quite a nice separation here across the field. Now we've got maybe about 2/3 of a length in between the top 3 crews here, and it's England ahead of Scotland, ahead of Wales, and Ireland just about a length behind them. After this race, we will be moving on to a short break before we begin racing later on at 2:50 with the PR1 and 2 Singles sculls.
Hello everyone, I am back again and I'm joined in the commentary booth with Zoe and Richard Watton. So Zoe, you are here as part of the commentary team today. How's it gone for you today?
Yeah, it's been great. This is my first time at the Home International Regatta, so it's really lovely to be here. I've done quite a lot of races over this year so far, many of them here. So yeah, it's lovely to be back, and it's nice to see sort of 4-lane races as well. It seems the margins seem closer because it's 4 lanes, so it's a bit more exciting actually, with less crews than more, because they're just really battling it out. You know, there's less of them to get less spots. So yeah, it's been really fun. So yeah, really good, and we've had some great conditions here today so far as well.
Yeah, it's such a cool venue to come out, you know, having gone to the games myself, you know, hopefully Paris and the Tokyo racecourses will be this inspiring for juniors and seniors alike. But we're just going to make a quick announcement for anyone that's watching the feed over there, any family and friends that are watching the feed. If you want to continue to watch the live 500 metre races, you might want to start walking up towards the 500 metre mark, because the 500 metres will be run from the start to the 500 metre marker. So for those family and friends that are sat around the finish area, you may want to start making your way up to the 500 metre marker to watch some tight, close sprint racing. Zoe, we are joined in the commentary booth by a man that I work with closely on the Welsh rowing board, Richard Watton. You also have a day job where you're part of UK Sport, so you can commentate around events and everything like that. So how does it feel for you as a board member and somebody that works in major events at UK Sport to see this going on here at Eton Dorney?
Well, Ben, I think, firstly, it is an absolute pleasure to see home international racing here at Dorney on our Olympic legacy lake. Dorney came into fruition when I was rowing back, obviously, well before 2012, but it figures to me to have a home international, because the first time the home international has been here on Eton Dorney Lake. It's a real moment, because it's wonderful to see the home nations, our friends in Ireland, all here today competing for those blue boxes. We talk about boxes in medals, red boxes at Henley, at the Royal Regatta, and of course the blue box. I've been lucky enough today to hand out a number of blue boxes to some really enthusiastic rowers, some young rowers across a range of programmes, and it's been an absolute pleasure to see it today.
Thank you for that. That was excellent. Yeah, it's great. And obviously don't forget about the infamous purple box at Henley Masters. I've been lucky enough to pick up quite a few of those over the last few years as a recently retired cox. So yeah, and that's great. I didn't know that this was the first time it's been here at Dorney Lake, so it's really interesting to hear. So thank you so much.
So we are moving from 2,000 metre racing to short, sharp 500 metre racing. So those crews that have just finished racing and having to switch their mindset and their race tactics, what do you think they're going through now in the boat tent area prepping for these 500 metre sprint races?
Well, obviously they'll be doing a bit of recovery if they've got time, get some fluids and some food on board, probably having a bit of a stretch and a warm-up. But they'll be having to switch their strategy now from, getting the boat moving, getting on to pace and working out when they're going to do their pushes, to probably not settling at all and just keep going, get that rate as high as possible, probably higher than before off the line, and just keep attacking it, keep spinning it, and they probably won't have any time to settle. It's just going to be a bit of a blur.
Yeah, in the squad at the moment, we've kind of got that debate around going from 2K to 1,500 and how are we going to change our race approach. My racing is still over, 6 minutes plus, even at 1,500. But if you look at the men's eights, that's going to be 3.5 minutes, 4-minute racing. So it's going to be a big change in discussing race profiles, whether you start harder and hold it or whether you just sprint from the start to the finish. So it's going to be really interesting to see, even over a shorter distance again, what some crews do.
Yeah, and I think from my perspective, 500 metres, there is no time to settle. I think, the burn on the legs is going to be a burn all the way to the finish. And I think, looking at these crews now going out, there's a real opportunity just to keep the rate very high, keep the legs moving very quickly, and hope that 500 metre mark comes very quickly. Because, across all of the rowers here today, they'll be training when they go out and do sprint training, and when that last pip comes on that last 6x500 metre training session or similar, we all know how hard it is to hold on, and I think at the end of a hard day's racing it's going to be even more exciting to see how the crews fare over a much shorter distance.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully they've all got enough time to recover. Obviously we've just seen the men's and women's eights just coming off the water now, so hopefully they've got enough turnaround, it will be really important for them to recover as much as possible and have a good warm-up as well, just to get the legs moving again and get warmed up and get in that mindset as well.
I guess another interesting factor we've got here at Home International Regattas is that most of these crews are inverted commas scratch crews. You know, they don't train together all the time at the club, or especially the power boats. You know, the power boats were formed very recently, and I know that the junior program, although they've been on a camp for a week, that is still not a lot of time together. And, you know, you may not be used to rowing with somebody, which will be more important over a sprint, because you kind of want to have that in-sync timing when you're going above threshold.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen a few of the fours that are making up these eights today. For example, with the men, they're all the four were from London, so they've all rowed together a lot in the past. Two of them who were in the four were in a pair through. They had a project this season where they did the pair up until Henley Royal. So some of them will have that leg up, where they will have been training and racing together for perhaps even years. So that really could be a good contributing factor for them. That could give them that extra bit today. So yeah, it'll be really interesting to see whether they'll come out on top or whether the scratch crews, you know, it just depends how well they've managed to gel in the time that they've had.
And I think over that 500 metres, there's only so many strokes there. And so if there's a few strokes at the beginning which maybe don't go the way, it's going to be, you know, that very quickly a third of a length can become half a length. And very quickly that 500 metre comes and it's not on your side. So I think, you know, the point you've made, Ben, is completely valid. The scratch crews versus, you know, Kate, there may be one or two rowers in the boat which can just form enough of that rhythm, of that solid race rhythm that just takes them through that you know, the core, that 500 out to that 500 metre mark.
Yeah, and when you've got the 2,000 metres and the 1,500 metres, the start, yes, obviously it's important, but we've been saying over the last few races that I've been commentating on at different events where if you have a bad start, you've still got enough time to make up for it. But in this sprint here, if you've got a bad start, that's it. You could be dropped and you could completely lose the race for yourself. So they've got to be really on it from the get-go, really focused on that start line.
I agree and disagree with that statement. Sorry, you know, as a rower that races, and my coach used to tell me off for trying to attack that first stroke, because when you try and attack that first stroke, you dig the blades deeper and then you're ultimately 3 strokes behind where you need to be. So I actually spent a lot of my rowing career trying to dial down my first to third stroke effort level. So although I'm starting quick, I'm not giving 100% effort, because you kind of want the boat to be up to speed before you do that. But I get the point. But it's going to be really interesting to see how those young juniors, you know, that's what's great about Home International, is we've got young juniors racing probably for the first time on a stage like this with a live stream, with family and friends, you know, here wearing their international colours. They'll be wondering what their what's the word I'm trying to say, what the gravity of the race does to that mindset, and whether they decide to attack the race or whether they stick to their race plan of a normal 2K race and then just build up from there.
Yeah, and also in these short, sharp sprints, it's really important that they really stay focused all the way throughout, because, as we've said, it's so short, it's over so quickly. They've really got to focus. There's no time for them to settle down. They've just got to be switched on the whole way and just keep dialing in, listening to that person in the boat who's talking, giving the calls, listening to the Coxed, and just keep it moving.
Yeah, sorry, Zoe, I've just been asked to remind any family and friends that are listening to commentary on the other side of the bank or watching the live stream, if you want to continue watching live racing in person, you may want to start walking up to that 500 metre marker from the start, because that is where they're going to be starting and finishing, from the start to the 500 metre marker.
And also, if you are watching on the live stream, you will see on your screens now we've got the current team points standing at the moment. So take a look at that, and we will keep tuning in to see how the standings change over the sprint races.
We have just been joined in our commentary booth by the CEO of Welsh Rowing. So, Dan, you're going to get quick fire questions from 3 of us. Firstly, what does it feel like to host a historic event? First time Home International's been here at Dorney in the modern era. What do you think about that?
To be honest, Ben, I think it's absolutely fantastic. It's great that we're being able to get everything out to the masses. We're really, really proud of what we've put on here. I'm really thankful for all the work that all the team of volunteers have put in. And just looking forward to those sprint races now.
What would you say your favourite race has been to watch so far here today?
Such a loaded question, isn't it? I mean, have I got to pick favourites? There've been so many great races. I'm not gonna single one out, but obviously all the ones that Wales have won have been my favourites. But it's been really great to see that there have been so many close races throughout the day. The danger sometimes with these kind of events is you could end up with a few kind of easier results, but I think all of them have been really tight, which is testament to the level of the athletes here.
And Dan, I think that's a very valid point. I think the standard of rowing here today has been high across all the nations here, and so, you know, you've now been at the helm. You've been our captain of the ship for Welsh rowing for a number of years now. As you look out from today, what do you hope the largest and biggest legacy will be of this regatta on the Welsh team going forward?
I mean, you're all testing me with these questions now, but no, I think for me the legacy, especially, is through the work that's happened through our junior program and the athletes that are coming through that, through all the camps, the trials process. Our senior team is made up with a lot of the juniors that have come through over the last few years. There's a few that haven't been able to make it because they've actually been elevated to the GB side of things. And for me, that's the biggest legacy, is having athletes that really want to represent the country because of the experience they've had growing up. So yeah, for me, that would be the biggest legacy.
And to put it into perspective for listeners, you know, Welsh Rowing is an organisation where you've got 5 members of staff. You know, we get funded circa £300,000 a year, and you know, we're hosting an event like this, and we track over 300 juniors through from when they pick up their rowing blades to where they race for Wales here at home internationals and beach sprints or whatever it may be, or to go through the senior squads. What do you hope changes in the next 4 years for Welsh Rowing?
Obviously, continuation of the tracking of juniors and more juniors coming into the sport and carrying on all the way through. We're also looking to extend through the senior program as well, because it's really important that they don't just have a great experience when they're younger and then get to a point where there isn't a great deal on offer after that. Our clubs are absolutely fantastic in getting people to row. So just trying to keep that going and getting more and more people into the sport and more people rowing more often.
And there's been obviously a lot of platforms that have been adding mixed events into their programs. Do you have any plans to add more mixed events, any mixed events into the eights, for example, over the next few years?
I think a big thing is looking at the future of the sport and the direction, especially with World Rowing moving more towards mixed events. It is definitely something that we're thinking about, for sure. And also talking with our partners across at British Rowing and Scotland is something we're definitely not opposed to, and I think it kind of makes sense going forwards to follow the world trend. And I think for events like this as well, it would be really valuable, especially around the sprints, to have more of a mixed view as well.
You know, you're not just making waves in terms of participation in Wales and creating legacy in terms of track in juniors. You know, even if you look at the media that's around the course today, you know, the posters that are up, the graphics that are on the screen right now, isn't it the first time there's been a powerboat on the poster of a home international regatta, but also the first time that a female is focused front and centre?
Absolutely, Ben. On last year's programme, there were female athletes, but they weren't rowing. We were really conscious that with the new mixed para event, we really wanted that front and centre. So it's across all of our programmes, our posters. You can see on the screen as well that occasionally you'll see those athletes appearing. So we are trying to break down those barriers as well. I'd also like to put a little shout out to Icon Design and our board member Andrula Webb. Her team's designed the whole of this as well.
No, a huge shout out to Andrew and the team at Icon. It just elevates the whole event here today to see such a strong brand. It relates very clearly to the Welsh Dragon. We all recognise the Welsh Dragon as an internationally recognised icon, pardon the pun, of the Welsh culture. And so it's a delight to see the Welsh culture here today at Eton Dorney, right in the thick of the action. And I think the point that we just raised there about, about the need and the evolution of the sport's really, really key. And I think as we look forward to Los Angeles, we know that the course is going to be shorter there. Here today, we're over 500 metres. And I know when I was at the Home International, it was just over 2,000. So I think it's really important. And this event is a prime example of where the sport is evolving. It's evolving at pace to ensure it remains relevant. And I think what's really, really key and what's an absolute, joy to see today is as many athletes out on the water enjoying themselves and having a wonderful race experience, because I think, tight racing encourages people to come back. It encourages people to continue in the sport and obviously to move on their kind of pathway towards achieving whatever they can do. And so I think it's really, really key. And we've seen today how successful all the boats have been in the programmes which we've seen succeed.
And I'm going to make a promise live on air. The next time Wales host a traditional Home International Regatta, where is it going to be placed?
Thanks, Ben. So we are looking to really try and get this in Wales next time round. We're in talks of trying to get this up north in Bala, and that is what we are trying to do. And we'll see how all the plans develop. But that we definitely, for the next time round, want to be hosting this on home soil. As much as we have turned Dorney into Llyn for the day, ideally we'd like it on our side of the border.
And I think you're right, Dan. I think it would be wonderful to host this regatta again in Wales. I think some of the exciting plans that we're working on at board level to secure this in Wales are going to be really key for not only local rowing in Wales, but also for the local area, tourism, trade as well. To bring this regatta to some of the most rural and beautiful parts of our country, and indeed Wales, I think would be a real privilege.
And just looking out the window here at the commentary box, we've got a couple of crews that have started to make their way up to the start of this 500-metre marker. But more excitingly, viewers on the live stream will be glad to know that we're going to be joined by Olympic bronze medalist Rebecca Wild. She's just pulled into the car park now and will be joining us on the commentary team very shortly. Hello stream, we are lucky to be joined by bronze medal winning Rebecca Wild. Hello Rebecca.
Hello Benjamin.
You can hold the microphone yourself, you know that, don't you?
Thank you.
So what have you been doing this morning?
I've been training this morning. I did a water session in the quad and then weights.
And we've got 9 weeks to go until World Championships, is that correct?
I don't actually actually know the specific number, so I'm relying on you to tell me that. Thank you.
Yeah, so you have been training today and you've come down to Eton Dorney to join us. What's it been like driving through and seeing the athletes at the boat tents? Is there a good buzz? Is there a good atmosphere out there?
Yeah, it looks really exciting. Seems like there's a good crowd here. The athletes seem to be all in their different tents and stuff, and that's just what you want at Home International, right? It seems like a really good supportive environment, and I'm excited to watch some racing this afternoon.
And forgive me, because I don't know this, but have you ever competed at the Home International Regatta before yourself?
Yes, I competed in 2022.
Oh, fantastic. And which event did you race in there?
I did the single, double and quad.
Oh, amazing. So this is bringing back some nice memories for you.
It is, yeah. It was quite a day back on the London docks. So windy, but yeah, we had a lot of fun. So yeah, good memories.
Yeah, and we were just discussing now, the athletes have literally just finished the 2,000 metres, the 8s have just finished, and they're going to go in up now to do 500 metre sprints. How would you feel about doing that half an hour after your last race? What would be going through your mind after having done a flat-out 2K to then go and do a flat-out 500?
I mean, fair play, it's a tough schedule, but at least this one's shorter. I think that helps. But I think just, to be honest, the day in general will help them get through it. Like, they'll be on such a high, no matter how much the 2K hurt. And so to know that they've only got a splash and dash left, I think that'll be really exciting for all of them.
So Becky, as you look to 2022 here, or at the Docklands, winning, going out and competing over 3 races, then 2 years later in Paris, where does this event sit in your pathway to that bronze medal?
Oh yeah, it was really special actually. I'd always wanted to compete for Wales when I swam. That's what I did. I swam for Wales. So to be able to do that in a different sport, in rowing, was really, really special, and that was always something I wanted to do when I started. So it was a really special event that year to finally tick that off. And I think the scheduling and the racing, it was tough, but it definitely prepared me well, getting that racing experience. And I think I learned a lot of lessons from that weekend, and it definitely propelled me forward for the 23 season and then obviously 24 as well.
And without giving any spoilers away, how did our boy Jack play today?
Oh, he was so good when he came on. Yeah, good 30 minutes.
Perfect, that's good to know. I can't wait to watch that when I go home. So, Becky, we're going to touch on a bit of the Paris Olympics and Paralympics now, because obviously these guys out here will be dreaming of maybe making it to LA or Brisbane in the future. What was your lasting memory of the whole experience in Paris 2024?
Oh, I still look back on it like it was a dream, really. I think it was the best 3 weeks of my life, and I still have to pinch myself when those memories come back, and the fact that it was literally a year ago today that it all kind of kicked off. It's crazy what's happened this past year. It almost feels like a lifetime ago, but at the same time feels like it was just yesterday that Matilda and I were in that double.
It really does feel like a lifetime ago, doesn't it? But I'm going to ask you a question, because obviously you are Welsh through and through. You're a Welsh rugby fan. You wanted to represent Wales. Your mum is Welsh, and that's how you've kind of qualified to represent Wales. For those athletes out there that may think that they can't represent Wales because they don't live in Wales or they're not from Wales, what would be your advice? A little bit of that imposter syndrome. What would you say to those athletes in clubs that have some Welsh heritage or want to represent Wales?
Yeah, I think look at the eligibility rules first and foremost. And then, see where that can get you. I mean, yeah, my mum's Welsh, so that's how I qualify. And I think having that passionate Welsh heritage, that's always been a desire of mine to compete for Wales in sport. So I think, if you've got that desire to compete for Wales, you've got that passion within you. I don't think there's much holding you back.
No, we're in a sport where we represent Great Britain on the international stage. So this home international is the only opportunity that athletes can get their home flag on their chest. And I remember my first Welsh rowing vest is in a frame in my house, because it means just as much to me as the Paralympic vest, because it's that first journey, and also I'm Welsh first, British second. So for me, it was a real passionate project of mine. And you look at those people here that are racing for England rowing, there's not many opportunities you can represent England either, and Ireland, obviously they can represent themselves at home international and at the Olympics and Paralympics. Scotland the same with British rowing and Scottish rowing. So it's a really good opportunity for those people that want to express their nationality through sport.
Oh, definitely. I think this is almost the pinnacle for home nation rowing. like in our sport, there's no Commonwealth Games in rowing, and that was kind of like one of my like big disappointments when I switched from swimming, because it meant that I couldn't compete in the commies anymore. But this is like, yeah, obviously it's not as big a scale, but it's still hugely special. This is the only event that you can represent your home country in rowing, and I think that makes it so much more special.
Richard, on that, I'm going to pull you in here with your UK sport hat on. Obviously, beach sprints was part of the Victoria 2026 Commonwealth schedule, and obviously we know the political landscape with that, and the fact that it's now going to be held in Scotland, and that's a big success to keep the Commonwealth running. But it's a shame that rowing's come off the programme. What's your hope from a UK sport point of view? Would you like to see rowing back in there for 2030?
Well, I think from my perspective, I think any Olympic, Paralympic, Commonwealth programme, obviously in terms of event delivery, it's got to be sustainable. It's got to have, it's got to include sports which allow the championship or tournament to be sustainable financially as well. And so I think that's important when making decisions on the sport programme. I think looking forward, the sport of rowing's got an incredibly exciting opportunity in Los Angeles to obviously split the programme between flat and coastal rowing. And I think, looking forward, I think that's a huge accolade for the sport to be able to shift and change. I think, there are challenges with change, but I think as someone who has been involved in the sport, taken some time away, but now involved around the board table, it makes me proud to be involved in the sport, which is evolving and is working hard to keep adapting as we move forward.
Can you see a future where rowing comes back into the Commonwealth Games from your perspective?
I think that all depends about hosting. And so, we're just under a year to go until Glasgow 26. Glasgow are a wonderful event host. They recently hosted the World Athletics Indoor Championships in 24, the first ever World Cycling Combined Championships in 23, and now we're only less than a year to go until Glasgow 26. So Glasgow is well placed to make a huge success of the Commonwealth Games. And I think going forward, I know the Commonwealth Games Federation are working hard to find hosts for future editions, and I hope, as with my rowing hat on, that rowing has an opportunity to thrive across all the international programmes it's part of.
Becky, you're very used to seeing para rowers train alongside you at Caversham, and you've got a good friendship. You live with Frankie, who is part of that PR3 Mixed 4. What do you think events like this that combine para racing and able-bodied racing alongside each other, how important do you think that is going forward?
Oh, I think it's really important. I think it's what the sport needs. This and Henley Women's, that's like the main events in rowing that you see paras compete alongside us, and I think it's so important to see you guys do that and see how impressive it is and how fast you guys can go. I'm always so impressed, like training alongside the para squad, and like you said, got a great friendship, and I don't see why we can't do that, why we can't have you guys participating alongside us. You do the same sport as us, so I think the more opportunity we have to showcase that, the more important that is.
Yeah, I completely agree. And we were just talking earlier off air about all of the events that I've done commentary at over the last few years, but especially this year, it's been a packed calendar, and it kicked off with junior interregionals. And to see the paras racing at junior interregionals, just to see those juniors, just so emotional, just to be there on the platform with everyone else, but to witness them getting their medals as well, like, it's really beautiful. And as you said, like, there's no reason why we all shouldn't be able to compete on the same platform together, regardless of our abilities. And yeah, it's really nice. And I think the rowing is moving in that stage where it's becoming more inclusive, that everyone's getting to do the same events, like, no matter what. So yeah, it's great.
Exactly. From my perspective, the more opportunities are, the more the sport is going to grow. And I think that's hugely important for the para rowing team to have that as well beneath them. The more we can get at this level, and like developmental level, the more important that's going to be long term. So yeah, I think long may that continue, and long may more events continue to put events on.
Yeah, and Home Internationals proved today that you don't need to overthink things. We've had the situation recently where one of the English rowers, Curtis Dickens, one of my training partners at Caversham, has had to pull out due to a rib stress. So Home Internationals decided to put a time differential system in place where Jake Woods, the PR1 male, is racing against the PR1 female and the PR2 female, just with a time gap difference. So it's a pretty unique way of racing, but it means all three athletes get a race together. And we're going to be going into the 500 metres where that time differential will seem huge, but it'll be really interesting to see how they close up over 500 strokes or 50 strokes or so.
No, I think that's a brilliant way around it, and it means everyone can race. I'm really glad Jake got a race. And it's finding ways to do that. It's finding ways to make sure everyone can race no matter how many entries there are. So I'm really, really glad that they found a way around that today.
Yeah, so for those thinking what they are, we can just see the power boats now backing onto the start, getting ready for the start. So you'll have 3 or 2 different start times. So you'll have the first start will be Mary, women's PR1, with a 6-second gap to the PR2 female, Sophie, and then 9 seconds to Jake. So Jake will be hunting down the 2 females ahead of him with a 15-second time differential.
And for those listening, both here and at home, who don't know the difference between like PR1, 2 and 3, etc., are you able to just explain that to everybody for us?
You're the expert.
So yeah, we are very lucky that our sport is quite unique because we have a full range of disabilities. We have the PR3 category, which is for people with ambient disabilities, but also on the Paralympic spectrum, it's the lowest classifiable sport. So we have, somebody like Ed Fuller, who has got a fused ankle through a disability, so he classifies. But then also in his category, you've got people with visual impairments, cerebral palsy, amputations. It's a really vast category, and then you come from all the way down from there to me, which is in the PR1 category, where I have no movement in the lower limb of my body, and the PR2 category in between, and those athletes that may or may not be ambient but can generate some driving force through their legs or hips. So that's the difference between a PR2 athlete and a PR1 athlete, is they can generate force around their hip joint. So you'll notice now when you start to watch these PR1 and PR2 boats, if you look at the boats, they've got 2 sponsons on the side, which is mostly because a lot of us in our categories don't have any core control, so we won't be able to balance laterally. And you'll see that we'll take a stroke basically by hooking the blade in the water at the front and then using your lats to engage. Rather than pressing off that foot plate, we use our lats to create that engagement at the front end, and then it's just a body swing through to the finish. So that's the main difference, whereas a PR3 athlete will row pretty standardly on a side and seat.
And for the Scottish sculler today, who's going to start significantly down off the starting blocks, what are the key things that he's going to feel while hunting down the athletes in front of him?
I think over a 2,000 metre difference, you've got time to kind of hunt that down. 15 seconds is going to seem like a lifetime over such a short race. It's going to feel like a huge time gap. But I know Jake, I train with him a lot and I know him very well, and it won't faze him. He'll be going for his time. Earlier today he was hoping for a PB time, and I can report that he got a 6-second PB, so that's epic for Jake. I'm really happy for him. And that was in a race where he was racing himself. I know he had the two girls there with him, but he still, after catching Sophie and Mary, he still had to then push on and try and beat a time. So for him to do that here by himself is really, really impressive, and he should be really proud of that. I know he's got a little baby on the way in October as well, so his life is about to be completely changed. So hopefully, he can keep driving forward and provide some challenge, and hopefully we can go together towards LA.
And I think I was lucky enough to see Jake after the end of that race this morning, and I think the energy that he clearly showed, passion for representing Scotland, and also being here and racing in that 2,000 metre version this morning, I think was really quite. It was very easy to pick up on that energy when I saw him this morning after his race.
Yeah, and you've got to remember that these PR2, PR1 boats, because they're so small, and our stroke rate is so short, and then we whip the rate up quite quickly, we can change speed relatively quickly. So whilst it is a long race over 2,000 metres, we are 9 minutes plus, over 500 metres it isn't that bad. I can beat able-bodied scullers out of the blocks. Becky, I'll give you a try in Caversham.
Yeah, you'll probably beat me.
And I think on the live feed now we can see that the the race course in front of us, but of course instead of when these athletes will turn around and see 2,000 metres in front of them, now they only have that first timing marker to the 500 metres to go to today. So it really is the last, as you said, Becky, the last splash and dash of this afternoon's Home International Regatta.
It is, yeah, and I think it'll be really exciting for all these athletes. No one really gets a chance to race over 500 metres. So yeah, this is a really exciting hour or two for everyone coming up.
Yeah, so on our left-hand side of the screen, we've got Sophie in that English boat. We've got Mary in the second lane. She is actually a Paralympic bronze medalist from equestrian, so it's really impressive to see her compete across two sports. And then obviously Jake has got a lane gap, and then we've got Jake on this far side closest to us. I set Jake a time earlier, so I'll let you know whether he crosses that line in that time, but I'll let you know. Zoe, obviously you watched power racing at the junior interregionals. What's been your viewpoint on watching power rowing, and commentating on it and watching it develop and the changes that you see throughout the year?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. It was at junior interregionals, there was quite a few, both there and when I was doing the commentary on the boats at Henley Women's. A lot of them had visual impairments, so it was interesting to see they had the launch behind them with the coach telling them what to do, and it was really interesting for me to learn that all they can do is tell them, harder this side, harder that side. They can't give them any inclination as to where they are, if they're close to the other crew or not, which is, I thought that was a bit unfair, to be honest, because they can't tell. But it's just amazing to see. There was an interview with one of the juniors at interregionals when she got her medal, and as I said earlier, just the emotion, she was just so happy to have got that medal, but it was just great to see her involved in it. She was saying that it was just giving her a real boost to be able to be there with everybody else, and yeah, it's just really great for the sport, really, just to make them feel as involved as everybody else and to prove that no matter what, you can do it too. Yeah, it was really inspiring.
Yeah, and just a quick reminder of that time differential. So Mary will go off first with a 6-second advantage to Sophie, who's the PR2 English single sculler. And then there'll be a further 9 seconds to Jake, who is the Scottish male PR1 single sculler. So if you're a bit confused why it says PR1 and 2, that's because there's two different classifications racing, but you've also got two different races happening with Jake racing his own race over on the right-hand side.
England, Wales, Scotland. Attention. 4, 3, 2, 1, go! 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Right. I was going, no, he hasn't got the right numbers yet, so I'll say them. That's all we have to do, yeah? Yes.
I guess the first 10 strokes, you've not got any fatigue in your arms. They're really going to go for it, and you could see there a few moments ago, Jake's boat was really moving fast out the blocks. So we'll just see how he sustained that through the first 100 metres.
Yeah, and you'll notice the difference here between Mary and Sophie. Mary will have a chest strap on her because she has no core control, so she'll be using her upper body only to propel the boat, whereas Sophie will be able to move around the hip and generate some force through that trunk swing. But you notice Jake's kind of got that hybrid between both styles, and that's because Jake is a single leg amputee, so he can get some movement over his left hip, but he has no core stability on that right side, so he flops into that seat. But he has been working really hard on keeping those wrists flat, and you can see there that he's not quite managing to keep them flat there in this 500 metre start, so Will and Tommy and his coaches will not be happy with that.
I mean, this is tough, having a Paralympic champion commentating on your race. I'm not sure anyone's perfect, and I think Jake's doing a great job there. You can see he's already got a 2K in his arms there, so no doubt there's a lot of fatigue, but he seems like he's accelerating that boat really well off the catch.
Yeah, he's working really well, and because he can fix on that left leg, he can really support himself to really drive from that catch. It's really impressive how quickly he picks that boat up. One thing we have, as a duo, have been working on over the winter is trying to get the trim of the boat right, because we're quite heavy blokes, so if you sit us too far in the bow in a short boat, the bow sinks. So we've been trying to work the right trim point for us to sit in that boat, and you can see here that his bow is flowing nicely out of the water. There is a slight dip when all his body weight comes back into that seat, but it is really impressive to see how quickly he gets that bow up and out of the water and propelling forward.
Yeah, that bow is moving nicely, and I think Felipe's help you see that with the blue trim all the way through from the stern to the bow. That really helped us last year in the double.
Yeah, and you can see there Jake has come through the line. The time on the clock will be different because he's got a time differential, so it's around a 2:13, 2:14 time, I think. We'll find out.
And what did you
shortly.
predict?
Not that. And here we go, you've got Mari and Sophie. This is a tight race. This is really tightened up from this morning in the 2K. Sophie has really taken it to Mari. You can see Mari looking around there, looking for the line. I can't call this, I can't quite see. What do you think, Becky?
Oh, it's hard to see from this angle, but both of them are really going for it in the last few strokes. I think Sophie looks to just have her bow in front, and I think she's just got that on the line.
That was very, very close racing, and that will be exactly what both of those girls want. They want to have tight racing, they want to race each other. They don't mind that they're not in the same category. They really do just want tight and close racing, so this time differential idea is a really good idea for them to get some tight, close racing.
Yeah, that was a really, really great race from all of them.
There you are. This is going to be the agonising part for these athletes. They've got another 1,500 metres to row home.
It's a tough cool down.
On the start line now, we have the PR3 Mixed Doubles. Again, we saw these crews race earlier for the 2,000 metres. You've got Rebecca and Miguel in the Welsh boat. You've got Jonty and Amalia in the English boat, and the Irish crew's names escape me for the moment, I'm sorry. So they are Nathan Guerin and Ella Keedy.
So I just have a quick question for you, Ben. With the PR1 and 2 singles that we saw just then, can you explain why? Because I've always wondered, sometimes I see them and they've got their own square blades all the time and some of them are feathering. Can you explain the reason behind that at all?
Yeah, I absolutely can, and it'll come down to the function in the hands, because obviously, like I said, we have the sport which has minimal disability all the way through to quite severe disabilities, and for instance, Mari can't feather the blade, so she has to keep it square. So that'll be the reason why some athletes choose to feather, and not as just through the ability to move their wrist or move their hands in that certain function. So this will be a really interesting one, because this will look like able-bodied rowing. So, but these athletes do have impairments, and some of them may be visually impaired, some of them may have physical disabilities, and it's really interesting how the coaches get them to combine together, but not only two different disabilities, but two different genders. So you've got to combine two different disabilities and two different genders. It's a really cool boat class that the Paralympics introduced in Paris. In my opinion, in this boat field, the Welsh boats have an advantage because they're both from the same club. So they both train at Llandaff and Channelview in Cardiff. So they're quite a tight-knit unit. Jonty and Amalia are a scratch crew. Amalia and Jonty both have just finished racing on Monday at the British Championships, where they both placed really well. So to bounce back from a heavy weekend of racing at Brit Champs to then have only 5 days break and then come back to racing here, it's pretty special, whilst also learning how to row together.
Yeah, I think that provides a unique challenge and something they'll probably have learnt a lot just having raced today. They'll have learnt a lot from that 2K to then take into this 500.
Yeah, so on the left-hand side of our screen we've got England, in the middle Ireland, and closest to us Wales. Apologies, that's Wales on the far side, left-hand side of the screen, Ireland in the middle of your screen, and England closest to us here on the right-hand side of your screen. This seems to have been held a little while, and that's probably to give the other rowers some time to get past the 500 metre mark and start that 1500 metre recovery row home, row of death. But what do you think's going through these crews' heads sat here waiting for this 500 metre to start?
I think they'll just be going over the plan. Trying to say a few words to each other just to give them some confidence, calm the nerves. It's all about just staying relaxed on the start line, not letting any tension creep in, and just waiting.
Does your warm-up change for a 500-metre race compared to a 2,000-metre race?
Good question. I have not often raced over 500. I suppose you'd throw in some more fast twitch stuff. You probably do a few more starts. You do a few more winds in your warm-up. There's no need to do the longer low rate stuff. It's just really about priming those muscles, so they're really ready to fire off the start.
Yeah, I'm just thinking whether sitting here at the start for this length of time would be dampening some of that warm-up effect that they've been searching for, but hopefully they've done enough in their warm-up to keep themselves warm, ready to go for a flat-out sprint.
Yeah, you'd hope they've done enough in the warm-up, and I guess at this point just moving up and down the seat will help a little bit. Keep firing those glutes. I suppose it's something that other sports have to deal with. The likes of athletics, I guess, is a similar length of time to an 800, or swimming. You'd have to be sat behind the blocks, stood behind the blocks for a little while. So yeah, it's something that's a bit unique to our sport, but more common in other sports.
They'll have the 2K under their belt as well, so they'll have their body lactate in their body from earlier as well, so I'm sure they'll be okay. And obviously they've probably practiced. As you can see, they've come to front stops now, so they're obviously under starters orders here. So let's see how this start goes. Becky, would you like to call it?
Yep, so you can see that it looks like England have fired off the blocks fastest. That stroke rate is a bit higher than the other crews, but you can see Wales now really shifting up the gears in that far lane on the left side.
Yeah, in the 2,000-metre race earlier, it looked like Miguel set a really nice rhythm for Rebecca to follow. They just kind of trucked through. But being a scratch crew, I think maybe Jonty and Amalia lost it in the middle of the 2,000 metres, kind of lost each other. But one over this 500 metres, they've just had time to regroup, debrief the 2K, and smack that first couple of strokes out of that start.
Yeah, they'll have learned a lot from that 2K, and it's whether they can translate those lessons into the shorter race. I think what's really important is just holding it together in the middle of this bit, and then as they wind towards the finish, sometimes you can fall apart in scratch crews as you try and get the rate up towards the end. So it's whether they can continue to match up.
Yeah, it looks like they just came through that 250-metre marker, and it looks bow wheel to bow wheel between these two boats. Obviously, the angle of the video makes it somewhat hard to call. But for that crew now, the Welsh crew that are slightly down, after having such a dominant performance in the 2K, they've just got to keep their head. They've just got to keep knowing that they were dominant over 2,000 metres, and they can hopefully row through this Jonty and Amalia English double.
Exactly. They had a 7-second win in the 2K earlier, so they'd be hoping to keep that margin in the smaller distance. But yeah, it's just about keeping their heads, executing their plan, and just linking up with each other like they have done in training and in the 2K earlier.
Yeah, and I know Rebecca's little boy Ben will be shouting on at home and cheering her on, and he's such a proud son of his mother and what she tries to do, and it looks like Wales are going to cross the line first there, followed by Jonty and Amalia. And I will say that they looked a lot more together there, even though the speed was up and higher. It's really impressive to see from a scratch crew, and especially when Amalia is still a J18.
That's very impressive from them both, and yeah, I think they definitely showed some improvements from earlier on. And crossing the line there, Ireland also improving from their earlier race, and I'm sure they've learned some lessons this weekend as well and had some great experiences racing twice.
Yeah, and what's great about the para community is that because it's so small, we're all good friends as well, and they get a great community between us. So these guys will go in, they'll debrief together, and they'll have a big celebration together, and they'll all pat each other on the back, because it is like that. We're competitors on the field, but we're also trying to be friendly, because everyone has their own story before they even got to the start line. But yeah, a good congratulations there to Rebecca, Knight and Miguel from Llandaff Club in Cardiff. I'm going to pass the microphone now to Zoe and Richard to commentate the next race.
So we can see the crews are just, some of them are attached and the rest are just attaching onto the state boats now, and we are bringing you the sprint final of the junior women's quadruple sculls. In lane 1 we will have Scotland, lane 2 England, 3 Ireland and 4 Wales.
And I think, Zoe, looking out now as these crews get attached, this is a really kind of nervous moment when your training is done, the warm-up's done. In these athletes' case, they've raced once already today, if not more than that. And so now, in those last seconds before the red lights go green up at the top, I think it's a really, really interesting point just to reflect on how these athletes are feeling as they think about that first stroke, which will take them through to that beginning of that 500 metre sprint.
Definitely, it's super nerve-wracking when you're sat on that start line, especially if you're perhaps waiting for another crew to get attached and you're ready to go, and it drags it out a bit longer. As a Cox, it's so hard sitting on that stake boat because, you know, as you said, they've done all they can do in the training, but then I feel like it's my job to make sure that everything goes right in the race, and I'm focusing on making sure that we're straight. If there's a bit of a wind, I'm going to start at a bit of an angle, but every time I'm sat on the stake boat, my stomach is in knots, and I always say to people, if I don't feel nervous when I'm sitting on that start line, then I get worried, because I always have the best race when I've been sitting there, a bag of nerves on the start line, and then that buzzer goes off, the light changes, and then the adrenaline just kicks in, and it's time to switch on. You've got no other choice than to just crack on with it.
And I think in this case there is another sense of nerves, which of course these boats are Coxless, they don't have a Cox, and so one of these athletes today will have a foot plate which is attached to the rudder, and it is their responsibility to keep their boat straight. And having had the foot on a number of races, including at the Booms of Henley, I know how quickly that lane border can come across you, especially if you get caught in this tailwind today.
Definitely, and I'm just looking at the screen here now for those of you who aren't watching on the live stream, and it does look like in lane 3 we are missing Ireland, so I'm not sure what's happened there, whether we're waiting for them or whether they've had to scratch. We might be able to bring you some more information on that shortly. And from a perspective of having that lane gap, that can be quite difficult if you're all the way there on your own and there's nobody directly next to you to push off, and you've got to make more of an effort to look over to see where your opposition are. It can be quite disruptive in a way.
Absolutely, and in the case of that Welsh crew there, they are until we understand what's happened to the Irish crew, they will possibly be going down in a bit of a vacuum. And so I think for that crew it will be interesting to reflect on what they need to do, which is stay incredibly focused, to go through the process that they would have already thought about on land before they set out, and just make sure they follow the process through this incredibly short race.
Definitely, and you never know, because it is such a short, sharp sprint, it might play to their advantage to not have somebody next to them, because they can just be in their own bubble, not have the noise of another crew, the other gates making the noise next to them. It might actually be an advantage to them to just really switch on. Obviously, whoever's steering will take a look over every now and then to see where the opposition are to make the calls, but it might play in their favour to just be in their own zone, have no noise around them, and just focus and get on with it. So you can see they're not under starters orders yet, they are relaxed and just getting straight, so possibly we might not have Ireland.
Just while we wait for these crews to come under starters orders, I am going to do a shout out for the Power Pathway at British Rowing. If anyone out there wants to get involved, ask questions, or wonder how they can help, please email power@britishrowing.org. That's power@britishrowing.org, and somebody will be able to point you in the right direction. We've got Rob Cree, our talent development officer, Will Stockton, our talent development coach, David O'Brien, who is the crew coach at British Rowing, and then Nicola Benavente, who is the chief coach. Any one of those guys will be gladly placed to help you either find a classification or help you make your club more accessible.
Yeah, fantastic, absolutely. And we're just seeing on the screen here, for those of you who can't see, it's the tally for the team points. We've got England, they've got 30 points for the men, 31 for the women, 27 for the junior men, and 26 for the junior women. Ireland across the same categories: 17, 16, 18 and 28, 28, 19, 13 and 14 for the junior women, 15, 26, 12 and 12 for Wales. And just a reminder for you that when the racing finishes, we will have at the boathouse, so if you are here at the course, please make your way down to the boathouse. 4:15 it will be the 500 metre presentations, and at 4:25 it will be the team trophy presentations for those all important points tallies. And just so you know, it's 4 points for first place, 3 points for second, 2 points for third and 1 point for fourth, and in the event of dead heats the scores will be split. So for example, first and second will get 3.5 points each.
And I think that prize giving this afternoon is going to be even more important, because the two athletes to my left will be presenting those trophies to the winning teams, which if that isn't enough of a motivation to make sure these races go the way that these athletes want to, I don't know what is.
And we are off, so that is confirmation that we are missing Ireland here. So this will be Scotland in lane 1, England lane 2 and Wales in lane 4. And it looks like a really great clean start by all. Now, I have a terrible eye for these angles, but it did look like the crew from Wales were just a bit of ahead now, but this is a super deceptive angle here. How do you think it's looking so far?
Well, I think the parallax will slowly come in our favour, but it looked like the Welsh crew really did whip it up around the back in particular, and really made sure that leg drive was hard out of the blocks. But it looks like as the parallax starts to come round that maybe England and Ireland are slightly ahead of Wales, but I might live to regret that as we start to get a much clearer view on how this race is panning out, as I think they're coming up to the first 250 halfway.
Yeah, they're coming through the halfway now, and it looks great. It's so nice. I love watching quads, watching everyone's legs come down together really nice and smoothly. That England crew just really looked like they had such a strong leg drive in that first 250, so it's going to be really interesting to see what the rankings are as they come through.
And this is it. There's only a matter of more strokes left for these three boats, and it looks like, from my perspective, that England and Ireland are taking this right to the line, and it's only going to be a matter of strokes for them to make sure that we're spinning around. Sorry, England and Scotland, correction. But it looks like it's going to be potentially England's race to win.
Yeah, they're definitely surging that bow ball ahead now as they come up to the line. They've really taken that rate up. They're really stepping on that foot plate, and they are just going to cross that line about half a length ahead of the crew from Scotland.
And there you can see what's happened there. The athletes literally are taking every last breath, as that, you know, over such a short distance, the level of kind of anaerobic threshold has really been pushed right as high as it can possibly go.
And next, so there's confirmation, there's the crew names from England. Congratulations to them. And next we'll be going back to the start for the same, but for the junior men this time, the junior men quadruple sculls sprint final. And we've got lane 1 England, 2 Scotland, 3 Wales, and lane 4
So
Ireland.
Becky, you sit at the stroke seat of the quad at the moment, not hopefully giving away any secrets, but when it comes to starting a race, obviously you'll want to jack it up, right, and you want to take that rate out, but you've also got a set of rhythm that 2-seat and 3-seat can follow. So what's your tips to junior rowers out there that are going to sit in that stroke seat maybe for the first time at a start?
Yeah, I think the most important thing that we focus on in our crew is just really driving the legs. You can't get the rate up without delivering power under the water. So those first few strokes, it's about really moving those legs hard down and then whipping the arms away. And then as you build through 7, 8, 9, 10, that's when the rate will come. That's when the boat is going to be the fastest it possibly will be during the race. And keeping those legs driving. And then we tend to have more of a length call around the 20 stroke mark. But the rate, like I said, will only come through power in the water. I think it's easy to jack the rate up without having that power. But yeah, definitely having that focus under the water rather than on top is super important.
And I'm going to put you on the spot here now. If you were to be racing a 500-metre sprint here, what sort of rates do you think you'd be hitting throughout the race?
Oh gosh, you're asking the girl that's not that great at high rate or over short pieces. I think we'd be aiming for over 40, probably, yeah, averaging around 40. It'll definitely be higher off the start, and it's whether you can sustain that and then bring it back up for a little wind to the finish. Obviously 500 racing is very unique. Not many of these crews really have practiced that, but I think anything around that 40 mark is probably a target.
And we can just see the crews here are just making a few small adjustments, just tapping to get themselves at the angle they want to be, just looking out the window at the flags. So we don't have too much wind at the moment. It looks fairly calm out there at the moment. slight tail, but yeah, it looks like they've got some really nice conditions out there today, which will help them in this sprint. And it looks like most of these crews have got their blades squared and buried ready to go, so they will probably be under starters orders very shortly.
England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland. Attention.
And there we go, they're off. Absolutely love watching quads go off a start line. It's really nice to see. And looks like we had a slight steering there from the Irish slightly went off track there, but it looks like they recovered it really nicely. The key with the steering is not to overcorrect here, because that will really lose you some seats, which is really important here in this sprint. And it just looks like it's the crew from possibly England and Wales who have both pushed out ahead. Possibly might be the Welsh who have got the lead here on this angle. Yeah, it looks like they're just pushing their bows out ahead there really nicely.
Yeah, both those crews got a really good start. Hitting halfway, I think the Welsh just about edging in front. It's whether they can keep that for the next 250 metres. They look to be moving really well together, really pumping those legs.
Yeah, absolutely. But that crew over there from England and the Irish as well, right next to them, they really weren't lining up. Obviously, these angles aren't dead on, so we can't see, but it did look like they were really giving them a run for their money. But as we see it here, it looks like it's definitely the Welsh who are right out ahead, with England hot on their tails.
You can see England's rate slightly lower, and that looks probably to be working for them for a 2K, but over this 500 distance, the Welsh had it. And that's a real turnaround from earlier where they placed 4th in the 2K, so a brilliant result for those boys. And you can see there how happy they are amongst some lactic acid burning.
Yeah, it's great. And as you said, they didn't do so well over the 2K, so it's really interesting to see how certain athletes will... It's great that we've got this event here, because some people will really excel over a shorter distance, so it's great for them to have that time to shine and their time to pick up that medal when they obviously haven't had the opportunity earlier on in the day. So yeah, it's a really great offering here.
Yeah, we always have a 500 metre and a 250 metre dash for cash at the end of any training camps in the power squad, and it really shows those athletes that maybe are more explosive than endurance athletes, and it's great because we all line up, all the boat classes, the PR3 4, the PR3 double, the PR2 double, and myself in the single. We all line up dead on start, and it's just a go to the line. It's really fun to do.
Yeah, that sounds really exciting, and we are back to the start line now. And we've got the women's sprint final for the Coxless quads.
So England 1, Ireland 2, Scotland 3 and Wales 4. And I think what viewers might find interesting is, as you can see, all 4 of these boats, and indeed all rowing boats, row backwards. And so actually in front of these oars women today, in front of them, they will have some aligning posts which sit behind them on the pontoons, which allow them to see that they are dead straight down the lane without actually having to turn around and constantly adjust. So on these last kind of moments before, they'll be ensuring that they are straight down the lane, because as we talked about before, over 500 metres, if you're not quite straight, you're going to hit those buoys awfully quickly, and suddenly two or three strokes will soon lead you half a length down, and the race is all over if you're not straight off the blocks.
It'll be the bow woman that's lining them up off the start, and it's up to them to keep them straight off the start, but then it's very crew dependent who will have the steering foot. So yeah, in our boat typically it's the 2 seat, but in some boats stroke seat or bow seat can have the foot. So yeah, it'll depend who's confident with that, but definitely at the start you want your bow woman to have eyes on aligning the stern with the starting markers.
I think we're about 30 seconds away from the beginning of the race, and just as we sit here down at the end of the regatta course, and we're starting to see some of the crews who have sprinted to the 500 metre mark slowly coming over the line, as their legs are no doubt burning after their day of racing, and I'm sure they're looking forward to getting into the pontoons and starting their recovery properly as they come off the water. But as we look down at the start, those 4 crews now are preparing, we think, for the beginning of this race.
England, Ireland, Scotland.
And obviously, Becky, with a slight cross tailwind, it's going to narrow that racing up, isn't it? It's going to allow those people that maybe aren't so quick starters to narrow that racing together and close it together. So over 500 metres, that's even going to be even closer. They've just taken their first strokes. Do you want to talk us through this?
Yeah, you can see that all the boats really accelerating off the start. The England crew looks like they've probably got the best start there in the first few strokes. You can see how together they are, and that bow ball is really surging. The bow woman Ella Filman will really be feeling that lift in the boat, and it's about keeping that for as long as they can.
Exactly, and it looks like as we go through, as we approach that first 250, all crews look reasonably level, maybe with England with a slight advantage going up to that halfway mark.
Yeah, England won the 2K earlier over Scotland, followed by Ireland and Wales, so it's whether they can deliver that over a shorter distance, and it definitely looks like they're doing that so far with a full length lead already in the first 250 metres.
So what an incredible opportunity England have got now. They are 1 length up, only halfway through this 500 metre sprint, so it's only a matter more strokes to holding off from their colleagues on their left to hopefully stand in front on the 500 metre line mark, as it's not long to go now.
Yeah, it'll just be about driving under the water and keeping together as the lactic sets in. It's really about keeping that rate together, keeping that leg drive flowing, and just keeping loose and relaxed into the last few strokes.
And it can't be many strokes now, as I think the camera is literally about to pass over 500, so that's another medal for England as they cross the 500 metre line in front of Ireland and then Scotland, and then shortly behind Wales, with the last 3 boats completely lapped over there.
Yeah, really dominant performance there from the girls in the England quad. Super impressive.
And these races do really come thick and fast. So we've just had the women's quadruple scull. We're about to go on to the men's quadruple scull. Then we move on to the junior women's 8, the junior men's 8, the women's 8, and then we finish the day with the men's 8. So it's incredible, and it's great to see 4 athletes there: Ella Fullman, Sophie Brown, Louise Brooks, and Olive Keane, going down the course now to collect. Was it their second medal of the day?
Second gold medal, yeah. So great day for those girls.
And we're back up to the start line in lane 1. It's England, lane 2, Wales, 3 Ireland and 4 Scotland. And we can just see the fun, I think that's the Irish there, they're just making their way. The last crew to come towards the state boats. So this is the final of the men's quadruple sculls. See, 500 metre sprint. All crews are just attaching to the state boats now. And this race is due to start in about 2 minutes. So for those that you don't know, it's in the rules of racing here that you must be on the state boat 2 minutes prior to the start of your race. That gives you time to make sure you're attached correctly, that you're straight and ready.
You don't know how much that stresses me out. When I go to racing, I worry about getting to that start line 2 minutes on time. And my coach is like, you boated 35 minutes before, you've got plenty of time to get there. But I panic about getting a yellow card during the regatta.
That's the thing, and obviously if you're not there on time and you're making everybody wait, then you will have a warning. And there's nothing more embarrassing than when you're on the start line and they say, England, this is your official warning. Please acknowledge, and you have to put your hand up, and you feel like you're the naughty kid in class, and everyone's looking at you disapprovingly. So it's so important. But obviously, the rule is there in place to make sure that everybody has got a complete fair advantage, that everybody's there at the same time, they're all waiting for the same time, and also gives you time to get straight and ready, and keeps the races all running on time. And I have to say, it's really impressive here today to see how well the races are running on time, how smooth everything is. It's great that everybody here involved today, all of the volunteers here today making this happen. It's just been a really great event to be a part of.
You can see what Becky was talking about earlier with this crew in lane 3, just using that bowman to tap him round. I still don't think he's quite straight and ready, but he's going to take his time to tap himself round to be aligned in the pack men down the bottom of the course, ready to go for this 500 metres. But it's really good to see him just using the blade, slowly tapping himself round to get himself straight and aligned.
And they will be starting any minute now. We can just see that pretty much everyone apart from the 2 crews in the middle definitely squared and ready to go. And from the finish tower here we can see the men's 8, which I believe is one of the last races. It's making their way up to that long old row down to the start line now.
So in this race we've got England on the far left of your screen, Wales, then Ireland, then Scotland on this closest lane on the right hand side of your screen, and it looks like they've all gone off pretty level.
Yeah, pretty level. The Irish crew went a little skew if they're off the start, as the previous Irish crew did, but again recovered really nicely, no overcorrecting, so they didn't seem to lose too much ground there despite that line that they took off the start. But yeah, all really off strong. It looks like a really tight pack at the moment. We'll just wait for a slightly different angle. It does look from here that it might be the Irish who are just eking out ahead.
Yeah, it looks like Ireland and Scotland have got their barrel balls in front, but all 4 of these crews are looking, they've got a great separation on that back turn. Their hands are going away, getting over the knees and then flowing out to that front, even in a 500 metre sprint. It's really impressive to see them keep the technique up over such a short distance.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, that sort of steering mishap that the Irish had there off the start line has not phased them at all. It's not disrupted their race plan, and they've still managed to get their bows ahead. And we'll just wait for a different angle, but it does look still from this angle that they are just really driving those legs down and pushing further and further ahead as they approach the line. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
That deceptive angle, I can't call who that was, but the angle we had before really looked like they were still out quite far ahead. And these English just came from the outside. And we are just hearing that that's potentially going to be a photo finish, so we will wait for the official results for that one. How exciting. I didn't see England coming then. I was so fixed on what the Irish were doing that I didn't even notice them coming around the outside.
Yeah, what a last couple of strokes for that English crew. It's not over until it crosses the line, is it? And people sometimes forget that the surge helps. As you're coming through that line, if you can take that last stroke and just get that surge to cross you the line where people are maybe in between a stroke, it does really help in the end of a race.
Yeah, definitely. Like last weekend at the Club Champs, there was so many, we were on the finish line, there was so many races where you thought somebody was going to win, and then all of a sudden the crew next to them just took they just took their stroke right after they did, and that extra stroke that they had gave them that surge.
We can just see here the umpire speaking to the crews. I wonder what's being spoken about here. Maybe she's explaining that they're waiting for a photo finish. I don't know.
I would imagine so. We did just hear in our ears that they think that was a photo finish, so I would imagine that they'll just be explaining the same thing to them, just to let them know, paddle down and you'll find out later.
What an agonising 1500 metres for them to paddle.
We will give you some more information as soon as we receive it. now we will head to the start for the final of the junior women's 8s, and in lane 1 it's Scotland, lane 2 England, 3 Wales and 4 Ireland.
So in these 8s, you know, over such a short distance, you've got to get the boat up to speed. And how heavy is an 8?
You're asking someone that hasn't really ever rowed in an 8. Help me out.
So it's a ton. So you've got to get a ton up to weight, plus the Cox's weight. It's going to be pretty hard to do to get that boat up to speed and cruising to the 500 metre marker. So these guys and women are going to have to put down some serious watts to get that boat up and moving in such a short distance of time. I bet I've never raced more than in a single, right? So what does it sound like when you've got so many people and so many gates and so much water splashing around? What does that sound like?
It's very loud. You really have to get focus from a Cox's perspective on that start line, and they're just away here. But from a Cox's perspective, it's very noisy. It's the clunking of the gates, it's the splashing, and you really have to be in your zone in your boat and not let the noise of what's going on around you disturb you. And in an 8, it's really important to just sort of spend those first few strokes not focusing so much on the rate, but just focusing on getting that boat moving, because you know it's such a heavy boat, plus the weight of the Cox, going from stationary up to, you know, high 30s, hopefully early 40s. You can't just go for the spin straight away. You just really have to build it through the water on the legs first and make sure you've got the platform. And it looks like that's exactly what that crew from England have done. They've really pushed out ahead. You can see from this angle going through the 250 that they've got a really nice lead on the rest of the field.
Exactly that, and now they'll be looking back and hopefully and sitting up high and getting oxygen in their lungs as their legs start to burn. That's because there's only a matter of strokes left for these junior women for their day at home international, and for the England crew to pick up that last medal and those final points for the English Cup, for the Juniors Women's Cup is all they'll be looking for right now.
Yeah, and their legs will certainly be burning, and that's such a mental thing at this point as well. You know, you can't sort of relax it down and stride out. You just have to keep going and pushing on in these sprints. There's no time to just take the rate down a bit and settle. You just have to keep building and building, and that's exactly what they've done here. And a fantastic race executed there by that England crew. They probably had about a canvas or so overlap there, so that was really fantastic. In these 8s, to have that much of a lead over such a short distance is really incredible.
Absolutely. I think one of the biggest benefits of these 500 metre sprints is the fact that the racing is so tight, and that all these crews are looking across and only a matter of feet between them, which soon obviously changes as certain crews stride out. But as we can see there, England joyous with another medal for the England camp.
And a crucial 4 points in the points tally. You know, just a reminder that you get 4 points for a first place, 3 points for a second, 2 points for a third, and 1 point for that fourth place. And they do matter. Points win prizes, as my parents always say when we're watching the rugby.
I couldn't agree with you more, Ben. I think you asked just beforehand about the beginning of an 8th race, and down at the start now we have these crews going and turning onto the pontoons, and slowly but surely it will become incredibly quiet. It will be eerie as all these athletes wait for starters' orders. And so the beginning of an 8th race, unlike many of the other boats, the silence at the start is eerily quiet, and then as the red light goes to green, or as the umpire's flag goes from upright down to a lower position to start the beginning of the race, the noise absolutely roars. And it's important for for all athletes to remain in their boat, and I don't mean physically, I mean mentally, to ensure that there's no distractions. But it is a remarkable experience being at the beginning of an 8th race, and I think a multi-lane 8th race in particular. Here we have 4 crews, but of course Dorney Lake can look after 8 crews across the field, and I think it's a real testament to the competition, hearing that noise roar as the 8s go out to that first timing marker, which in this case will be the last timing marker.
So we've got the junior men's 8s here, and on the left hand side of your screen you've got Wales. Closest then is Scotland, then England, and then Ireland.
Yeah, and I think for these athletes, they are now, we are now at 3:30 in the afternoon. So these guys have been up They've been up racing throughout the day, and so I think it's just that one last hurrah down Eton Dorney to ensure that the last the last set of medals are awarded for the junior men's competition.
And looking at the commentary and the confirmed results for that previous race, it looks like England took the men's quad win, then Wales had the second place, which we didn't call here, then Ireland, then Scotland. That's what they're saying on the sheet here. Oh, sorry, no, England first, Ireland second, Wales third, and Scotland fourth.
And so as these crews now, so obviously 8 athletes all preparing for this last race and just slowly but surely getting ready, and they'll slowly come forward to that front stop position before, and as you can see the Coxes there, some of them have their hands up to signal to the umpires behind them that they are not yet straight and not yet ready.
And it's just quite interesting, we can see here on the screen that some of these crews have got different rigs, so some of them have got the stroke seat is on stroke side, some of them have got the stroke seat on bow side, and in this Irish crew here it looks like they've got a little bucket in the middle of their boat as well, and it could be for a number of reasons, but in this case, because it's in the middle of the boat, it's probably to do with how they're moving the power down the boat. So it's really interesting to see the different techniques that these crews have got to give them that edge.
Yeah, we were sitting with Morgan and Ella, the coaches of the women's squad, yesterday at dinner, Becky, and she was saying about how they had a couple of athletes that were pulling the boat around, so they had to adjust the rig to accommodate for that. So yeah, that is true.
Yeah, with 8 people in the boat, you want to make sure they're all in the best seats possible for them. So it's all about alignment and positioning, and you can see here the England crew in the middle have got off to a strong start, with Wales also starting strongly on the outside.
And exactly that. So those crews now are whipping up probably through the low 40s, turning it around the turn at the back of the stroke as quickly as possible, getting the catch in as quickly as they can to drive through as quickly as possible through to the first halfway mark at 250. It looks like England in front of Wales, but let's see how the last 250 pans out.
Yeah, you can see England there just edging away now through the 250 mark, really sitting up and out of the boat, and you can see their bow is just surging along, really catching on the rise there and just accelerating through the strokes.
And what an incredible position that bowman in the England boat has. He's looking not only back at his 8 crewmates, including the Cox, but also the 3 boats behind him as they surge towards that 500-metre mark.
Yeah, really strong performance again from this junior men's 8, and it looks like England are going to take the win there by about a length over Wales, who look to have really improved on their 2K race earlier on in the day, followed by Ireland and then Scotland.
It is incredible, these 500-metre races, isn't it? Because there is so much racing. There's obviously the race out the front, whoever's going to take the medal, but also there's the inter-race racing between second and third and fourth as well. And over this shorter distance, it really is incredibly tight.
It really is, and when they're all competing for points, every stroke really does count. So it's all about fighting right through to the line, and anything can happen, especially in a 500 race. Any mistake that could really be fatal. So it's great to see that all these crews racing for those positions.
And there you can see the 7-man of the England boat just gasping for air, as it's just been the final day of the final metres of racing for this crew has really taken it out of them, as you'd expect. And as Scotland slowly make their way back towards us here at the finish line, that was a very, very good race for the English team.
Next up, we've got the women's 8s, penultimate race of the day, just getting lined up on the stake boats.
Yeah, and it's the penultimate race, so we are coming towards the end of our programme today. We've had this is race 45 of 46, so it really is coming to the sharp end of the day today.
Yeah, and I've just been sent some videos from up at that 500-metre marker from some of the spectators, and there's a real atmosphere down there. It also reminds me a little bit of doing crits in cycling and having town centre crits where the crowds get really behind you, because it's such a short distance, the crowd can really line both sides. So the videos I'm getting up from that 500-metre marker shows there's a really good atmosphere for the guys racing.
That's great, and that's what Home International is all about. Get such an atmosphere created by all 4 teams who come over here. and it's these 500 races, I think those are the most fun ones and the ones where you can really get the most energy out of the crowd and out of the athletes.
And this is just a reminder, if you are down here at the lake, obviously this is the penultimate race, but after the next one you're going to have to get your sprint on if you want to come and watch these presentations to get back down to the pontoons and the boathouse, because at 4:15 it's the 500 metre presentations with 4:25 for the team trophy.
And just while that Welsh boat attaches itself to the pontoon, in the English boat you've got Anna Faye Cowell, Catherine Burton, Catherine Barnhill, Sarah Helen, Jennifer Arthur, Elizabeth Cottrell, Emily Strange, Tara Grimsley-Moore and Cameron Moffat. In the Irish boat you've got Aine Gaffney, Aina Mahoney, Orla Gaffney, Tara Long, Louise Forrester, Ayla O'Neill, Amalia McLear, Alyssa Mannix and Rosie O'Callaghan. And in the Welsh boat, Sophia de Sterling, Imogen Bantic, Eva Wilson, Emily Downing, Catherine George, Heloise Wimbledon, Georgie Robson Ranger, Imogen Wollstonecroft, and Hermione Hill. And then in Scotland we've got Penny Irvine, Kirsty McRobb, Amy Newton, Grace Dawson, Madeline Fatani, Isla McCullum, Maisie Aspinall and Chloe Hunter and Amber Sims.
As it looks like the crews are, we've got a few coxswains there, the Scottish cox, the Welsh cox. It looks like the Irish cox is happy, and I can't quite see the English cox, so there's some fine alignment before the beginning of this penultimate race of the day, which is going to be the last time we see the women's racing over this regatta. So the final race to decide where that cup goes for the women's competitions. As they're away, they've made a start.
Yeah, I was speaking to the coach of the Welsh boat yesterday, Morgan Bain Williams. She was really impressed by the Welsh boat start, so keep an eye on that as they go through the first 100 metres.
And as you can see there, they are whipping it up. They're taking that stroke rate, they're slowly lengthening out, but of course over 500 metres it won't be too long a stroke rate, otherwise, because they'll be getting ready to build for the end before they've even settled.
Yeah, you can see they're keeping the stroke rate really high there. Mimi Hill in the coxing seat really driving them on. And you can see the Welsh and the English. It's going to be another close race between both these crews.
So as the camera starts to pen around to 250, are we going to see? It's probably pretty neck and neck between England and Wales, and I'd probably give it half a canvas to Wales at the moment going through the 250.
Yeah, really close, so close to call. That England boat is really up and running really nicely. And you can see there, the Welsh maybe slightly underrating them, but it's about who can keep their composure right the way to the line and drive the legs as hard as possible.
Composure will be taking them up, but it is almost soon going to be throwing in the kitchen sink to make sure that these crews get over the line first. And I cannot call it. The parallax is not helping us here in the commentary box, but it looks like Wales may just have it over England as the cameras start to swing round to 500.
May just come down to the surge. I think England have
It's a massive
just
feat.
got it. By a canvas, that was so close.
6 feet to England there over a very short distance, Ben.
Yeah, what an upset there, especially after a dominant performance early on. You can see the Cox celebrating hard, and rightly so. That's a big win for that England 8 over that Welsh 8 by 0.8 of a second. There you go. That is really the differential, is 0.8 of a second. And we were talking earlier about MBW, Morgan Bain and Williams, who sat in that Welsh boat for the start yesterday. How cool is that for the girls in that boat to have somebody of Morgan's calibre as a coach, but also being able to sit in as a Cox as well?
Yeah, I mean, MBW, she's very special and great for female rowing. I think those girls would have learned a lot from her coaching them the past couple of weeks, and even more with her having actually sat in the boat and really felt what they're doing. I think Morgan's done a lot for women's rowing in this country, and it's fantastic that the Welsh team have her on board.
Yeah, she's almost got that Elliot Daly super sub, kind of super utility player about her, because in 2022 when I went to Richichi, she came into the power squad at a drop of a hat, and she filled Erin's seat while Erin obviously went off for treatment, and she was just a fantastic member to be able to pull in and help. So it's pretty cool to have somebody of that in the Welsh coaching team, and I'm really happy that she's decided to come back and continue supporting Wales in her journey.
It really is. I'm not sure if she'll know who Elliot Daly is, but I think we can all appreciate how versatile she is.
2 minutes.
So we are lining up now for the last race of the day, the men's 8 500 metres.
This is it. So 46 races. We've seen 45. This is race 46. All the nations now all come down. The last race of the day. So 3 of the team competitions have been decided, and there is 1 more left, which is the men's 8s for the men's competition.
And you can really tell that the excitement is building here in the finish tower. I think we've gained about 7 people over our shoulders trying to watch our feed to see what's going on for this 500 metres race. So as the jobs of the day start diminishing, you can see people coming around this TV screen to really see what's going on. So yeah, thank you for the support here in the commentary box. Thank you for the people that have watched the feed all day, and thank you for the volunteer force that have helped us get this regatta on. You know, as a board member of Welsh Rowing, we are really grateful for your support. Everyone that's volunteered for commentating, site support, whatever job you've done, we really do appreciate it. And for those at home that continue to watch, thank you very much.
Ben, I agree. I think events live and breathe on their volunteers, so a big shout out to all the volunteers here today at Dorney, but of course across the whole event network which has supported this. There'll be people who have worked on this who are not with us today, they're not at Dorney, and so it's particularly a particular thanks to everybody involved on this final 500 metres of the Home International Regatta 2025.
So from the left of our screen we've got Ireland, Wales, England and then Scotland. So we've got Ethan O'Neill, Sean Morris, Zach Megan, Dan Daly, Adam Grace, Cathal Monaghay, Joms Murphy, Rory Buckley and Noah Gilthan. In the Welsh boat we've got Henry Fraser, Tom Powell, Edward Press, Fraser Morgan, Kai Schlotman, George Cowley, Robbie Prosser, Gwilym Johnson and Taryn Burkett. In the English boat, Edward Davis, Callum Jensen, Edward Thomas, Charles Gosling, Ethan Leonard, Benjamin Ferris, Oscar Mitchell, Luke Hales-Boyley and Oliver Jonah. And I will not list the Scottish boys until the end because the race has kicked off.
And they're away, and this is the final race of the day. And they've just got to give it everything from the get-go because this is a sprint to the line, and it looks like it's England and possibly Ireland who are out ahead at the moment. It's very difficult to tell at this angle, but England are definitely pushing ahead from that Welsh crew, and it looks like they are just ahead of the Irish crew as well. They've got a really good lead now as they come halfway through, but Ireland and Scotland are both hot on their tails.
Yeah, I was just about to say, this power in the Scottish boat looks really impressive. As they came through that camera angle, you could really see that bowman and the power they were putting down. So I reckon they're going to put a charge on across that Irish boat and hopefully hold on to some seats in that English boat too.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at that Irish crew there. Look how sharp and fast they are. That's incredible. You definitely need to be really sharp in and on these sprints. You can't lose any time in the water, and you've really got to get a hook on for that front end. So that England crew, you can see they're really reaching for it now. They cannot stop because everyone else is hot on their tails, and they're coming up to the line now, and they've just done enough to take the win here today in the final race of the Home International Regatta.
And it is all over like that. A year of planning, and it comes down to one last 500 metre race. And just to give the gentlemen in the Scottish boat their namesakes and their shout-outs, it's Neil Paul, Nathan Field, Oscar Forbes, Jan Swedlow, Ben Nussey, Joshua Matthews, Murray Bone, Henry Blackwell and Georgia Douglas.
Well, thank you. It's been a pleasure. You live in Wales?
I live in London.
Oh, okay.
I was born and brought up in Pembrokeshire.
Okay.
So, yes, that's where I hail from and where my mother still lives. Yes.
Okay, so not a very far trip home.
So there we are. We have seen 46 races. England, Scotland, Wales and Ireland have all battled out. 4 trophies have now been decided. I haven't got the scores in front of me, but now we have 4 winners of each of the team trophies. Here we are, Ben. We finished the 2025 Home International Regatta. And next year, I understand, in terms of Olympic or Paralympic Games, it's 4 years from now. But of course, we are lucky enough to only have to wait 12 months before the next Home International Regatta, which I understand will be hosted by England in only a year's time.
Yeah, exactly that. That's what's great about this, is the junior program can really develop and bring through the seniors, and obviously people that maybe not make it to the Olympic team or Paralympic team have an opportunity to race for their nation. That's what's so important about Home Internationals. And just like the Six Nations, I know I'm a rugby fan, I've used it quite a lot today, but it comes again, and I get so excited for summer racing when it's about your country and your nationality. But I'm going to have to steal Becky Wild now, so Becky, would you like to say goodbye to the stream? We're going to have to go off and do some presenting of medals and competitions, so we're going to hand over to Zoe and Peter here on commentary.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been an honour to be here today, and fantastic racing there at the end, and I look forward to hopefully watching again next year.
And just before we go, Pieter, what was your favourite race of the day?
Really enjoyed the men's Coxless falls. I thought that was a fantastic performance by the Welsh team to come away with the win, and then equally on the women's side, I think that over the 2,000 metre course, that women's 8 was so dominant. Just a pleasure to see, really.
Yeah, it was. It was a shame about that 500 metre race, but they were so dominant over the 2,000.
It's a different ball game. You can't really compare the 2,000 and 500 metre performance. I think technique comes into play in a different way, power distribution and also race strategy. Perhaps maybe even not going full side can be rewarded over such a short distance, but then it's down to each individual team and gelling.
Which is why it's great Home International has put it into the schedule, right? And hopefully it will continue to grow. Maybe we'll see the mixed 8s appear. World Rowing have just put those into the international schedule. So maybe that's the next development Home Internationals will do, is put some more power racing in, but also some mixed events, and just keep this regatta continually developing. But we are off to presentation, so I'll leave you pick that up. Thank you very much, and we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, we were just talking with Mr. Ben Pritchard about the introduction of the mixed 8 event into the World Rowing calendar. It's hopefully something, like we said, that we'll see for the Home International Racing, and we have actually seen it at the Commonwealth Games some number of years ago, some 12 years ago, and from the athletes that took part in that event, it's so fun just to get to row in a boat with people of different abilities and sizes and speeds. I do really think your ability as a country really tends to shine through.
Absolutely, and for those of you that heard Ben and I's interview earlier with Dan, CEO Welsh Rowing, I did actually ask him the question. I put him on the spot and I said, the mixed 8 is coming in at lots of other events. Will there be one here? And he didn't confirm nor deny. He said it's something that they will hopefully look into to move with World Rowing and move forward. So that'd be really fantastic to see something like that in the coming years.
I am not surprised that Dan neither confirmed or denied, as he is a very secretive man when it comes to giving straight out answers, and that's the role of the person in charge. You got to keep your cards close to your chest so we can excite the viewers and the audience with some new developments. You can see on the screen team points roundup in the men's category. England ahead of Scotland, ahead of Ireland, ahead of Wales. For the women's side, England ahead of Wales, ahead of Scotland, ahead of Ireland. For the junior men, England ahead of Wales, ahead of Ireland, ahead of Wales, which are ahead of Scotland. And then for the junior women, it's England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales in that order.
Absolutely, and just as a reminder to everybody who is here at the course, you need to, after we've had those 500 metre sprints on the water just now you need to do a 1500 metre sprint to get yourself to the finish line, and you need to get yourselves down there. It's 4:15, so you've got just over 15 minutes. Get yourself down to the boathouse for all the presentations of the 500 metre races, followed by 4:25 for the all-important team trophy.
And no blazers required. Wow, I can't believe this incredible regatta is already coming to a close. You can see on the screen here the logos of all of our sponsors of this year's event. We got Road Time, Square Blades, Road Gear, the Natural Lottery as well, Icon, and a few others here. Fantastic to have this event over at Dorney. Such an iconic venue, the Olympic Lake. It does certainly tend to bring out the best performance out of our athletes, and conditions were also leaving nothing to be desired, as we've had a lovely tailwind, just a occasional spot of rain, but as rowers we're very well used to that. This is an outdoor sport, so we're all prepared to always deal with a bit of rain, whether it's underneath the boat or above our heads. And those of you still listening, in a few very short minutes we will be beginning that presentation, but we just need to give all the athletes the time to get their boats off the landing pontoons, get changed, and head over to the Eton College Rowing Centre boathouse, where the presentation will be taking place shortly, and the awards will be given by our two fantastic British athletes, Ben Pritchard and Becky Wild. Just to go over our sponsors again, we've had the National Lottery, Square Blades, Christian Taylor, Grey Doll Sports, Icon Creative Design, Row Gear, Sport Wales, Row Time, all supporting the carrying out of this fantastic, fantastic regatta.
And just looking out the window here at the finish tower, we can see that the crowds are slowly but surely starting to form outside the boathouse, and we can see everybody. They've got a little march on here, getting themselves down the course to the boathouse. Do not miss out. It's 4:15 for the 500 metre presentations, with the team trophy being announced at 4:25. So get yourselves down there to take some photos and witness your teams collecting their medals and give them all a cheer. You do not want to miss out.
chasing it, Chloe, and this goes in.
So we'll be getting the medal presentation for the sprints just starting shortly, and let's just go over some of those results. As in, we've had Jake Woods, the winner of the 500 meter sprint on race 37, and the mixed PR3 double. It was Wales ahead of England, ahead of Ireland. Just going over some results. In race 39, it was the junior women's quad sculls where England won. Ireland got disqualified due to a late start or early start, one of the two. Scotland was in second place. Wales came in third. That was the junior women's quad. For the junior men's quad results, we've had Wales ahead of England, ahead of Ireland. That was ahead of Scotland. So they will be crowned champions just very shortly. Race 41, women's quad scull sprint. We've had England ahead of Ireland, ahead of Scotland, ahead of Wales. No surprises there. For the men's quad sculls, England, after a terrific sprint at the finish, just ahead of Ireland, ahead of Wales, ahead of Scotland, who came fourth. Then race 43 for the junior women's 8 sprint. England was ahead of Scotland, ahead of Ireland, Wales coming in last. For the junior men's 8 sprint, it was England ahead of Wales, ahead of Ireland, ahead of Scotland. So a lot of wins here for the English. Then for the women's 8, after a terrific second 250, England ahead of Wales, who've won the 2,000 metre time, ahead of Scotland, and in fourth was Ireland. And then lastly, for the men's 8, we've had the winners from England, ahead of Ireland, ahead of Scotland, just ahead of Wales that came in last. And that concludes the results for the sprints. We will be crowning those champions in just a few short minutes. Actually, the presentation will start any minute now, and myself and Zoe Thomas will be talking you through it. But for now, we're staying put and just waiting until everyone is ready and has landed safely on the finished pontoons. And on the screen now, you can see, as we've suspected, we will be beginning the ceremony and we'll be crowning the winners of the 500 meter sprints, which we have just a few short minutes ago outlined to you. And you can see now the trophies on the table, and we're just getting prepared. We'll be probably listening to some national anthems as well, Zoe.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the plan is, but potentially that would be fun, wouldn't it? So yeah, we will be bringing you the results very soon. If you are on the banks here and you can hear this, please get yourselves down to listen and watch. And if you're at home, we will be taking you through the winners as they appear on the screen.
It's always a bittersweet moment, celebrations and trophy prize giving at the end of the regatta. We all love the racing and the event. We love being crowned champions, get our gold, silver and bronze medals, but also it's a bit of a sad moment because this is the final race of the season for most of these athletes, and we're going to have to wait another 12 months until the action rolls through once again.
Yeah, definitely. This might be the last regatta for many of these athletes, but they also might be moving on to sort of some local regattas, do a bit of pot hunting over the summer, and just do a bit of light training to make sure that when they come back at the start of the season in September that they are ready to go and do it all over again.
And what will you be doing, Zoe?
Probably going on lots of holidays, resting my voice, ready for whatever comes next in the commentary world.
No pot hunting?
No, I hung up my Cox box after Henley Royal last year, so...
I'm going pot hunting.
No pot hunting for me, but yeah, those do have some very, very fond memories of pot hunting at all the regattas back when I was a junior. Ross and Gloucester was a local fun weekend for me, so yeah, those are some good memories of pot hunting back in the day, but not for me this year.
One event from this morning's
you can catch me at the Oxford City Royal Regatta racing the Rowing Club later
and
on.
Then yeah, we will be going into the sprint
so we can
presentation and finishing
right
with the teams after that. So 5 minutes.
To hear what lovely Richard is saying there on the microphone, and they will just be announcing the winners very soon. Did you say, did you do City of Oxford last year? Pete, I only saw you there. Don't you remember?
You must remind me.
And they are just getting ready here to announce. And just to let you know, we will be shortly starting the presentations, probably in about 5 minutes or so. We will kick it off with the women's eights presentation from the 2,000 metres. Then we will move on to the sprints, kicking off with the PR1 and 2 men, followed by the PR1 and 2 women, and so on and so forth.
2 minutes. a medal result from this morning's event.
And we are shortly
The women's
beginning
Coxed
the
A.
prize giving ceremony. We are now being given
So
a
I'm looking
speech
for Wales.
by our incredible team of volunteers. And like we've already mentioned, we'll be kicking that off with the women's
Starting off with
Games
Lucy
2000
Edmonds.
meter trophy. If we've been informed correctly, and I believe we have. And then afterwards we'll be moving over to the sprints, and once the sprints trophies have been given, then the incredible Becky Wild will be handing out the team trophy to this year's winners.
Saying in this, literally whatever the PR company can realise. If they need anything, they just.
The winners of the women's Coxed 2K race, Lucy Edmonds. Still not here? Wales. I was told they were here. Ireland, can you remind me of your flight time, please? Lucy Edmonds.
And here we go, the first presentation of this afternoon. It is the Welsh team. We're just waiting for the rest of the athletes to come on
Wilson
to the presentation. There we are. And we'll start to gather up. I believe this is the women's 8
Emily
for
Downing,
the 2,000 meter sprint.
Catherine George, Eloise Wormleighton,
crew led and coached and primarily recruited, as far as I understand, by Morgan Bainham-Williams.
Georgie Robinson
fantastic
Ranger,
pillar of women's rowing in this country. She's done so much good for the sport. She's a world champion, former world record holder. She's been in the squad fighting for contention to be an Olympic Cox. She was also the para Cox for our fantastic PR3 Mixed 4.
Eloise
And she's also led and coached a number of crews to senior World Cups in the World Rowing events. So great pedigree, great talent, great insight, great knowledge. And as we can see,
Robinson
all
Ranger,
that stemmed into a great result as well.
Imogen Wollstonecroft,
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic race to watch.
and Harmony Hill.
Collect the win for the 2,000 metres women's 8 for Wales. And there they are. There is the
Gold
full
medal
crew
to
there
Team Wales
with their medals. And I don't know if you've been to see the medals up close, Pete, but they're beautiful. They're really, really nice. So it's going to be a great bit of.
Got one from back in the day, Zoe.
Oh, lovely! It's a great bit of a thing to, and it sounds like they're singing there. So perhaps they are playing the national anthem. We can't hear it from where we are, but it certainly looks like they're singing it with pride there.
Yeah, so that's a crew: Lucy Edmonds, Violet Holbrook, Brooksbank, Aoife Wilson, Emily Downing, Catherine George, Eloise Wormleighton, Georgie Robinson Ranger, Imogen Wollstonecroft, Coxed by Hermione Hill. Look at those celebrations. This is exactly.
It's like only one of them knows the words, but she's definitely belting it out.
And the national anthem
And now
is
we'll
done.
move
We will
on
be
to the
moving
sprint
on
races.
to
And these
prize
will
giving
be
for our
presented
sprint competitors.
by Simon Reed.
Yes, we are
Chair
looking
of
forward
Welsh
to
Rowing.
crowning the PR1 and 2 men's. Next.
The winner of the para men's single sculls, Jake Woods. Team Scotland.
And we'll now be moving on to the prize giving, the first of the sprint 500 metre presentations. As Peter said, kicking it off with the it will be the PR1 and 2 single sculls, and this is for the men. So we have Jake Woods here collecting his medal there.
A very proud moment for Jake. Great racing. And now he gets to sing the national anthem, holding up the Scottish flag, and gets to take home a medal. Fantastic.
There's no anthems on the sprints, I'm afraid. Oh. The winner of the Para Women's Singles Sculls, Sophie Brown, Team England.
Next up, it will be the PR1 and 2 women collecting the single, the PR1 and 2 women collecting their medal.
And that trophy is going to Sophie Brown from Team England here. And she's proudly walking towards the stage, just receiving that well fought for medal.
The winners of the PR3 Mixed Doubles Sculls. Regatta
Next up,
Knight
it is the mixed PR3 double sculls. And picking up the win here today is Wales, Rebecca Knight and Miguel Ferreira de Lima.
Very proud look of excitement on these athletes' faces, and great accomplishment. They finished 2 seconds ahead of the crew from England to take the trophy.
The winners of the Junior Women's Quadruple Sculls.
Moving on, I believe it will be the Junior Women's Quadruple Sculls next, collecting their medals. And this will be from England: Julia Riley, Ella McDougall, Katie Proudlove and Olivia Jordow.
Katie Proudlove. And Olivia Jordow.
There we are, Julie Riley, Ella McDougall, Katie Proudlove and Olivia Jordow just received their sprint medals here at the home international regatta. Very proud moment for them. We're moving on to the junior men's quads,
for Team
where
Wales,
Team Wales will be receiving the award. We've got
And for Wales in the junior men's quad, it's Hamish Gamble, Adam Pritchard, Hayden McDonald and Alex Repton.
just coming up to the stage now.
Hayden McDonald. And Alex Repton. The winners of the women's quadruple sculls, Team England.
Next up, it's going to be the women's quadruple
Ella
sculls.
Foreman.
Picking up the win here today from England, it is
Ella Foreman, Sophie Brown, Louise Brooks, and Eve Keane.
Sophie Brown. Louise Brooks. And Effie Keane.
There we are, the winners of the women's quads 500 meter sprint, Team England. Time to get that desired photo, very sought after photo that they've been hunting for quite possibly all year, with the trophy and the flag. Very proud moment.
And next up, it's going to be the medal ceremony for the men's quadruple sculls. Picking up the win here, it is England, Ryan Robson, Edward Gardner, Harrison Green and Jack Bates.
Edward Gardner, Harrison Green and Jack Bates.
There we are, the winners of the 500 meter sprint, adding plenty of points for the team ranking. Hugely important win.
The winner of the junior women's
And next up,
Coxed
collecting
eights,
their win, again it's England in the
England,
junior women's eights.
Maddie McGregor.
We've got Maddie McGregor, Annabelle Thornton, Georgina Joy, Mia Parladorio, Naomi Bell, Florence Gross,
Annabelle Thornton,
Rebecca Purves, Georgie Wells, Coxed by Alice
Georgina
Jelling.
Joy, Mia Parladorio, Naomi Bell, Florence Gross, Rebecca Purves, Georgie Wells and Alice Gelling.
Winners of the 500 meter sprint, Team England. Next up, we'll have the winners of the junior men's 8 for the sprint, and picking up the trophy will be...
And it'll be England, of the crew of Noah Bertrand, Cootsie Matsi, Callum Grantham, Charlie Bowker, Ben van der Broekhoven, Nicholas Elton, Jake Heffernan, Charlie Howells and Coxed by Ben
The
Loggy.
winner of the junior men's Coxed 8s for Team England, Noah Bertrand, Cootsie Massey, Callum Grantham, Charlie Bowker, Ben van Broekhoven, Nicholas Elton, Jake Heffernan, Charlie Howells and Ben Logie.
See the winners of the 500 meter sprint for the junior men. Final medal they'll pick up this season, before we return with some more training and mileage back in September. We get that iconic shot with the flag, and so it smiles all around these young English boys.
The winners of the women's Coxed eights for Team England, Anna Faye Cowell, Catherine Burton, Catherine Barnhill, Sarah
And
Helen,
coming up to collect their medals now, it's
Jennifer
from the
Arthur,
women's 8 sprint, England.
Elizabeth Cottrell,
Yeah, Team England had a great performance against the
Emily
Welsh.
Strange,
The Welsh did beat them over 2,000 metres, but they
Clara
really
Grimsley
showed their
Moore,
grit and determination
and
to
Cameron
overturn that
Buffett.
result. And picking up the medals is Anna Faye Cowell, Catherine Burton, Catherine Barnhill, Sarah Heelan, Jennifer Arthur, Elizabeth Cottrell, Emily Strange, Tara Grimsley Moore, and their Cox, Cameron Moffat. Again, smiles all round. That was a very, very well won medal. Incredible fight, right up until the line.
And finally, the men's Coxed eights for Team England, Edward Davis, Callum Jenkins, Edward Thomas, Charles Gosling, Ethan Leonard, Benjamin Ferris.
Next up, picking up the silverware
Oscar
will
Mitchell,
be Team England.
And it's Ed
Luca
Davis,
Hales-and
Callum
Bailey,
Jenkins, Edward Thomas,
and
Charlie
Oliver
Gosling,
Joyner.
Ethan Leonard, Benjamin Ferris, Oscar Mitchell, Luca Hallazan Bailey, coxed by Oliver Joyner.
And that is for their incredible performance in the men's 8 for the 500 meter sprint.
Before we get to the team trophies, it's traditional to give the team managers from each of the nations a souvenir medal. So for the team managers, please come forward. David
And that
Blackham,
concludes the medal ceremony.
Now the team managers from each
Tiger
country will be
Branahan,
receiving a souvenir.
and Alcemel Martin. And last but not least, the match director, and I love this name of course, for Wales, Sam English. Now we come to the team events, and we have two very special athletes with us.
And now we'll be giving out the
Ben Pritchard,
prizes for the
who
team
is the
events.
gold medalist from Paris,
And I
in the
believe there was a
Paralympics,
clean sweep
and the
all
current
round, but we'll
European
be
champion.
presenting that to you
And we have
shortly.
Becky Wild, the bronze medalist from Paris in the double sculls, and the current European championship in the quadruple sculls. I'm afraid the next bit gets a little boring.
Presenting the
'cause it's
trophies will
Team
be
England.
the aforementioned
So can we have
Ben Pritchard, our
representatives
commentator,
from the
and
women's junior
Welsh rower,
team, please?
and the incredible Becky Wild, our Paris Olympian also. Just like Ben. For the junior women's category, the trophy goes to England. Now the girls rushing on stage to join the well-earned celebrations for the incredible performance across the line from England.
And now a representative from the Team England Junior Men's.
And next up is the trophy for the junior men, and it's England.
Another great set of results across the board. Now the trophy lifter is inviting the rest of his team to rush on stage and join the celebrations to get that iconic photo across the board. Big smiles and congratulations all around. These
sure
boys should be really proud of themselves, and let's see them progressing through the stages of rowing, and competing for Great Britain in the future Olympics. Next up, we'll be giving out a trophy for the women's trophy, and it is Team England. And not a victorious sweep here. And the representatives now with Ben and Becky lifting up that trophy, and I suspect, rightly so, that the rest of the squad is joining her on stage for those celebrations.
And finally, a representative from Team England, the senior men.
And next up, it is the team trophy for the men. And the trophy goes to England once again.
You can see the representative on stage lifting up that trophy, posing for the photo with Ben and Becky, and how we can see Ben and Becky making space for the rest of the England men to come and join them for that great season-ending photo. What a performance across the board from all of them. Really great to see, and they will be the hosts of Home International Regatta next year, held in London at the Docklands.
And that concludes the presentations for today. Thank you all for coming. Thank you to the rowers, the coaches, the supporters and the volunteers. And thank you to Wales and the team. We look forward to seeing everyone next year in England.
Now we're getting thank you to Welsh and all the committee and volunteers for hosting, all the help in producing this fantastic event.
Wales,
a big thank you and congratulations as we've had a smooth day of racing at Dorney Lake.
Home.
Team England!
And thank you for joining us for the live stream and the coverage of the racing.
I've been Zoe Thomas.
And I've been Piotr Golawski. We'll be seeing you soon and next season for some more exciting racing and the live streams, which are very commonly occurring now in racing. But as for today and this year, this concludes everything for this season's racing. So on that note, easy there.